Preface to King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. King Arthur's Knights, The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls, by Henry Gilbert. Preface. This book is an attempt to tell some of the stories of King Arthur and his knights in a way which will be interesting to every boy and girl who loves adventures. Although tales of these old British heroes have been published before in a form intended for young people, it is believed that they have never been related quite in the same spirit, nor in the same point of view, and it is hoped that the book will fill a place hitherto vacant in the hearts of all boys and girls. No doubt many of you, my young readers, have at some time or another taken down the Morte d'Arthur from your father's bookshelves and read a few pages of it here and there, but I doubt if any of you have ever gone very far in the volume. You found generally, I think, that it was written in a puzzling, old-fashioned language, that though it spoke of many interesting things, it seemed that it ought to be well worth reading, yet somehow it was tedious and dry. In the tales as I have retold them for you, I hope you will not find any of these faults. Besides, writing them in a simple language, I have chosen only those episodes which I know would appeal to you. I have added or altered here and there, for in places it struck me that there was just wanting a word or two to make you feel the magic that was everywhere abroad in those days. It seemed to me that some mysterious adventure might be easily waiting in the ruined and deserted Roman town or desolate moor, or even just around the mossy trunk of the next oak in the forest drive, through which the knight was riding, without any fair lady or questing dog which he might meet could turn out to be a wizard seeking to work woe upon him. Nevertheless, I was always sure that in those bright days when the world was young, whatever evil power might get the mastery for a little while, the knight's courage, humility, and faith would win through every peril at the end. In this book, besides reading of wonderful adventures and brave fighting, you will learn just what sort of man a perfect knight was required to be in the chivalrous times, when men wore armour and rode on errantry. The duties of a good and faithful knight were quite simple, but they were often very hard to perform. They were to protect the distressed, to speak the truth, to keep his word to all, to be courteous and gentle to women, to defend right against might, and to do or say nothing that should sully the fair name of Christian knighthood. Although, therefore, these stories of King Arthur and his men treat of knights and their ladies, of magical trolls and wonder-working wizards, it might seem for that reason that they can have little or nothing in common with life of the present day. It will be seen that the spirit in which they at all conveys something which every boy can learn. Indeed, the great and simple lesson of chivalry, which the tales of King Arthur teaches, in a few words, to merit the fine old name of a gentleman. The history of King Arthur and his knights is contained in two books, one being the Morte d'Arthur, written by Sir Thomas Malory, the other being the Mabinogion, a collection of old Welsh stories, first translated by Lady Charlotte Guest in 1838. I have selected 13 tales from the number which these two books contain, but there are many more, equally as interesting, which remain. Little is known about Sir Thomas Malory, who lived in the 15th century. We can only learn that he was a Welshman, and a man of heroic mind, who, as an old writer relates, from his youth greatly shone in the gifts of mind and body. Though much busied with cares of state, his favourite recreation was said to be the reading of history, and this pursuit he made selections from various authors concerning the valour and victories of the most renowned King Arthur of the Britons. We know, further, that these selections or tales were translated mostly from poems of Arthur told by old French poets in the 11th and 12th centuries, and that Sir Thomas Malory finished his translation in the 9th year of King Edward IV. in 1469. This, of course, was before printing was introduced to England, but no doubt many written copies were made of the book, so as to enable the stories to be read to the lords and ladies and other rich people who would desire to hear about the flower of kings and chivalry. The great King Arthur, when, in 1477, Caxton set up his printing press in Westminster, The Morte d'Arthur was one of the books which then saw the light of the day. The Mabinogion, which contains other tales about King Arthur, is a collection of old Welsh romances, though our earliest collection of them is to be found in a manuscript written in the 13th or 14th century. Some of them are probably as old as the time when Welshmen clothed themselves in the skins of beaver and bear, and used stone for their tools and weapons. It may be that, when you get older, you will go back to the two books I have mentioned, and you will find them so fascinating that you will be impatient of any other book which pretends to tell you the same tales. But until that time arrives, I hope you will find the stories I have told them quite interesting and exciting. Henry Gilbert, June 1911. End of preface. Recording by April Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Chapter 1 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shiromi Arserio. King Arthur's Knights. The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 1. How Arthur was made king and won his kingdom. In the hall of his Roman palace at London, King Uther, Pendragon of the island of Britain, lay dying. He had been long sick with a wasting disease, and forced to lie in his bed, gnawing his beard with wrath at his weakness, while the pagan Saxons ravened up and down the fair broad lands, leaving in their tracks the smoking ruin of broken towns and desolated villages, where mothers lay dead beside their children on the hearths, fair churches stood pillaged and desecrated, and priests and nuns wandered in the wilds. At length, when the pagans, bold and insolent, had ventured near London, the king had been able to bear his shame and anguish no longer. He had put himself in a litter at the head of his army, and meeting the fierce, brave pagans at Verulam, now called St. Albans, he had, in a battle day-long and stubborn, forced them at length to fly with heavy slaughter. That was 3 days ago, and since then he had lain in his bed as still as if he were dead. And beside him sat the wise wizard Merlin, white with great age, and in his eyes the calmness of deep learning. It was the third night when the king suddenly awoke from his stupor and clutched the hand of Merlin. "I have dreamed," he said in a low, shaken voice. "I have seen 2 dragons fighting, one white, the other red. First, the white dragon got the mastery, and clawed with iron talons the red one's crest, and drove him hither and thither into holes and crannies of the rocks. And then the red one took heart, and with a fury that was marvellous to see, he drove and tore the white dragon full terribly, and anon the white one crawled away sore wounded, and the red dragon walked up and down in the place of his triumph, and grew proud, and fought smaller red dragons and conquered. Thus for a long time he stayed and was secure and boastful. Then I saw the white dragon return with a rage that was very terrible, and the red dragon fought with him, but his pride had softened him, so he drew off. Then other red dragons came upon him in his wounds and beat him sore, which seeing, the white dragon dashed upon them all, and I awoke. Merlin, tell me what this may mean, for my mind is sore distraught with the vision." Then Merlin looked at the trembling king, wasted with disease, and in his wise heart was great pity. "It means, lord," he said, in slow, grave tones, "that thy people shall conquer, that a red dragon shall rise from thy kin, who shall drive out the loathsome pagan, and shall conquer far and wide, and his fame shall go into all lands, and for all time." "I thank thee, Merlin, for thy comfort," sighed the weary king. "I have feared me these last years that the pagan will at the last drive my people into the western sea, and that the name of Christ shall die out of this fair land, and the foul pagan possess it. But thy words give me great heart." "Nay, sir," said Merlin, "take comfort. Great power will come to this people in a near time, and they shall conquer all their enemies." Anon the king slept, and lay thus for 3 further days, neither speaking nor moving. Many great lords and barons came craving to speak with Merlin, asking if the king were not better. But, looking into their crafty eyes, and seeing there the pride and ambitions of their hearts, Merlin knew that they wished the king were already dead, for all thought that King Uther had no son to take the kingdom after him, and each great baron, strong in men, plotted to win the overlordship when the king should be gone. "If he dieth and saith not which he shall name to succeed him," some asked, "say, Merlin, what's to be done?" "I shall tell you," said Merlin. "Come ye all into this chamber tomorrow's morn, and, if God so wills, I will make the king speak." Next morn, therefore, came all the great barons and lords into the high hall of the palace, and many were the proud and haughty glances passing among them. There was King Lot of Orkney, small and slim, with his dark narrow face and crafty eyes under pent eyebrows. King Uriens of Reged, tall and well-seeming, with grim eyes war-wise, fresh from the long harrying of the fleeing pagans. King Mark of Tintagel, burly of form, crafty and mean of look. King Naunch of Garlot, ruddy of face, blusterous of manner, who tried to hide cunning under a guise of honesty, and many others, as Duke Cambernet of Loidis, King Brandegoris of Strangor, King Morcant of Strathclyde, King Clariance of Northumberland, King Cador of Cornwall, and King Idris of Silura. Now, when all these were assembled about the bed of Uther, Merlin went to the side of the sleeping king, and looked long and earnestly upon his closed eyes. Anon he passed his hands above the face of the king, and Uther instantly awoke and looked about him as if startled. "Lord," said Merlin, "God's hand is drawing you to him, and these your lords desire you to name your successor ere you pass from life. Is it not your desire that your son Arthur shall take the kingdom after you, with your blessing?" Those who craned towards the bed started, and looked darkly at Merlin, and then at each other, for none had heard of the son whom the wizard named Arthur. Then, in the deep silence, the dying king raised his hand in the sign of blessing, and in a hollow whisper said, "Such is my desire. With God's blessing, I wish my son Arthur to take this kingdom after me, and all that love me must follow him." His eyes closed. A shiver passed down the tall frame as it lay beneath the clothes, and, with a sigh, the soul of Uther sped. In a few days the king was buried in all solemnity, with the dead of his kindred in the Roman temple that had been made a church, where now stands St. Paul's. Thereafter men waited and wondered, for the land was without a king, and none knew who was rightfully heir to the throne. As the days went by, men gathered in groups in the marketplace of London, whispering the rumours that mysteriously began to fly from mouth to mouth, how King Lot of Orkney and Lothian was gathering his knights and men-at-arms, and King Uriens and Duke Cambernet of Loidis had got together a great host, although the remnant of the pagans had fled the country. The faces of the citizens went gloomy as they thought of the griefs of civil war, of the terrors of the sack of cities, the ruin of homes, the death of dear ones, and the loss of riches. Nevertheless, some were already wagering which of the great lords would conquer the others, and take to himself the crown of Britain and the title of Pendragon. As it neared the feast of Christmas, men heard that the Archbishop of London, who was then chief ruler of the church, had sent his letters to each and all the great nobles, bidding them come to a great council to be holden at the church of St. Paul at Christmas. When men heard that this was done by the advice of Merlin, faces lightened and looked more joyful. "Now shall things go right," said they, "for the old Merlin hath the deepest wisdom of all the earth." On Christmas Eve the city throbbed with the clank of arms and the tramp of the great retinues of princes, kings, and powerful lords who had come at the Archbishop's summons, and by day and night the narrow ways were crowded with armed men. Long ere the dawn of Christmas Day, the lords and the common people betook themselves along the wide road which led across to the church, which then stood in a wide space amid fields, and all knelt therein to mass. While it was yet dark, a great strange cry rang out in the churchyard. Some ran forth, and there by the wall behind the high altar they saw a vast stone, 4 square, that had not been there before, and in the middle thereof was stuck a great wedge of steel, and sticking therefrom by the point was a rich sword. On the blade were written words in Latin, which a clerk read forth, which said, Whoso pulleth this sword out of this stone and wedge of steel is rightwise born king of all Britain. The clerk ran into the church and told the archbishop, and men were all amazed, and would have gone instantly to see this marvel, but the archbishop bade them stay. Finish your prayers to God, he said, for no man may touch this strange thing till high mass be done. When mass was finished, all poured forth from the church and thronged about the stone, and marvelled at the words on the sword. First King Lot, with a light laugh, took hold of the handle and essayed to pull out the point of the sword, but he could not, and his face went hot and angry. Then King Nentres of Garlot took his place with a jest, but though he heaved at the sword with all his burly strength till it seemed like to snap, he could not move it, and so let go at last with an angry oath. All the others essayed in like manner, but by none was it moved a jot, and all stood about discomfited, looking with black looks at one another and the stone. He that is rightwise born ruler of Britain is not here, said the archbishop at length, but doubt not he shall come in God's good time. Meanwhile, let a tent be raised over the stone, and do ye, lords, appoint 10 of your number to watch over it, and we will essay the sword again after New Year's Day. So that the kings and lords should be kept together, the archbishop appointed a great tournament to be held on New Year's Day on the wasteland north of the city, which men now call Smithfield. Now, when the day was come, a certain lord, Sir Ector de Morven, who had great lands about the Isle of Thorney, rode towards the jousts with his son Sir Kay, and young Arthur, who was Sir Kay's foster-brother. When they had got nearly to the place, suddenly Sir Kay bethought him that he had left his sword at home. Do you ride back, young Arthur, he said, and fetch me my sword, for if I do not have it, I may not fight. Willingly Arthur turned his horse and rode back swiftly. But when he had arrived at the house, he found it shut up, and none was within, for all had gone to the jousts. Then was he a little wroth, and rode back, wondering how he should obtain a sword for his foster-brother. Suddenly, as he saw the tower of St. Paul's Church through the trees, he bethought him of the sword and the stone, about which many men had spoken in his hearing. I will ride thither, said he, and see if I may get that sword for my brother, for he shall not be without a sword this day. When he came to the churchyard, he tied his horse to the stile, and went through the grave mounds to the tent wherein was the sword. He found the place unwatched, and the flashing sword was sticking by the point in the stone. Lightly he grasped the handle of the sword with one hand, and it came forth straight away. Then, glad that his brother should not be without a sword, he swiftly gat upon his horse and rode on, and delivered the sword to Sir Kay, and thought no more of aught but the splendid knights and richly garbed lords that were at the jousts. But Sir Kay looked at the sword and the writing, and knew it was the sword of the stone, and marvelled how young Arthur had possessed himself thereof. And being of a covetous and sour mind, he thought how he might make advantage for himself. He went to his father Sir Ector, and said, Lo, father, this is the sword of the stone, and surely am I rightful king. Sir Ector knew the sword and marvelled, but his look was stern as he gazed into the crafty eyes of his son. Come ye with me, he said, and all three rode to the church, and alit from their horses and went in. Sir Ector strode up the aisle to the altar, and turning to his son, said sternly, Now swear on God's book and the holy relics how thou didst get this sword. Sir Kay's heart went weak, and he stammered out the truth. How gat you this sword? Asked Sir Ector of Arthur. Sir, I will tell you, said Arthur, and so told him all as it had happened. Sir Ector marvelled what this should mean, for Arthur had been given to him to nourish and rear as a weak-old child by Merlin, but the wizard had only told him that the babe was a son of a dead lady, whose lord had been slain by the pagans. Then Sir Ector went to the stone, and bade Arthur put back the sword into the wedge of steel, which the young man did easily. Thereupon Sir Ector strove with all his strength to draw the sword forth again, but though he pulled till he sweated, he could not stir the sword. Now you essay it, he said to his son, but naught that Sir Kay could do availed. Now do you try, he bade Arthur. Arthur lightly grasped the handle with one hand, and the sword came out without hindrance. Therewith Sir Ector sank to his knees, and Sir Kay also, and they bared their heads. Alas, said Arthur, my own dear father and brother, why kneel ye so to me? Nay, nay, my lord Arthur, it is not so, said Sir Ector. For I was never your father. I wot well ye are of higher blood than I weened. for Merlin delivered you to me while yet ye were a babe." The tears came into Arthur's eyes when he knew that Sir Ector was not his father, for the young man had loved him as if he were of his own blood. "Sir," said Ector unto Arthur, "will ye be my good and kind lord when ye are king?" "Ah, if this be true as ye say," cried Arthur, "ye shall desire of me whatsoever ye may, and I shall give it you. For both you and my good lady and dear mother your wife have kept and loved me as your own." "Sir," said Sir Ector, "I crave a boon of you, that while you live, your foster brother, Sir Kay, shall be high seneschal of all your lands." "That shall be done, and never man shall have that office but him, while he and I live," replied Arthur. Then hastily Sir Ector rode to the Archbishop, and told him how and by whom the sword had been achieved from the stone. Thereupon the Archbishop let call a great meeting on 12th day of all the kings and barons. So on the day appointed, all men gathered in the churchyard of St. Paul's, and the tent was removed from about the stone. From day dawn to the evening the kings and princes and lords strove each in his turn to draw the sword from the stone, but none of them availed to move it. While they stood about, dark of look, gnawing their lips with rage and disappointment, the Archbishop turned privily to Sir Ector, and bade him bring Arthur. The young man came, quietly clad in a tunic of brown samite, of medium height, with curly hair above a fair face of noble, though mild mien. As he came among the richly clad nobles, they looked haughtily at him, and wondered who he was, and why he came, for as yet none had been told that the sword had been drawn by him. The Archbishop, tall, white-haired, and reverend, called Arthur to him, and said in grave tones, "My son, I have heard a strange tale of thee, and whether it be true or false, God shall decide. Now, therefore, do ye take hold upon this sword, and essay to draw it from the stone." The proud barons, some with looks amazed, and others with sneering laughter, pressed about the young man as he stepped towards the stone. Arthur took the handle of the sword with his right hand, and the sword seemed to fall into his grasp. Thereat arose great cries of rage, and angry looks flashed forth, and many a hand went to dagger haft. "Ho, Archbishop!" cried King Lot, fiercely striding towards the tall ecclesiastic. "What wizard's brat are you foisting upon us here to draw the sword by magic?" "'Tis a trick!" cried Naunch of Garlot, his bluff manner falling from him, and all the savage anger gleaming from his eyes. "A trick that shall not blind men such as we." "Who is this beggar's boy that is put forth to shame us kings and nobles?" said King Mark, and his hand sought his dagger as he disappeared among the crowd, and wormed his way towards where stood young Arthur. But Sir Ector and Sir Kay, seeing the threatening looks of all, had quickly ranged themselves beside young Arthur, and with them went Sir Bedivere, Sir Baldwin, and Sir Ulfius, 3 noble lords who had loved King Uther well. "Peace, lords," said the old Archbishop, calmly meeting the raging looks about him. "Ye know what words are about the sword, and this youth hath drawn the sword. I know naught of tricks or wizardry, but I think high heaven hath chosen this way of showing who shall be lord of this land, and I think this young man is rightful king of us all." "'Tis some base-born churl's son that the wizard Merlin would foist upon us," cried the barons. "We will have none of him. A shame and dishonour it is, so to try to overrule us, kings and lords of high lineage, with an unknown youth," cried others. "We will have the sword put back and set a watch over it," cried King Uriens, "and we will meet here again at Candlemas, and essay the sword. And at that time, my lord Archbishop, thou shalt do the proper rites to exorcise all evil powers, and then we will try the sword once more." So was it agreed by all, and 10 knights watched day and night about the stone and the sword. But it befell at Candlemas, as it had befallen at 12th day, that for all their strength and might, none of the kings or barons could draw forth the sword, but into the hand of the unknown Arthur the weapon seemed to fall. Whereat they were all sore aggrieved and rageful, and resolved that they would have yet another trial at Easter. It befell at the feast of Easter as it had befallen before, and this time the kings and lords for angry spite would have fallen upon Arthur and slain him, but the Archbishop threatened them with the most dreadful ban of Holy Church. They forbore, therefore, and went aside, and declared that it was their will to essay the sword again at the high feast of Pentecost. By Merlin's advice, the young Arthur went never about, unless the 5 friends of Uther were with him, that is to say, Sir Ector and his son Sir Kay, Sir Bedivere, Sir Baldwin, and Sir Ulfius, And though at divers times men were found skulking or hiding in the horse stall, the dark wood by the hall, or the bend in the lane, in places where Arthur might pass, no harm came to him by reason of the loving watch of those noble knights. Again at the feast of Pentecost men gathered in the churchyard of St. Paul's, and the press of people was such that no man had ever seen the like. Once more the kings and princes and great barons, to the number of 49, came forward, and each in turn pulled and drew at the sword and the stone, until the sweat stood on their brows. Nevertheless, though the sword point was but the width of a palm in the stone, not the mightiest of them could move it by the breadth of a hair. King Mark of Tintagel was the last of them who had to stand back at length, baffled and raging inwardly. Many were the evil looks that would have slain Arthur as he stood among his friends. Then a cry came from among the common people, and so strong was it that the nobles looked as if they hated to hear it. "Let Arthur draw the sword," was the call from 1,000 throats. The venerable archbishop came and took Arthur by the hand, and led him towards the sword. Again the young man held the rich pommel with his single hand, and that which none of the 49 great men could do, he did as easily as if he but plucked a flower. A fierce cry leaped from among the thousands of the common people. "Arthur shall be our king," they cried. "Arthur is our king. We will no longer deny him." Many of the princes and barons cried out with the commons that this was their will also, but 11 of the most powerful and ambitious showed by their arrogant and angry gestures that they refused to own Arthur as their lord. For a long time the uproar raged, the cries of the common folk becoming fiercer and more menacing against the counter-cries of the 11 kings and their adherents. At length from among the people there came the governor of London, who, in his rich robes of office, leaped upon the stone where but lately the sword had been. "My lords, I speak the will of the commons," he cried, and at his voice all was silent. "We have taken counsel together, and we will have Arthur for our king. We will put him no more in delay, for we all see that it is God's will that he shall be our king, and who that holdeth against him we will slay." With that he got down from the stone, kneeled before Arthur, put the keys of the city in his hands, and rendered homage unto him. The great multitude kneeled likewise, bowing their bare heads, and cried him mercy because they had denied him so long. Because they feared the great multitude, the 11 kings kneeled with them, but in their hearts was rage and rebellion. Then Arthur took the sword between his hands, and, going into the church, he laid it on the high altar, and the archbishop blessed him. Then, since Arthur was as yet unknighted, King Cador of Cornwall, who was brother of King Uther, made him a knight. Standing up in the sight of all the people, lords and commons, Arthur laid his left hand upon the holy relics. Then, lifting up his right hand, he swore that he would be a true king, to stand forth as their ruler in justice and mercy, to keep them from oppression, to redress their wrongs, and to establish right throughout the length and breadth of his dominions. Men went forth from the church in great joy, for now they had a king they loved, and they felt that the land was safe from civil strife and the griefs of war. When Arthur in his palace at London had received the homage of all the lords and princes from the land south of Humber, he appointed his officers. Sir Kay he made seneschal or steward, and Sir Baldwin was made constable, and Sir Ulfius he named chamberlain of his court. By the counsel of Merlin he made Sir Bedivere warden of the northern marches, for the lands of the 11 kings lay mostly in the country north of Trent, and though those princes had yielded lip service to Arthur, Merlin knew that in their hearts they nurtured the seeds of conspiracy. King Arthur made a progress through all his territories, staying at the halls of those who did service for the lands they held of him, and he commanded all those who had suffered evil or wrong to come to him, and many came. The king's wrath when he heard a tale of women and orphans wronged, or robbed, or evilly treated by proud or powerful lords and knights was terrible to see. Many were the pale captives he released from their deep dungeons. Many were the tears he wiped away, and hard and heavy was his punishment of evil lords who thought their power would forever shield them from penalty for their cruelties and oppression. When this was done, he caused a proclamation to be uttered that he would hold his coronation at the city of Caerleon upon Usk, at the feast of Hallow, mass then following, and he commanded all his loyal subjects to attend. When the time came, all the countryside on the marches of Wales was filled with the trains of noblemen and their knights and servants gathering towards the city. As Arthur looked from the window of the palace which the Romans had builded, and which looked far and wide over the crowded roads, word was brought to him that 6 of the kings who had resented his kingship had come to the city. At this Arthur was glad, for he was full gentle and kindly, and would liefer be friendly with a man than his enemy. Thinking that these kings and knights had come for love of him, and to do him worship at his feast, King Arthur sent them many and rich presents. But his messengers returned, saying that the kings and knights had received them with insults, and had refused to take the gifts of a beardless boy, who had come, they said, of low blood. Whereat the king's eyes flashed grimly, but at that time he said no word. In the joustings and knightly games that were part of the festival of the coronation, the 6 kings ever ranged themselves against King Arthur and his knights, and did him all the despite they could achieve. At that time they deemed themselves not strong enough to hurt the king, and therefore did no open act of revolt. Now it happened, when the feasting was over and many of the kings and lords had departed home again, that Arthur stood in the door of his hall that looked into the street, and with his 3 best nobles, Sir Kay, Sir Bedivere, and Sir Baldwin, he watched the rich cavalcades of his lords pass out of the town. Suddenly, as he stood there, a little page boy, fair of face, but for the pitiful sorrow and gauntness upon it, dashed from the throng of a lord's retinue which was passing, and threw himself along the ground, his hands clutching the feet of the king. "O King Arthur, save me!" the lad cried, spent of breath. "Or this evil lord will slay me as he hath slain my mother and my brothers." From the throng, a tall black knight, leaping from his horse, strode towards the boy, and would have torn his hands from their hold upon the king's feet. "Back, Sir Knight," said the king. "I will hear more of this." "Who are you?" The knight laughed insolently. "I? Oh, I am one that the last king knew well, to his sorrow. I am Tacan, brother to Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower." "What is this boy to you?" "He is Owen, the caitiff son of a brave father, who gave him to my care to train in knightly ways. But 'tis a puling fool, more fitting for the bowers of ladies." "Nay, king, he lies," said the lad, who kneeled before the king. "I am his nephew. His hand slew my dear father treacherously, and he hath starved my mother to her death. For our lands are rich, while his are poor, and my father warned me of him ere he died. This man hath kept me prisoner, used me evilly, starving me and wheeling me with cruel blows daily. I think he hath my death in his heart." "I can speak of this," said a knight who came forth from the throng. "I am Sir Miles of Bandon. I know this lad speaks truth, for his father was mine own dear cousin. This Sir Tacan is a felon knight." The brow of the king went dark. He looked from the cruel, insolent face of the Black Knight to the wan, beseeching face of the lad. "Hark ye," said Arthur to Tacan, and his voice was terrible for all that it was very quiet. "Ye shall answer to me and my justice for any evil you have done this young boy or his people. When I send for thee, come at once, or it will be worse for thee. The boy stays with me. Now be gone." The big knight looked with hatred and surprise in his eyes, and for a while said naught. Then, with an insolent laugh, he turned and vaulted on his horse. "I may come when thou dost not expect me, Sir King," he said, mocking, and shot an evil look at the young page. Thenceforward the young page Owen stayed in the court, doing his services deftly and quietly, with an eye ever on the king to do his bidding. One night, when a storm raged and the town lay dark and quiet, King Arthur sat in his hall. Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere told tales, or the king's bards sang songs to amuse him, while about them moved young Owen, noiseless of step, quick of eye, and as restless as an unquiet spirit. Anon the lad would pass through the arras, creep to the great outer door, and look at the porter in his room beside it. Then he would stand at the wicket and listen to the rare footsteps pass down the road, and when the rising wind keened and shrilled through the crannies, he would glance about him with quick looks, as if in fear of an enemy. Once he went to Falk, the king's porter, and said, "'Tis a stormy night, Sir Falk. I doubt few are about the streets of Caerleon on such a night." "Few indeed," said Falk. "Yet methought but now I heard the rattle of a bridle in the distance, as if a steed stood in armour." "I heard naught," said Falk. "'Twould be but the grinding of a chain beside a horse-block." Young Owen went away and sat where the king and his knights listened to the marvellous tales of the wise Gildas, who told of most terrible witches and warlocks in the wizard woods of Brittany. Again the lad approached the door and listened. Then going to the porter he said, "This drenching storm will tear the last poor leaves from the forest trees, I ween, Sir Falk." "Of a truth," said the porter, "'tis over late for leaves. They be stuck in the mire of the rides long ere this." "They could not be blown so far in this gushing storm," said the page, "and therefore I have deceived myself. But I thought I heard the rustle of leaves on the stones before the door but now." "It could not be," said the porter. "It was doubtless the gouts of water from the roof of the hall thou didst hear." Owen went away, but in a little while returned, and softly opened the wicket panel in the door a little way, and looked forth into the roaring darkness of rain and wind. "Think you, Sir Falk," he said, going to the porter, "that the witches from the woods of Den do send their baleful fires on such a night as this, to lead poor houseless wretches into the marsh below the wall?" The porter laughed. "Thou art overfull of fancies to-night, young sir," he said. "Have no fear of witches. We're all safe and sound here till the blessed daylight comes, and none need stir out till then." "Methought I saw a flash in the dark but now," said Owen, "as if 'twas the gleam of a sword or a wandering marsh fire." "Not a doubt 'twas but a lightning flash," returned the porter. "Now go ye, for I hear the king moving towards bed. Sleep soundly, lad. No need to fear this night." In a little while the palace was sunk in darkness and in silence, save for the smothered cries of sleepers in their dreams. Outside the rain still sobbed at the eaves, and the wind beat at the narrow casements. Time passed, and for all his weariness, young Owen could not sleep. His spirit had been heavy all the day, and vague and dreadful fears had haunted him. Something told him that the life of the beloved king, who had taken him from the foul and cruel power of Sir Turquine, was threatened. He rose in the dark from his pallet of straw in the hall, where lay the other pages, and stole softly out. He would make his way to the king's door, and, wrapped in his cloak, would lie before it. He felt his way softly along the corridor in the deep darkness. Suddenly he stopped. Something alive was near him in the dark. Even as he turned, a hand seized him by the throat, and a hateful voice which he knew growled in his ear. "Lead us to the king's room, or this shall sink in thy heart." He knew at once that all his fears of the day and the night had been true. He had indeed heard the stealthy footsteps before the door of the hall, and had seen the dull gleam of a sword in the hand of one of those who lay in wait to murder the king. "Speak," said the voice again. "Is the king's room backward or forward?" "I will not tell thee," he gasped, and heard a low, mocking laugh. "'Tis thee, my caitiff boy," sneered Sir Turquine, for he it was. "Then this for thee." With the words he thrust his dagger into the body of the struggling boy, who swooned and dropped to the floor. In a few moments Owen stirred, for his struggles had caused his enemy's dagger to swerve, and though weak from loss of blood, the young page knew that he must act at once to save his hero from the murderous knives. He heard the stealthy footsteps of the murderers going backwards to the hall, and filled with joy he pressed forward. His head was dizzy. He felt as if every moment he must sink in a swoon. But at length he reached the door, turned the handle, and fell in. "The king!" he cried. "Save the king! Turquine has broken in and seeks his life!" At his shrill cry there was the rush of men and torches along the corridors and into the room. Sir Bedivere was at the head of them, and in a moment he, with 20 half-dressed knights behind him, was scattering through the palace seeking the murderers, while the king ordered his leech or doctor to attend instantly to Owen's wound. This was soon found not to be severe, and the lad was laid at the foot of the king's bed, glad and proud to hear the king's words of praise. Then Sir Bedivere entered, saying that the murderers had fled as soon as they found they were discovered. "But, my lord king," he said, "this is no murderous attempt by one insolent lord. It means, my king, that thou wilt have to fight for thy kingdom. It is civil war." "What mean you, Sir Bedivere?" "Sir Turquine is but one of them, my king," replied Bedivere. "He is but the tool of the 6 kings who have put such great despite upon you. For with them also in this midnight murder raid I saw King Nentres of Garlot and Duke Cambenet." Suddenly, as he spoke, the tall grey form of Merlin took shape before them, for so great and marvellous was the power of this wizard that he could come and go unseen except when he willed that men should see him. "Sir," said Merlin, "ye owe your life to this brave lad here, and he shall be a passing good man when he shall have attained his full strength, and he doth deserve your high and gracious favour." "That shall he have," said the king, and smiled at young Owen, and the smile made the lad forget all the burning of his wound for very pride and gladness. "And now," said Merlin, "if ye will gather your men, I will lead you to the hold of those murderous kings by a secret way, and ye should give them such a sudden blow as will discomfit them." In a little while all was ready, and then, silently, with muffled arms, the men of Arthur were marching forth down the narrow dark lanes of the town, to where the place was ruinous with old houses left forsaken by their Roman masters when they had gone from Britain 50 years before. Merlin led them to a great squat tower which stood beside the wall, wherein a single light gleamed at a high window. Causing some to surround this place, Merlin led others to a broken door, and there they entered in. Then was there a sudden uproar and fierce fighting in the rooms and up the narrow stairs. In the darkness King Lot with 100 knights burst out through a rear door, and thought to escape. But King Arthur with his knights waylaid them, and slew on the right and on the left, doing such deeds that all took pride in his bravery and might of arms. Fiercely did King Lot press forward, and to his aid came Sir Caradoc, who set upon King Arthur in the rear. Arthur drew from his side the sword he had so marvellously taken from the stone, and in the darkness it flashed as if it were 30 torches, and it dazzled his enemies' eyes so that they gave way. By this time the common people of Caerleon had heard the great outcry and the clang of swords on armour. Learning of the jeopardy of their beloved king from midnight murderers, they ran to the tower, and with clubs and staves and bills they slew many of the men of the evil kings, putting the rest to flight. But the 6 kings were still unharmed, and with the remnant of their knights fled and departed in the darkness. A few days later King Arthur journeyed back to London, and on an evening when, in the twilight, he stood upon the roof of the palace overlooking the broad Thames, he was aware of a shadow beside him where no shadow had been before. Before he could cross himself against the evil powers of wizardry and glamour, the steel-blue eyes of Merlin looked out from the cloud, and the magician's voice spoke to him, as if from a great distance. "I stand beneath the shaggy brows of the hills of Tanashane," said the voice, "and I look down into the courtyard of the castle of King Lot. There I see the gathering of men, the flash of torches on their hauberk, the glitter of helms and the blue gleams of swords. I have passed through these northern lands, from the wind-swept ways of Alcluid to the quaking marshes of the Humber. 11 castles have I seen, and each is filled with the clang of beating iron, the glow of smiths' fires, and the hissing of new-tempered steel. Call thy council and abide my return, for now you must fight for your kingdom, O king, and for your very life." The voice ceased, and the shadow and the vivid eyes it half concealed died away with it. Into the council chamber 3 days later, while men waited for they knew not what, Merlin entered. "What news do you bring, Merlin?" they cried. "Of civil war," he said. "I warn you all that the 6 kings ye gave a check to at Caerleon have taken to themselves 4 others and a mighty duke. They will to thrust Arthur, whom they call base-born, out of his life. Mark you, they are passing strong and as good fighting men as any alive. Pity it is that great Uriens is with them, the wisest and noblest fighter of them all. And unless Arthur have more men of arms and chivalry with him than he can get within this realm, he will be overcome." "Oh, but we be big enough," cried some. "That ye are not," said Merlin. "Which of ye have single-handed beaten back the pagan hordes from your lands? Which of ye can match King Lot for subtlety and craft, or the great Uriens of Reged for wisdom in war?" "What is to do, then? Tell us your counsels," said they all. "This is my advice," replied the wizard. "Ye must send an embassy to King Ban of Brittany and King Bors of Gaul, promising to aid them when King Claudas, their common enemy, shall fight them again, if they will come and aid our king in this, his fight for life and kingdom." In a few weeks this was done. King Ban of Brittany and his brother King Bors crossed into Britain with 5,000 good knights, sworn to aid Arthur in this great conflict. With King Ban came his son, young Lancelot, who was later to make more fame and more dole than any knight of Arthur's court. On a day in early spring, the hosts of Arthur and his 2 allies were encamped in Sherwood Forest, and the foreriders or scouts which Merlin had sent out came hastening in to say that the host of the 11 kings was but a few miles to the north of Trentwater. By secret ways throughout that night, Merlin led the army of Arthur until they came near where the enemy lay. Then did he order an ambush to be made by some part of their men, with King Ban and King Bors, by hiding in a hollow filled with trees. In the morning, when either host saw the other, the northern host was well comforted, for they thought King Arthur's force was but small. With the pealing of trumpets and the shouts of the knights, King Arthur ordered his men to advance, and in their midst was the great silken banner, with the fierce red dragon ramping in its folds. This had been blessed by the Archbishop of London at a solemn service held before the host left London. All day the battle raged. Knight hurled and hurtled against knight, bowmen shot their short Welsh arrows, and men-at-arms thrust and maimed and slashed with the great billhooks and spears. King Arthur, with his bodyguard of 4, Sir Kay, Sir Baldwin, Sir Ulfius, and Sir Bedivere, did feats of arms that it was marvel to see. Often the 11 kings did essay to give deadly strokes upon the king, but the press of fighting kept some of them from him, and others withdrew sore wounded from the attack upon him and his faithful 4. Once the 5 held strong medley against 6 of the rebel kings, and these were King Lot, King Nentres, King Brandegoris, King Idris, King Uriens, and King Agwisance, and so fiercely did they attack them that 3 drew off sore wounded, whilst King Lot, King Uriens, and King Nentres were unhorsed and all but slain by the men-at-arms. At length it appeared to Arthur that his host was yielding before the weight of numbers of the enemy, and then he bethought him of a strategy. He took counsel of his nobles, and they approved. He sent a trusty messenger to the kings Ban and Bors, who still lay in ambush, and then, commanding his trumpets to sound, he ordered a retreat. As had been agreed on, the knights on Arthur's side made their retreat in a confusion that seemed full of fear, and the enemy, joyfully shouting their cries of triumph, pursued them headlong. King Lot's host, led onward thus unthinking, was sure of victory, but their cries of triumph were short and quickly turned to woe, for when they had passed the place of ambush, they heard cries of terror in their rear, and, turning, they found a great host pouring forth from the hollow combe, thick as angry bees from a hive. Then, indeed, taken in the rear and in the front, there was little hope of victory, and King Lot's men fought for dear life. Seeing King Bors, where he hewed terribly in the press of battle, King Lot, who knew him well, cried out, "Ah, Mary, now defend us from death and from horrible maims, for I see well we be in fear of quick death. Yonder is King Bors, one of the most worshipful and best knights in the world, and there is his twin brother, King Ban, as terrible as he. How came they and their host into Britain, and we not know it, alas?" "By the arts of that wizard Merlin, I doubt not," said King Uriens, "and I doubt not we shall all be sped. Look you, Lot," he went on, "whoever that Arthur may be, I'll swear by my head he is not of low-born breeding, but a very man and a marvellous fighter." "If you lose heart now, why, go and swear fealty to him," sneered King Lot. "Keep your sneers," said Uriens sternly. "I'll pay the price of rebellion to my last breath, as I have vowed." By now the great mass of King Lot's host was either slain or run away, and the evening drew on. But the 11 kings, wounded, spent, and full of anguish at defeat, drew together with a few hundred of their knights, and vowed to die fighting. When they looked to see where they stood, they found that Arthur had penned them upon a little bluff of land that ended steeply over a deep river, and that no way was open for them to escape from the death of swords, unless they chose to leap on the rocks below the cliff. "See," said Uriens with a laugh, "while we fought like wild boars, and thought of nothing but the killing, this base-born king kept his wits and moved us like pawns on a chessboard, we all unwitting. First he drew us into ambush, and now he thrusts us into a chasm. We, war-wise fighters grown grey in battle, checkmated by a boy." Nevertheless, though wearied, full of dread and shame, and looking death in the eyes, the little band of men withdrew backwards, waiting until Arthur should command his lines of glittering knights to dash upon the remnant of the rebel kings. "The proud, evil men," said Arthur in anger, looking upon them. "Though they know death is upon them, they will not crave mercy of me, a base-born king as they name me." "Ah, Sir King," said King Ban, "blame them not, for they do as brave men ought to do, and they are the best fighting men and the knights of most prowess that ever I saw. And if they were belonging unto you, there would be no king under heaven to compare with you for power and fame and majesty." "I cannot love them," said Arthur sadly, "for they would destroy me." "Now, this is my counsel," said King Lot to his 10 fellows as he looked over the field strewn with the dead, "that we stand together in a circle and swear to die together, we and our few knights. We have aimed at a kingdom and a crown, and we have failed. But we will die like kings and warriors. When they press upon us at the last, let no one of us break away. If any see another dress him to flee or to yield, let him slay him. How say ye?" "It is good," said they all. Then, for all their aching wounds, they mended their broken harness hurriedly, and righted their shields, took new spears from the hands of their squires, and set them upright on their thighs. And thus, with the low red light of the westering sun behind them, they stood still and grim, like a clump of tall, leafless trees. Arthur gave the order to advance, and his knights leaped forward over the heap of the slain. But just then Sir Kay came to the king, bringing a knight from the north, who had just been captured, bearing messages to the 11 kings, and Arthur asked him who he was, and why he came. "Sir King," said the man, "I am Sir Eliot of the March Tower, and I have ill tidings from my master, King Uriens, and his friends. But it seems my news is no worse than their fate. If my great lord is to die, I would lief die with him. Therefore, Lord, dispatch me now, or let me go stand beside my lord in the last rally." "What is thy news?" asked King Arthur. "It is that the pagans, the savage Saxons, have landed in 3 places beyond Humber, and all the lands of my lord and his 10 fellows shall suffer fire and sword again." "But if I slay your master and his fellow rebels, whose lands are those the pagans overrun?" "Yours, lord, of a truth, if you can dash the pagans from them." "If I and my host have swept these rebel kings from before me, think you I cannot sweep the Saxons from the land?" "I trow you could, Sir King, for on my way hither I have heard of the marvellous deeds this day of yourself and your knights. But, Lord, I see the press of knights about my dear lord. Ah, that I might strike a blow for him before I die." "Thou shalt strike a many yet," said Arthur, and Sir Eliot marvelled. Arthur commanded his trumpets to blow the retreat, and the knights, wondering and half unbelieving, withdrew them from about the 11 kings. Then, surrounded by his chief lords, Arthur rode to the group of wearied kings, who, with dented and broken harness, from which the blood oozed in many places, still kept their seats with undaunted mien. At King Arthur's command, Sir Eliot told his news to King Uriens. "Now this I have to say to ye," said Arthur, lifting his visor and showing a stern countenance. "Ye are in my hands to slay or to spare as I choose. But ye have fought like brave men, and I would that for your prowess ye were my friends rather than mine enemies. Now this I have to offer ye. Swear here and now to be my lieges, as ye were to King Uther before me, and I will aid thee to thrust the pagans from your land, and thenceforth we will aid and cherish each other as true subjects and true lords should do. But if ye refuse, then your folly be on your own heads, for then I take your lives and your lands both." With that King Uriens threw down his sword and put up his visor, and turning to the others said, "Fellow rebels, we should be mad to refuse gifts so kingly and kindly offered. We have tried to throw with this young king, and we have been worsted. Better now to own ourselves lesser men than this wise lad here, and try to live in peace with him thenceforth." The other kings agreed, but King Lot, mean and revengeful, and the kings Nantre and Brandegoris, suspicious that, as had been too often with themselves, fair words had covered foul intent, held back a little until the others swore to leave them to the penalty of their folly, whereupon they all knelt down upon the stricken field, and each put his hands between the hands of King Arthur, and swore upon the honour of their knighthood to be his true and faithful men while they lived. As they rose from rendering their homage, Merlin came riding on a great black horse. "Ye have done wisely well, my king," he said, "for by this kingly deed you shall rivet the hearts of the good men among these former rebels, closer to your own than with rivets of steel. Thus well and wisely have ye won your kingdom and the fealty of these brave men. Now," he went on to the 11 kings, "ye doubted whether Arthur was of noble birth and rightful king. Know ye that he is the son of the noble King Uther, who by my counsel hid him away on his birth. Ye will remember how Gorlois, Duke of Cornwall, hated Uther for taking Igraine for his wife, whom Gorlois had captured and sworn to wed for her beauty and her wealth, and how all the turbulent lords did cling to Gorlois, and how for years King Uther had much ado to keep those rebels from dismembering the kingdom. Gorlois had vowed to slay by poison or treachery any son of Uther's, and so I took young Arthur into safekeeping. None knew of him until King Uther named him as his rightful heir upon his deathbed, in the presence of you all. So, therefore, Ye do well to give your homage to this your king, for Arthur is the son right worshipful of the great Pendragon and the lovely Lady Igraine of Lyonesse. All that stood by marvelled, and most of the 11 kings were glad that they had a king so noble in birth and doing as Arthur, the son of Uther Pendragon. End of chapter 1. Recording by Shiromi Arserio, shiromi.net.
Chapter 2 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. King Arthur's Knights, The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 2. Sir Balin and the Stroke Dolorous. It happened that on a day King Arthur, wandering from his court, had fought and vanquished a valiant knight, but he himself had been sore wounded. Merlin, coming to his aid, had taken him to a hermit's cave, and there with many marvellous salves had searched his wounds, so that in 3 days the king was whole again. Riding forth together, Merlin led the king deeper and deeper into a wild and desolate country, where he had never been before, and where there were no pathways. Arthur looked to and fro over the waste, but saw no sign of man or beast, and no bird flitted or piped. Great gaunt stones stood upright on the hillsides, solitary or in long lines as if they marched, or else they leaned together as if conspiring, while great heaps of cairns of stone rose here and there from the lichen-covered and rocky soil, in which the grass grew weakly in small crevices. The mists now rose and drifted before them as they rode. The light was low and sallow, and the wind began to whisper shrilly among the great stones and in the crannies of the cairns. The king crossed himself and looked at the white, old, and wrinkled face of Merlin, but the wizard seemed sunk in thought. Then Arthur bethought him that, in case some fiend shape or wizard knight should assail him in that desolate waste, he could not defend himself, inasmuch as his sword, the sword he had drawn from the stone, had snapped when he fought the knight, and he had no other weapon with him. "Merlin," he said, "this is a place of ancient death and terror, and if aught should assail us of evil, I have no sword." "For that reason I bring thee here," replied Merlin, and would not utter another word. Then through the mists, which writhed and twisted as if they were fell shapes that would tear down the passing riders, Arthur became aware that their way was leading downwards, and soon the smell of water rose up to him. He heard the beat and suck of waves upon a shore, and in a little while the mists cleared as if at a word, and there before him Arthur saw a lonely lake or sea, hedged round with salt-rimed reeds and sedges, and stretching out its waters, dull and leaden-hued, to so great a distance that his eye could see no end. "What is this place?" he asked of Merlin. "It is the Lake of the Endless Waters," said the wizard. "Why bring ye me to this desolate lake in the wilderness?" "You shall visit it once more ere you die," replied Merlin. "But look you there in the midmost of the lake." Looking to where the wizard pointed, Arthur saw a great hand, clothed in white samite, stretched above the lapsing waves, and in its grasp was a long, two-handed sword in a rich scabbard. With that they saw a barge riding over the water, and it came without oars or any sail, and in the prow sat a woman, tall and comely, with a face lovely but sad. A frontlet of gold and pearls was bound about her rich red hair, and her robes, of green samite, fell about her as if they were reeds of the shore. "What lady is that?" said the king. "It is the Lady of the Lake," said Merlin, "and she comes to you. Now, therefore, speak fair to her, and ask that she will give you that sword." Then the barge rasped among the reeds where Arthur sat on his horse, and the lady said, "Greeting to you, O king." "Greeting, fair damsel," replied Arthur. "What sword is that which the arm holdeth above the water? I would it were mine, for I have none." "Sir King," said the lady, "that sword is mine, but if ye will give me a gift when I ask it of you, and will swear an oath to give me back the sword when ye shall be dying, then shall ye have it." "By my faith, I will give ye the gift when ye shall desire, and when I am dying I will truly give back the sword." "Then do you step into this barge and row yourself unto the hand, and take from it the sword. And know ye that the name of that sword is Excalibur, and while you keep the scabbard by your side, ye shall lose no blood, be ye never so sore wounded." So King Arthur and Merlin alighted, tied their horses to two stunted trees, and went into the barge. The king turned to look to where the tall green lady had stood but a moment before, and marveled to see that she had vanished. When they came to the sword which the hand held, King Arthur saw that the water where the hand rose forth was all troubled, and he could see naught. He took the sword by the handle, and the great fingers of the hand opened and then sank. So they came afterwards to the land, and rode on their way to Camelot, and reached it after many days. When King Arthur entered his hall, and had been welcomed by his knights, the seneschal brought forth a messenger, who had come from King Rience of North Wales, and the man with insolent looks uttered this message: "My lord King Rience hath but now discomfited and overwhelmed 7 kings, and each hath done him homage, and given him for a sign of their subjection their beard clean cut from their chins. And my lord hath caused a rich mantle to be hemmed with these kings' beards, and there yet lacketh one place. Wherefore my lord hath sent me to demand that ye give him homage, and send him thy beard also, or else he will enter thy lands, and burn and slay and lay waste, and will not cease until he hath thy head as well as thy beard." "Now this is the most shameful message that any man sent to a king," said Arthur, "and thy king shall rue his villainous words." Then he laughed a little grimly. "Thou seest, fellow, that my beard is full young yet to make a hem. So take this message back to thy master. If he will have it, he must wait until I grow older. But yet he shall not wait long before he sees me, and then shall he lose his head, by the faith of my body, unless he do homage to me." So the messenger departed, and King Arthur set about the ordering of his army to invade the land of Rience. Later, on a day when the king sat in council with his barons and knights, there came a damsel into the hall, richly beseen and of a fair countenance. She knelt at the feet of the king and said humbly: "O king, I crave a boon of ye, and by your promise ye shall grant it me." "Who are ye, damsel?" asked the king. "My lord, my lady mother hath sent me, and she is the Lady of the Lake." "I remember me," said Arthur, "and thou shalt have thy boon." Whereat the damsel rose and let her mantle fall, that was richly furred, and then they saw that she was girded about the waist with a great sword. Marvelling, the king asked, "Damsel, for what cause are ye girded with that sword?" "My lord," said the damsel, in distress and sadness, "this sword that I am girded withal doth me great sorrow and remembrance. For it was the sword of him I loved most tenderly in all the world, and he hath been slain by falsest treachery by a foul knight, Sir Garlon, and nevermore shall I be joyful. But I would that my dear love be avenged by his own good sword, which my lady mother hath endowed with great enchantment. And the knight of thine that shall draw this sword shall be he who shall avenge my dead love. But he must be a clean knight, a good man of his hands and of his deeds, and without guile or treachery. If I may find such a knight, he shall deliver me of this sword out of the scabbard, and with it do vengeance for me." "This is a great marvel," said King Arthur, "and while I presume not to be such a knight as thou sayest, yet for ensample to my knights will I essay to draw the sword." Therewith the king took the scabbard and drew at the sword with all his strength, but in no wise could he make it come forth. "Sir," said the damsel, ye need not draw half so hard, for lightly shall it come into the hands of him who shall draw it. Then the king bade all his knights to attempt this feat, and all tried their best, but it was of no avail. Alas, said the damsel in great sadness, and shall my dear love go unavenged, because there is no knight here who shall achieve this sword? She turned away through the crowd of knights who stood abashed about her, and went towards the door. It happened that there was a poor knight in the court of King Arthur, who had been a prisoner for a year and a day, by reason of his having slain a kinsman of the king's. His name was Sir Balin the Hardy, and he was a good man of his hands, though needy. He had been but lately released from durance, and was standing privily in the hall, and saw the adventure of the damsel with the sword. Whereat his heart rose, both to do the deed for the sorrowing maid, and because of her beauty and sadness. Yet, being poor and meanly arrayed, he pushed not forward in the press. But as the damsel went towards the door, she passed him, and he said, Damsel, I pray you of your courtesy to suffer me as well to assay as these knights, for though I be poorly clothed, my heart seemeth fully assured that I may draw the sword, and thy sorrow moveth me. The damsel lifted her large sad eyes to him, and she saw he was goodly of form and noble of look, and her heart was stirred. Though ye be poor, worthiness and manhood are not in a man's rich raiment, and therefore, she said with a sorrowful smile, do you essay the sword also. Good night, and God speed you. Balin took the sword by the scabbard and drew it out easily, and when he looked upon the sword it pleased him well. Then had the king and barons great marvel, but some of the knights had great spite against Balin. Truly, said the damsel, this is a passing good knight, and the best man of ye all, and many marvels shall he achieve. But now, gentle and courteous knight, she said, give me the sword again. Nay, this sword will I keep, said Balin. Ye are not wise, said the maiden sorrowfully. My lady mother sent the sword to find which was the knight the most worthy to rid the world of an evil knight that doeth his foul treacheries, and murders by wizardry. But if ye keep the sword it shall work great bane on you, and on one you love most in this world. I shall take the adventure God shall ordain for me, said Balin, be it good or ill. The damsel looked sadly into his eyes and wept. I am passing heavy for your sake, she said. I repent that I have brought this to you, for I see you lying wounded unto death, and I shall not be near to comfort you. With that the damsel departed in great sorrow. Anon Balin sent for his horse and armour, and took his leave of King Arthur, who was almost wroth that he should depart upon a quest that promised but misfortune. He would have him stay with him in his court, but Balin would not, and so departed. For many days, by lonely ways and through forest drives, Sir Balin fared, seeking for the felon knight, Sir Garlon, but nowhere could he get word of him. At length, one night, as he made his way to a hermitage by the edge of a thick wood, he saw the arms of his younger brother, Sir Balin, hung upon a thorn before the holy man's door. Just then Sir Balin came out and saw him, and when he looked on Balin's shield, which had two crossed swords, he recognized his brother's device, and ran to him, and they met and kissed each other, and that night they were happy together, for it had been long since that they had parted, and each told the other his adventures. It seemeth then that this King Arthur is a right worshipful lord, said Balin, when his brother had told him the adventure of the damsel and the sword. But I doubt me he will not withstand King Rience and his host. Already that king hath come into his land and is harrying and burning. That were great pity, said Balin, and I would that I could do some deed to stay the power of Rience, who is evil-minded and of an arrogant nature. I would put my life in any danger to win the love of the great Arthur, and to punish King Rience for his shameful message. Let us go then to-morrow, said Balin, and try our prowess. King Rience lieth at the siege of the castle Terrabil, within 10 leagues of this place. "I will well," said Balin, "and if we slay King Rience his people will go astray, and King Arthur shall easily make them yield." Next morning early they rode away through the gay woods, drenched with dew which sparkled where the sunlight lit upon it. Long and lonely was the way, until towards the evening they met with a poor old man on foot, ragged, lame, and dirty, and bearing a great burden. He was in a narrow ride of the forest, and there was but room for one person to pass. And though the brothers were making great speed, since they doubted they had lost their way, they would not ride down the poor man, as many knights would do. But Balin, with a cheery call, said, "Old man, give me thy pack, and do thou climb up and sit behind me, for it is late and lonely that such poor old bones as thine should be abroad." The old man, either from fear of the two great knights in their black armour, or from suspicion, mumbled out a few words and refused the offer, while yet he would not budge from the narrow path. "Well then, tell us thy name, old man," said Balin, laughing at his obstinacy. "At this time I will not tell you," croaked the old fellow, stumbling under his pack. "I doubt that great pack hath many rich things that never owned thee master," said Balin with a laugh. "It is full evil seen," said Balin, "that thou art a true honest man, when thou wilt not tell thy name." "Be that as it may," snarled the old man, "but I know your name, my lordlings, and why you ride this way." "By the faith of my body, but ye are some wizard if ye know that," said Balin mockingly. "And who may we be?" asked Balin, "and whither do we ride?" "Ye are brothers, my lords Balin and Balan," answered the old man, "and ye ride to pull King Rience's beard. But that ye shall not do, unless ye take my counsel." "Ah!" cried Balin, "I know thee, Merlin. We would fain be ruled by thy counsel, old magician." So it came about, with Merlin's aid, that Balin and Balan came upon King Rience that night with but a small band of his knights, and with a sudden attack out of the dark wood the two brothers seized the king and slew many of his men that tried to save him. And when they had ridden some way towards Camelot, with the king, wounded and bound, between them, Merlin vanished from beside them. Then they rode to Camelot at the dawning, and delivered Rience to the porter at the gate, to be led to King Arthur when he should sit in hall, and the two knights rode away. So by the capture of King Rience his host was put to naught, and the king paid his homage to King Arthur, and swore on the sacred relics of the Abbey of Camelot to be his true man while he should live. At that time Balin could not meet with the felon knight, Sir Garlon, who wrought evil by wizardry, and he and his brother went their different ways seeking adventure. Sir Balin returned to King Arthur and became one of his most valiant knights. It happened on a day that King Arthur journeyed with his knights from Camelot to London, and he lay in his pavilion in the heat of the day. As he rested he heard the noise of a horse, and looked out of the flap of his tent, and saw a strange knight passing, making great complaint and sorrowing, and with him was a damsel. "Abide, fair sir," said Arthur, "and tell me wherefore you are troubled." "Ye may little amend it," answered the knight, and passed on. Later came Sir Balin and saluted the king, who told him of the strange knight sorrowing as he rode, and the king bade him follow and bring back the knight to him. "For," said he, "the sorrows of that knight were so piercing that I would fain know his grief." Sir Balin took horse and lance and rode many miles through the forest, and by evening he came upon the knight and the lady. "Sir knight," said Balin, "ye must come with me unto my lord King Arthur, for to tell him the cause of your sorrow." "That will I not," answered the knight, "for it would do me none avail." "Sir, make ready," replied Balin, "for ye must needs go with me, or else I will fight with you and take you by force." "No heart have I to fight, for all joy of life is dead with me," said the knight. "But I am on a fierce quest, and ye must be my warrant if I go with you that I be not kept from my quest." "I will gladly warrant you," said Balin, and together with the lady they turned back. "I fear not to tell you my sorrow," said the knight as they rode. "I but lately returned from fighting the pagans in the north, and when I came to my father's hall, men told me that the lady that I loved most tenderly had been robbed away by a villain knight. And as I sorrowed and went forth to seek the knight to slay him, lo, there I saw my lady, who had escaped unscathed from his evil hold. And much joy we made of each other, for we loved each other tenderly. But even as we kissed, there came an arrow through the air and pierced my dear lady to the heart, so that she fell dead in my arms. And there was none to see who shot the arrow, but men said it was the felon knight who had taken my lady, and he had killed her by black magic. So now with this damsel, my dear sister, who was her friend, do I go through the world seeking the invisible knight. And when I find him, with God's help I will surely slay him." The good knight Balin was much moved by the sad story. "Ah," said he, "it is the same fell knight whose death I seek by this good sword. And we will fare together, you and I, and take his evil life when God leads us to him." Even as Sir Balin spoke, out of a dark glade by their side came a lance hurtling as it held in rest by an invisible rider, and while they turned their heads at the sound of its hissing through the air, it pierced the side of the sorrowing knight and stood deep in the wound. "Alas!" cried the knight, falling from his horse, "I am slain by the traitorous and wizard knight. His punishment is not for me, Sir Knight, but I charge you, seek him out and slay him for my sake, for the sake of my dead lady." "That will I do," said Balin, sorrowing, "and thereof I make a vow to you and this damsel by my knighthood." When Balin had told all to his lord King Arthur, the king made the knight to be buried in a rich tomb, and on it engraved his sad story, together with his name, Sir Herlew, and that of his lady love, Gwenelyn. Balin and the damsel rode forward the next day and for many days, and ever the lady bore the truncheon of the spear with her by which Sir Herlew had been slain. Then on a day they lodged at the house of a rich knight named Sir Gwydion, an old grey gentleman of a sad aspect. When night came, Sir Balin lay sleeping in the hall beside the fire, and suddenly he awoke at the sound of one sorrowing quietly near him. He rose up and went to the pallet and saw it was his host, and he asked him why he mourned in the dark. "I will tell you," said the old sad knight, "and the telling will comfort me. I was but late at a jousting, and there I jousted with a knight that is brother to good King Pellam, and a full evil kinsman in this knight of so good a king. I smote the evil man from his horse twice, and he was full of rage that I, an old man, should overcome him. Therefore by treachery he assailed my son, a young and untried knight, and slew him. And I cannot avenge my dear son, for the evil man goeth invisible, but I pray that I may meet him in a little while." "Is not his name Garlon?" asked Balin. "Ye say right," said Sir Gwydion. "Ah, I know him," replied Balin, "and I had rather meet with him than have all the gold of this realm." "That shall we both do," said his host, "for King Pellam, his brother, king of the land of Holy Hallows, hath made a cry in all this country, of a great feast that shall be in 20 days, and that evil knight, your enemy and mine, shall we see there." On the morrow they rode all three towards the town of King Pellam, and when they came within the country of Holy Hallows, Sir Balin saw how fair and happy was the land and its joyful people. Their meadows were rich with grass, the cattle were thriving and sleek, the trees were loaded with fruit, and the cornfields full with rich ripe corn. "Why doth it seem," asked Balin, "that this country is the fairest and happiest that ever I saw?" "It is for this," said Sir Gwydion, "that in the castle of Holy Hallows, whither we wend, King Pellam hath some holy relics of a passing marvellous power, and while he keepeth these his land is rich and happy, and plagues cannot enter it, nor murrain, nor can pestilence waste the people." When they reached the castle they found a great throng of lords and ladies, and because Sir Gwydion had no lady with him he could not sit at the feast. But Balin was well received and brought to a chamber, and they unarmed him. The squires brought him a festal robe to his pleasure, but he would not suffer them to take his sword. "Nay," said he, "it is my vow that never shall I and my sword be parted, and that vow will I keep or depart as I came." So they suffered him to wear it under his robe, and he was set in the hall with his lady beside him. Anon, when the meal was ended and the mead horns were set, Sir Balin asked his neighbour whether there was a knight at that court named Garlon. "Yonder he goeth," said the knight, "he with that dark face and piercing eye. He is the most marvellous knight that is now living, and though King Pellam loveth him dearly, because he is his brother, yet he suffers bitterly the evil magic of Sir Garlon. For that knight rideth invisible, and slays so that none may know how they get their death." Sir Balin's heart rose at these words, and he trembled with his great anger. "Ah, well," said the good knight, "and that is he?" He considered long within himself what he should do. "If I slay him here in this crowded hall," he said, "I shall surely not escape, and if I leave him now, peradventure I shall never meet with him again, and much evil will he do if he be let to live." He could not remove his eyes from Sir Garlon where he walked between the tables, proudly talking and laughing with those he knew, and making soft speeches to ladies, though many showed fear of him, and crossed their fingers while he spoke to them to fend off the evil of his eyes. Very soon Sir Garlon noticed the fixed, stern look of Sir Balin, and came across to him and flicked his gauntlet across his face. "This shall make thee remember me when next thou seest me, knight," he said, "but thou hadst better do what thou camest for, and fill thyself with mead." "Thou sayest sooth," said Balin, and clutched the sword under his robe. "Too long hast thou done evil and despite, and now will I do that for which I came." Rising, he drew his sword fiercely and swiftly, and cleaved the head of Garlon to the shoulders. "Give me the truncheon wherewith he slew my brother," said Balin to the damsel beside him. From beneath her robe the lady brought forth the broken truncheon, and striding to the slain man, Sir Balin thrust it fiercely into his body. "Now," cried he aloud, "with this lance thou didst treacherously slay a good knight, and for that and all thy other cruel murders have I slain thee." With that arose a great outcry, and men ran from the tables towards Sir Balin to slay him, and the foremost of them was King Pellam, who rushed toward him crying, "Thou hast slain my brother when he bore no sword, and thou shalt surely die." "Well," said Balin, "come and do it thyself." "I shall do it," said Pellam, "and no man shall touch thee but me, for the love of my brother." Pellam snatched an axe from the hands of one standing by, and smote eagerly at Balin, but Balin put his sword between his head and the stroke, and the sword was struck from his hand. Then, weaponless, Balin dashed through the circle of guests towards a door, looking for a weapon while he ran, but none could he find. King Pellam followed closely behind him, and so they ran from chamber to chamber and up the narrow stair within the wall, until at the last Balin found that he was near the top of the tower, and thought that now he must surely be slain, for no weapon had he found. Suddenly he came upon a door, and bursting it open he found himself in a large room marvellously bright and richly dight, and with a bed arrayed with cloth of gold, and one old and white and reverend laying therein, and by the side of the bed was a table of virgin gold on pillars of pure silver, and on it stood a spear strangely wrought. Balin seized the spear and turned upon King Pellam, who stood still in the doorway with terror in his eyes. But, marking naught of this, Balin thrust at him with the spear and struck it in his side, and King Pellam with a great cry fell to the ground. With that stroke the walls of the castle drove together and fell in ruins to the ground, and a great cry of lamentation beat to and fro from far and near, and Balin lay under the stones as one dead. After 3 days Merlin came and drew out Balin from the ruins, and nourished and healed him. He also recovered his sword and got him a good horse, for his own was slain. Then he bade him ride out of that country without delay. "And never more shall you have ease," said Merlin, "for by the stroke of that spear with intent to slay King Pellam thou hast done such a dolorous deed that not for many years shall its evil cease to work." "What have I done?" said Balin. "Thou wouldst have slain a man with the very spear that Longius the Roman thrust into the side of our Lord Jesus when he suffered on the rood, and by that thou hast defiled it, and caused such ill that never shall its tale be ended until a stainless knight shall come, one of those who shall achieve the Holy Grail." "It repents me," said Balin heavily, "but the adventure was forced upon me." As he rode through the land he saw how it seemed that a dire pestilence had swept over it, for where it had seen the golden corn waving in miles of smiling fields, he saw it now blackened along the ground. The trees were stripped of their leaves and fruit, the cattle lay dead in the meads, and the fish rotted in the streams, while in the villages lay the people dead or dying in shattered or roofless cottages. As he passed, those that were alive cursed him, and called down upon him the wrath of heaven. "See, see," they cried, "thou murderous knight, how the evil stroke thou gavest to King Pellam by that hallowed spear hath destroyed this happy land. Go, thou foul knight, and may the vengeance strike thee soon." Balin went on, heavy of mind, for he knew not why he had been caused to do this evil. For many days he passed through the saddened land, and he felt that in a little while death would meet him. Then suddenly one day he came upon a castle in a wood, and he heard a horn blow, as it had been at the death of a beast. "Here," said Balin, "shall I meet my death wound, for that blast was blown for me." As he came on the green before the castle, many ladies and knights met him, and welcomed him with fair semblance, and gave him good cheer. "Now," said the lady of the castle when he had eaten, "ye must do a joust for me with a knight hereby, who hath won from me a fair island in a stream, and he hath overcome every knight that hath essayed to win it back for me." "Well, as you claim it for your good cheer," said Balin, "I will e'en joust, though both I and my horse are spent with travelling, and my heart is heavy. Nevertheless, show me the place." "But, sir," said a knight, "thou shouldst change thy shield for a bigger, for the strange knight is a strong one and a hardy." Balin cared not, and so took the shield with a device upon it that was not his own. Then he and his horse were led to a great barge, and so they were poled across the wide stream to an island. When Balin had landed and mounted his horse, he rode a little way towards a stout tower, and from it a knight issued, his armour all in red, and the trappings of his horse of the same colour. They couched their lances and came marvellously fast together, and smote each other in the midmost of their shields, and the shock of their spears was so great that it bore down both horses and men, and for a little while the knights were dazed. The stranger rose up first, for Balin was much bruised and wearied, and the Red Knight drew his sword and came towards Balin, who thereupon got upon his feet, and they fought most fiercely together. So they fought till their breaths failed. Many were the bouts they fought, and they rested oftentimes, and then do battle again, so that in a little while the grass of the sward where they struggled was red with the blood of their wounds. But the more wearied they were, the fiercer they fought to vanquish each the other, so that their hauberks were in tatters, their helms were broken, and their shields were rived and cracked. At the last the Red Knight could not lift his shield for weakness, and then he went back a little and fell down. Balin also sank to the ground, faint with his wounds, and as he lay he cried out, "What knight art thou? For ere now I never found a knight that matched me." The other answered him faintly, "My name is Balin, brother to the good knight Balin." "Alas," said Balin, "that ever I should see the day," and therewith he fell back in a swoon. Then Balin crawled on all fours, feet and hands, and put off the helm of his brother, and might hardly know him by his face, so hewn and stained it was. Balin wept and kissed his face, and with that Balin awoke. O Balin, my brother, thou hast slain me, and I thee." "Alas," said Balin, "but I knew thee not, my brother. Hadst thou had thine own shield, I would have known thy device of the two swords." "Ah, 'twas part of the evil hap that hath followed me," cried Balin. "I know not why." Then they both swooned, and the lady of the castle came and would have had them taken to a chamber. But Balin awoke and said, "Let be, let be. No leech can mend us, and I would not live more, for I have slain my dear brother, and he me." Balin woke up therewith, and put his hand forth, and his brother clasped it in his, very eagerly. "Little brother," said Balin, "I cannot come to thee. Kiss me." When they had kissed they swooned again, and in a little while Balin died, but Balin did not pass until midnight. "Alas, alas," cried the lady, weeping for very pity, "that ever this should be. Two brothers that have played together about their mother's knees, to slay each other unwittingly." On the morrow came Merlin, and made them be buried richly in the green place where they had fought, and on their tomb he caused to be written in letters of gold, deep and thick, these words: "Here lie Sir Balin and his brother Sir Balan, who, unwittingly, did most pitifully slay each other. And this Sir Balin was, moreover, he that smote the dolorous stroke, whereof the end is not yet." End of chapter 2. Recording by William Tomko.
Chapter 3 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. King Arthur's Knights, The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls, by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 3. How Lancelot was made a knight, the four witch queens, and the adventures at the Chapel Perilous. When King Arthur was arrived at the age of 25, his knights and barons counselled that he should take a queen, and his choice fell upon Guinevere, the daughter of King Leodegrance of the land of Cameliard. This damsel was the most beautiful and the most gracious in all the realm of Britain. When the marriage was arranged between her father and Merlin, King Leodegrance said that, for her dowry, instead of broad lands, of which King Arthur had many, he would give to Arthur the Table Round, which Uther Pendragon had in friendship given to him many years before. For as King Arthur was already famous for his prowess and nobleness, and his love of knightly men and brave deeds, Leodegrance knew that this would be a gift beloved of Arthur. With the table were to go the knights who were its company. It seated 150 when it was complete, but many had been slain, and now they numbered but 100. When King Arthur heard from Merlin of the coming of Guinevere, with the 100 knights bearing the Round Table with them, he was very glad. "For," said he, "their noble company pleaseth me more than great riches." He charged Merlin to go and espy through all the land of Britain for another 50 knights, so that the tale of the noble company of the Round Table should be complete. Now it chanced that while Arthur sat in the hall of his palace at London, waiting for Guinevere to come to him, and for Merlin to return from his quest, King Ban, who had aided him in his fierce battle against the 11 kings, sent his young son Lancelot to Arthur's court to learn knightly deeds and noble prowess. None knew who he was but Arthur, who kept the matter secret. Many had smiled at the huge limbs of Lancelot until his great strength had caused them to respect him, and being but a young man, he had not yet got all the courtly bearing and noble manners for which in later time he was famous throughout all Christendom. So that many knights and ladies smiled sourly upon him, but others saw that he would shortly prove a fine man of his hands, full courteous and gentle, and of a noble nature and great presence. At the court was also young Gawaine, son of King Lot, and nephew of the king. Both Lancelot and Gawaine were as yet not knighted, but together they tilted at each other in the lists beyond the walls, and spent their days in sword play and all knightly exercises. Lancelot was the stronger and the better fighter, and though Gawaine never overcame him, yet did they twain love each other passing well. Now Gawaine went to the king one day and asked of him a gift, and King Arthur said he would grant it. "Sir," said Gawaine, while Lancelot stood a little way off, fondling the hounds that licked at his hand, "I ask that ye will make me knight the same day that ye shall wed fair Guinevere." "I will do it with a good will," said the king. "And Lancelot," he said, calling to the young man, "have ye no boon to ask of me?" "Not at this time, sir," replied Lancelot, "but in a little while I may." Into the hall next day, as the king sat at dinner, came an old woman, bent and feeble, but with reverend white hair and gentle face, and she kneeled at the king's feet. "What is it, dame?" said Arthur. "What is't you crave?" "Justice, lord king," she said in a weak voice, while the tears gushed from her eyes, "or else I die beside the gate where you do give the justice that all men praise." "Who hath done evil to you?" said the king. "Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower in the marsh," replied the old woman. "I and my son, lord, did build the little hut of wattle on a little plot which we banked from the marsh, near the great wall of the rich baron, deeming it safe to rest within the shadow of the strong lord, and though his hard rule was hateful to those whom he oppressed, we were so humble that we thought he would not notice us. And meagrely we reared our living from the ground, and sold our poor herbs to Sir Caradoc, his steward, or to the people in the villages in the marsh about us. But soon the Lord Caradoc desired the land on which our little hut was standing, to make his lands the broader. He tore our poor home down, and scattered all, and thrust us out to wander in the marshes. And when my poor son pleaded with the Lord, he had him whipped, and he was brought and cast half dead at my feet as I waited outside the hall. Now, if thou givest us not justice, we shall surely die." "Doth any know Sir Caradoc?" asked the king of his knights. "Yes, sir," said one, "and he is a great man of his hands, fierce and bold, of strong family, and his brother is Sir Turquine of Camber, who tried to slay thee at Caerleon, and who was with the 11 kings in battle. Sir Caradoc liveth in a strong tower beyond the marshes to the south of the river, and he slayeth all that desire to pass them, unless they pay him all he demands." "What!" said the king with fierce anger, "within a few miles of this my justice seat doth such tyranny rule unchecked, and ye tell me naught of it? Are ye then more fearful of this marsh robber than of me your king?" The knights hung their heads abashed, and were silent. Then Lancelot came and stood before the king. "Let me, Sir King, go and summon this tyrant to your presence," he said, "so that this poor dame may have justice, and that ye may punish him for his oppression." "I fear me, Lancelot, that thou art over young for so fierce a knight," said Arthur. "I shall but bear thy words, sir," said Lancelot, "and he will not harm thy messenger." "Take 2 stout men at arms with you then," said Arthur, "and say this to Sir Caradoc, that if he come not back with thee to answer unto me, I will come and take his life, and burn his evil tower to the ground." Many of the younger men that had despite against Lancelot for his great prowess at the sword and the lance, thought that now indeed they would be ridded of him, for they deemed Sir Caradoc would slay him. 2 days later came young Lancelot back with his 2 men at arms, and with them, bound upon a great horse, was a full fierce and raging knight, red of face, large of body, his clothes all tossed and torn, and his mouth full of dire threatenings against Lancelot. Men made way for them marvelling, and together Lancelot and his captive rode up the hall to the king. "Here, lord, is Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower in the marsh," said Lancelot. "He would not come when I gave him your message, so I bided my time until he was sunk in wine and was sleeping alone, and have brought him secretly from his hold. Now, lord king, I think Sir Caradoc would joust with me if you will give me knighthood." "Joust with thee, thou smooth-faced boy!" cried Sir Caradoc, straining at his bonds. "I will spit thee on my lance if I may get at thee, and when thou art slain I will fight with this little king of thine, and his death shall wipe out this insult thou hast put upon me." At his rage and fierce bearing men marvelled, and many were afeared, seeing that Sir Caradoc was great in lands and kinsmen, and big of his body. "Thou art full young, Lancelot," said Arthur, "to joust with so strong a knight. Let an older man have ado with him." "Sir King," cried Lancelot eagerly, "I claim the first battle with this strong tyrant. He is my captive, and I claim it." "Have it as ye will," said Arthur, "and God speed you. But I misdoubt me much 'twill end in your sorrow." "Ay, and thine too, thou gentle lady's knight," sneered Sir Caradoc. "Peace, man, peace," said the king sternly. "I think God will fight in this battle, for I have inquired far, and the tale of thy evil deeds is over full." Therewith King Arthur made young Lancelot knight, and men eagerly rushed away to the tilting ground to see the battle between the virgin knight Sir Lancelot and the old robber knight Sir Caradoc. And when Sir Caradoc was released and armed, he laughed and shook his lance, so sure was he of revenge right speedily. Then they hurtled together most fiercely, and young Sir Lancelot was thrust from his horse by Sir Caradoc. Quickly he rose from the ground, and dressed his shield, and drew his sword, and cried, "Alight, Sir Caradoc, for I will fight thee on foot." But Sir Caradoc, being traitorous, rode at Sir Lancelot with his spear, as if he would pin him to the earth, and the young knight had much ado to avoid him. All the knights cried out upon Sir Caradoc for a foul knight, and for shame he threw down his lance and alighted, and rushed at Sir Lancelot full fiercely, in order to slay him instantly. But that was not easily to be done, for however wise Sir Caradoc was in sword play, he was mad with wrath, and therefore thought of naught but to slay his enemy instantly. He raged like a wild boar, and gave Sir Lancelot many evil strokes, yet never did he beat down the young knight's guard. Soon men perceived that Sir Caradoc's great fierceness was causing him to make blind strokes, and then Sir Lancelot seemed the more wary. Suddenly they saw the young knight leap forward and beat so heavily upon the other's helm that it cracked. Sir Caradoc strove to guard himself, but Sir Lancelot was so wroth and so mighty of his blows that he could not. At last Sir Lancelot beat him to his knees, and then thrust him grovelling to the ground. Sir Lancelot bade him yield, but he would not, and still sought to thrust at the other. Then the young man struck at him between the neck and the head, and slew him. Both the knights and the common people shouted with joy, and acclaimed Sir Lancelot as a noble and mighty knight. But the young man was full modest, and withdrew from the press. King Arthur gave unto him the Dolorous Tower and the lands which had belonged to Sir Caradoc, and Lancelot caused the old dame and her son to be given a fair piece of land and a hut. And many other wrongs and evil customs that had been done by Sir Caradoc, Sir Lancelot caused to be righted. The kinsmen of Sir Caradoc went apart and conspired to have Sir Lancelot slain, but for a long time they could not come at him. Then, when the queen came unto King Arthur, there was great feasting and joustings and merry games, and Sir Lancelot, for his knightly prowess in the lists, and for his gentle courtesy and noble manners to all, both poor and rich, high and low, was sought by many, and for some time rested himself in knightly games and play. Then, on a day in June, when a sudden wind from a lattice blew upon his face as he laughed and jested with ladies and knights in silks and rich garments, he bethought him of the fair green woods and the wide lands through which lonely roads were winding. And departing from the hall forthwith, he bade his horse and arms be brought to him, and rode into a deep forest, and thought to prove himself in strange adventures. Thus faring, he rode for 2 days and met with naught. On the 3rd day the weather was hot about noon, and Sir Lancelot had great list to sleep. He espied a great apple tree full of white blossoms, and a fair shadow was beneath it, and he alighted and tied his horse unto a thorn, and laid his helmet under his head, and slept. While he thus lay, there rode by him on white mules 4 ladies of great estate, with 4 knights about them, who bore a canopy of green silk on 4 spears, so that the high sun should not touch the faces of the ladies. Then, as they rode by, they heard a war-horse grimly neigh, and looking aside, they were aware of Sir Lancelot, all armed and asleep under the apple-tree. The ladies came nigh him, and of them there was Queen Morgan le Fay, who was wife of King Lot, and an evil witch; the Queen of Northgales, a haughty lady; the Lady of the Out Isles, and the Lady of the Marshes. And when the Lady of the Marshes saw the knight, she cried, "Now this is as good hap as ever could be, for this is he that slew my brother Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower." and for revenge of that I would have this knight taken to my tower and torture him before I slay him." "That is well said," said Morgan le Fay, "for he bids fair to be one of the most strong knights of Arthur, whom I hate. This man, Sir Lancelot du Lake, is the favourite of all the ladies at the court who hate me. So will I lay an enchantment on him so that he shall sleep." Then the evil queen laid her hands over the face of Sir Lancelot, and said strange words that none could understand, and then he was laid across the crupper of one of the knight's horses, and he did not wake. When in the twilight Sir Lancelot awoke, he found himself on a straw pallet in a strange room, and he leaped up and went to a narrow arrow slit in the wall and looked out. Before him for a great distance was a black watery land, with the sun sinking far away on the very edge, and the pools of the marsh were as if they were of blood. Then he beat at the door and called, but none responded, and for wrath he could have dashed the door down, but it was too stout, and he had no weapon, for his arms had been taken from him. When it was dark, suddenly it seemed to Sir Lancelot that the room smelled foul, as if he had been carried into the midst of a quaking marsh, and was sunk deep in the slime and weeds of a pool. Then through the arrow slit he saw many strange lights come, dim and blue, like the wild lights that dance and flit over the lonely marshes by night. But that which made him marvel was that these lights were two together, as if they were the eyes of evil things. And they came up to him with a breath that was cold and dank, and they seemed to peer into his face, but he could see naught of their bodies. The hair upon his head rose, and his skin went cold. They pressed all about him, and to defend himself he struck at the eyes, but his blows beat only the air. Then suddenly Sir Lancelot felt sharp pains, as if small keen knives had been thrust into his flesh at many places. The stabs increased in number and in pain, and Sir Lancelot beat about himself, and ran to and fro in the narrow chamber to escape the evil eyes and stabs, but it was in vain, and thus all night in much misery he suffered. For when sheer weariness he lay down and tried to close his eyes, the evil things would not let him, but ever they tore at him and stabbed him. He was in anguish of mind more than he could bear, and for all his thought he could not think of any way to fight against the evil powers which followed and tortured him wherever he ran. But at dawn they fled, and then the door of the room opened, and a damsel appeared, and in her hands was a manchet of sour bread and a beaker of water from the ditch of the moat. The damsel was evilly clad in rags, and seemed like a scullion maid. "These," she said, "my mistresses bid me say, shall be your food until you die." "Damsel," said Sir Lancelot, "tell me who hath brought me here, and used me so evilly." "It is Queen Morgan le Fay," said the damsel, "and the three witch queens, the Queen of Northgales, the Queen of the Out Isles, and the Lady of the Marshes." "I doubt not then that they would slay me," said Sir Lancelot, "but why hate they me?" "It is for this," went on the damsel, "that you did slay Sir Caradoc, the brother of the Lady of the Marshes." "Alas, then," said Sir Lancelot, "there is no pity for me, and none of my dear friends shall learn of my shameful death." "And so that you should suffer much ere you are slain," went on the damsel, "they sent in the night the Coranians, the marsh fiends, to torture you. Thus will they do until you die, unless, Sir Knight, you are a knight with a stout heart and a good fighter, and will do me justice. If you will be ruled by me, and will give me a promise, I will aid you." "Damsel, that I will grant you," said Lancelot, "for this would be an evil death for a knight, and full of terror hath been this night from the foul things which have beset me." "I may not stay further now," said the maid, "lest they think I tarry over long, but by evening I will come again." The day passed, and twilight came, and Sir Lancelot was adread for fear of the night, but anon the damsel came secretly to him and said, "Now must you promise me this, that you will release my father, whom Sir Turquine, Sir Caradoc's brother, hath kept in his foul dungeons since I was but a little child. And all his lands did Sir Turquine rob from him, and me he gave as a kitchen slut to Morgan le Fay, and evilly have I been treated, who am a good knight's daughter. Now will ye promise to free my father?" "That will I, my poor damsel," said Lancelot, "and I will, God aiding me, slay this Sir Turquine, as I slew Sir Caradoc his brother." So at the dead of night the damsel opened his door, and with the keys that she had stolen she opened 12 other locks that stood between them and the postern door. Then she brought him to his armour, which she had hidden in a bush, and she led forth his horse, and he mounted with much joy, and took the maid with him, and she showed him the way to a convent of white nuns, and there they had good cheer. Then on the morrow she led him to a thick forest with many hills therein, and anon they came to a fair ford, and over the ford there grew a tree, and on it there hung many good shields, each with the device of some knight thereon. And Sir Lancelot was astounded to see the shields of many of King Arthur's knights hung there. And on a bole of the tree there was a basin of copper. Now, said the damsel, I have brought you here where is Sir Turquine, the mightiest knight that ever was found, as men say, and was never overmatched by any. And in his dungeons are many poor knights, and my dear father, Sir Darrel. Now strike the basin with the butt of your spear. Sir Lancelot beat such strokes that the basin burst asunder, and then he was aware of a great knight riding on a black horse. This is he, said the damsel, and now God aid you. What needst thou, Sir Knight? Cried the other. To try my strength on thee, cried Lancelot, for thou hast done great despite and shame unto many good knights of the Round Table. Art thou of that caitiff crew of ladies' knights? Sneered Sir Turquine. Then I defy thee. Thou hast said enough, replied Lancelot. They put their spears in their rests, and came like the wind against each other, and either smote the other in the middle of their shields, so that both their horses' girths broke. Then, lightly avoiding their beasts, they came at each other with great fierceness, and so fared for 2 hours, feinting and striking, and so heavy were their blows that each bled from many wounds as they stood. At last, for sheer breathlessness, each leaned upon his sword. Now, fellow, said Sir Turquine haughtily, answer me these questions I shall put to thee. Say on, said Sir Lancelot. Thou art, went on Sir Turquine, the biggest man that ever I met with, and like one knight that I hate above all others, and I would liefer be thy friend than thy foe. Now, therefore, I will give up to thee my captive knights, if thou wilt tell me thy name, if thou art not the knight that I hate most. Willingly, said Sir Lancelot. But what knight hatest thou above all other, and why? It is Sir Lancelot du Lake, cried the knight, for he slew my brother Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower in the Marsh, who was one of the best knights living, and ever I have sought this Lancelot, and slain and maimed many good knights, and imprisoned others in the quest. To slay that fellow I have made a vow, and him I would meet above all others. Ha, laughed Sir Lancelot, and I am the first thou hast met, whose love thou wouldst liefer have than my hatred. Well, I will have thee to wit that I am he ye seek, Sir Lancelot du Lake, and thy brother was an evil knight and an oppressor. What sayest thou? Cried Sir Turquine. Thou art he I seek? Then, Lancelot, thou art unto me most welcome as ever was any knight, for we shall never part till the one of us be dead. Then they ran at each other like two wild boars, lashing and dashing with their swords and shields, so that sometimes in their fury they slipped together on the grass that was wetted with blood, and fell, striking at one another. But at last Sir Turquine waxed faint, and tried to avoid Sir Lancelot's blows, and his shield sank low, for his arm was very weary. Seeing this, Sir Lancelot leaped upon him fiercely, and got him by the banner of his helmet, and thrust him on his knees, and slew him at a stroke. When he had rested a while, he went to the castle of Sir Turquine, and released all his prisoners, and was rejoiced to see the damsel find her father alive. He caused the old knight to have his lands again, and bade the others that they should betake themselves to the court of King Arthur, to be cheered and comforted, while their possessions, which Sir Turquine had robbed of them, should be given back to them. Then fared Sir Lancelot further afield, glad exceedingly that he had escaped the foul plots of the 4 witch queens, and also that he had vanquished the evil Sir Turquine. Then he rode a great while in a deep and dark forest, and as he followed the winding ways, suddenly he saw a black hound before him, with its nose to the ground, as if seeking a scent. He followed the beast, and ever she looked behind her. Soon she left the forest, and picked her way through a great marsh, and Sir Lancelot followed, until in the wide distance he saw a little hill with trees upon it, and in the midst a ruined manor. The hound went towards the ruin, and Sir Lancelot followed. The wall was broken down in many places, and the path all overgrown and weedy. And as he came to the courtyard before the house, he saw the fish ponds choked with weeds, and the horse block green with moss. And in the great doorway grew charnel and hellebore, and the spiked hemlock waved and spilt its seed in the wind. The windows hung by their hinges, and the green moss crept down the wide wet cracks in the walls. But the dog ran over the drawbridge into the house, and Sir Lancelot gat from his horse and tethered it to the post beside the horse block, and so went across the bridge, which was full sodden and worm-eaten, and bent beneath his weight. Coming into a great hall, foul with many rotting leaves, he saw a table in the midst thereof, and on it was a knight that was a seemly man, and he lay as if he were dead, and the black hound licked his wound. And by his side there was a lovely lady, who started up weeping and wringing her hands, and she said, "O knight, too much evil have you brought to me." "Why say ye so?" said Sir Lancelot. "I never did harm to this knight, for hither did this hound lead me. And therefore, fair lady, be not displeased with me, for grief is upon me for your sorrow and your sadness." "Truly, sir," said the lady, and she laid her face in her hands and sobbed full sorely, so that Sir Lancelot was much stirred thereat. "I trow, as ye say it, that you are not the knight that hath near slain my love and my husband, and never may he be healed of his deadly wound, except some good knight aid me. But he must be so bold and valiant a man that never, I think, may I find such a one in the little time I have before my dear lord shall die." "Now, on the honour of my knighthood," replied Sir Lancelot, "I do not presume that I am such a one as you desire, but if I may aid you and ease your sorrow, that would I do most willingly. What is it I should do?" "O sir knight," cried the lady, and her lovely eyes looked full thankfully at Sir Lancelot, "if ye would, it were the greatest deed you have ever done, however bold a knight ye may be. For this my lord is sore wounded by a knight whom he met in the forest this day, and by one thing only may he be made whole. For there is a lady, a sorceress, that dwelleth in a castle here beside, and she hath told me that my husband's wounds may never be whole till I may find a knight that would go at midnight into the chapel perilous beside the mere, and that therein he should find before the high altar a sword, and the shroud in which the dead wizard knight is lapped. And with that sword my husband's wounds should be searched, and a piece of the shroud should bind them." "This is a marvellous thing," said Sir Lancelot, "and I will essay it. But what is your husband's name?" "Sir," she said, "his name is Sir Meliot de Logres." "That me repenteth," said Sir Lancelot, "for he is a fellow of the Round Table, and for him will I do all in my power." Going to the table, he looked upon the ashen face of the wounded man, and it was Sir Meliot, even as the lady said. "Now, sir," said the lady, when Sir Lancelot had mounted his horse, "do ye follow that hard way across the marsh, and it will lead ye by midnight to the chapel perilous, and may ye speed well." Right so Sir Lancelot departed, and the sun was near its setting. For some hours Sir Lancelot fared across the marsh, until it was deep night, save for the stars, and then he came upon a broad road, grass grown and banked high, where the night wind piped in the long grass. And this he knew was a road which the great Roman necromancers had wrought, and he thought that he had missed his way, for there was no other path. As he stood marvelling, the figure of a man, tall and gaunt and but half clad, came down the broad road towards him, and cried in a hollow voice, "For the love of charity, Sir Knight, give to a poor man who is outcast." Sir Lancelot pitied the sunken eyes of the poor man, and gave him alms. "God give thee comfort, poor soul," said the knight, "and get thee a roof, for the night wind blows chill." "God bless thee, Sir Knight," said the man in awful tones, "for courtesy and pity such as thine are rare. Whither goest thou this night?" "I seek the chapel perilous," said Sir Lancelot, at which the shape threw back its head and cried out as if with great sorrow. "God fend thee, Sir Knight," he said, "and bring thee safe alive. What thou gettest there, keep thou in thy hands until the dawn, or thy soul shall suffer death." Then he vanished, and Sir Lancelot knew it had been a phantom. Then, as he crossed himself, he looked up, and through some thin and withered trees a little way off upon a slope he saw the shimmer of light, as if a chapel was lit up. He went towards it, and he saw a high wall that was broken down in many places, and an old grey chapel beyond, and the windows were shimmering with a ghostly light. And as he came through the trees, he saw they were all dead, with neither leaf nor twig upon them, and their roots were crooked out of the ground as if they would throw his horse, and their limbs were stretched as if they strained to clutch him. Coming to the gate in the wall, his horse trembled and plunged and would go no further, whereat Sir Launcelot alighted and tied it to a thorn tree, and went through the gate. By the ghostly light that came from the windows of the ruined chapel, he saw that under the eaves were hung fair shields with rich devices, and all were turned upside down. Many of them were those of knights he had known or heard of, long since dead or lost. When he had made a few steps on the grass-grown pathway towards the door, of a sudden he saw coming from the church 30 tall knights, each a foot higher than he, each in black armour, and each with sword uplifted as they rushed towards him. Their feet and their armour made no sound as they pressed forwards, and a thin blue flame licked about each naked sword. They came upon him, but Sir Launcelot, with a prayer to God, dressed his shield and sword and stood firm, though his flesh quaked and his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth. They mowed and gnashed at him and heaved their swords about him. Then suddenly their visors went up, and he looked into their faces, and at that he was sore adread, for he knew they were dead men. But he would not be overcome, and he said in a loud voice, "In the name of God, avaunt ye!" He made a step forward, and they scattered before him, but followed closely behind. Then he went into the chapel, where he saw no light but a dim lamp burning upon the altar. It was an old, old chapel, with dust upon its floor like a thick carpet. The walls and windows were holed and broken, and the timber of the seats was rotten. He went up to the high altar, and saw before it a trestle, and upon it was a dead man, all covered with a cloth of silk. Sir Launcelot stooped down, and with his sword cut a piece of that cloth away. And with that his blood seemed turned to water, and his feet seemed eager to run towards the door, for with a mighty roar the earth shook beneath him, and the walls of the chapel rocked. But he looked for the sword which he must take, and saw it under the trestle, and picked it up, and went out of the chapel. The ghosts of the knights pressed about him as he walked, and strove to tear the sword from his grasp, but he would not suffer them to take it, and when he reached the gate they could no further go, and so left him. At the gate there came running up to him a fair damsel, crying to him, "O brave knight, give me the sword and the cloth, that I may take them at once to my mistress, the lady of Sir Meliot, for he is at the point of death, and she is waiting in sorrow and tears beside him." But Sir Launcelot remembered the words of the phantom beggar, and made reply, "Fair damsel, I shall take them myself to the lady of Sir Meliot, for these things I may not give to any until the dawning." The damsel would have torn the sword and cloth full hastily from his hands, but he was aware of her intent, and hindered her, and bade her in the name of God to withdraw. Whereat, with a great shriek, she vanished. "Now," said Sir Launcelot, "may God, who has brought me through these evil adventures, shield me from any further subtle crafts of these foul things." Straightway he mounted his horse, and took his way towards the marsh, so that he should give the sword and the cloth into the hands of the lady of Sir Meliot, for the healing of her lord. But at dawn Merlin met him. "Sir Launcelot," said the old white wizard, "ye have no need to go to the ruined manor, except ye would have the proof of what I tell you." "And what is that?" asked Sir Launcelot. "That all that hath befallen thee hath been done by evil magic," replied Merlin. "The black dog that led thee to the manor was a fiend, the fair lady that entreated ye was an evil witch, and she and the damsel at the chapel were the same, and all was caused by the witch queens who had you in their tower, and the likeness of the wounded knight to Sir Meliot was formed by wizardry. They that craved your death did hope that ye would fail at the terrors of the chapel perilous, and that your soul would be lost, as have the souls of those evil or weak knights whose ghosts assailed ye. But by your courage and great heart ye won through all." "This is a great marvel," said Sir Launcelot, "and I thank God that he hath shielded me of his mercy." When Sir Launcelot was returned to Camelot, and Merlin had told King Arthur of the knight's adventures, the king made him one of the knights of the Round Table. "Ye do well," said Merlin privily unto the king, "for he shall prove the most man of worship that is in the world, and all your court and all your Round Table shall be by him made more famous than by any knight now living. Yet shall he not be one of those three that shall achieve the Holy Grail. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eden Ray Hedrick. King Arthur's Knights, The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls, by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 4, The Night of the Kitchen. It was the feast of Pentecost, and King Arthur was holding his court at the Round Table at the city of Kinkenadon, hard by the sea in Wales. In the high hall the tables were set for dinner, and the floor was freshly strewn with rushes, flowers, and fennel, so that the place smelled as sweet as a field. The cook and his scullions came to and fro through the door of the kitchen with anxious faces, for they feared lest the meat should be overdone, but as yet King Arthur would not sit to dinner. For it was his custom never to go to meat on that day until he had heard or seen some great marvel or adventure. Sir Gawain stood looking from a window in the bower where the king sat with the queen, and suddenly he turned with a laugh and said, "Sir, go to your meat, for here, I think, cometh a strange adventure." And even as the king took his seat on the high dais in the hall, and his knights sat at the Round Table, through the great door of the hall came two men, well beseen and richly dressed, and leaning on their shoulders was a tall, fair young man, as goodly to strength and breadth as ever was seen, with hands large and fair. But he was either lazy or ill-conditioned, for he leaned upon his fellows as if he were unable to stand upright. The three of them marched through the hall, speaking no words, and they came to the foot of the dais, while the men sat silent and marveling. Then the young man raised himself upright, and it was seen that he was a foot and a half taller than those beside him. "God bless you, O King," said the young man, "and all your fair fellowship, and in especial the fellowship of the Round Table. I come to crave of your kindness 3 gifts, and they are such as ye may worshipfully and honourably grant unto me. And the first I will ask now, and the others I will ask at the same day 12 months, wheresoever ye hold your feast of Pentecost." "Ask," said the king, "and ye shall be granted your petition." "The first is this," said he, "that ye give me meat and drink and lodging here for a year." "Willingly," replied the king. "But what is your name, and whence come you? Ye have the bearing of good lineage." "That as it may be," was the reply, "but I may tell you naught, if it please you, lord." Then Arthur called Sir Kay, his steward, and bade him tend the young man for a year as if he were a lord's son. "There is no need that he should have such care," sneered Sir Kay, who was a man of a sour mind. "I dare swear he is but a villain born. If he were of good blood, he would have craved a horse and harness. And since he hath no name, I will dub him Beaumont, or Fair Hands, for see how soft his hands, and he shall live in the kitchen and become as fat as any pig." But Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain reproached Sir Kay for his mocking the young man. "For," said Sir Lancelot, "I dare lay my head he hath the making of a man of great worship." "That cannot be," said Sir Kay. "He has asked as his nature prompted him. He will make naught but fat, for he desires only meat and drink. On my life I would swear he is only some lazy fellow from an abbey where food hath failed, and so he has come hither for sustenance." So Sir Kay sat down to his meat laughing, and Beaumont went to the door of the hall, where the varlets and boys ate the leavings from the table, but he fared badly there, for they jeered at him as Sir Kay had done. Afterward Sir Lancelot, of his great gentleness and courtesy, bade him come to his chamber to be better fed and clothed, and Sir Gawain, because of a liking he felt in his heart for the young man, preferred him good meat and drink and a soft bed. But then, and at all other times, Beaumont refused, and would do nothing but what Sir Kay commanded. Thus he lived in the kitchen, eating broken scraps, and lying at night where the scullions lay, except that he was given the chilliest spot, furthest from the fire. But he did what he was bidden to do with a cheerful air, and was ever willing to work. And if there was any jousting of knights, or any other sights of prowess, these he would see with the greatest delight. In any sports or trials of skill or strength among the serving men, he was ever foremost, and none could overcome him in wrestling or at quarterstaff, nor could any throw the bar or cast the stone so far as he could, no, not by 2 yards. Whenever Sir Kay met him about the hall or the kitchen, he would laugh mockingly, and to those about him he would say, "Well, how do you like my huge boy of the kitchen?" But to such sneers, and to all the scorns and insults of the varlets of the kitchen, Beaumains would answer naught, and was ever quiet and mild, whatever he endured. And to all he was ever gentle, both man and child, and he never put forth his great strength in anger. Thus a year passed, until again it was the Feast of Pentecost, and at that time the king held it at his chief city in Wales, Carrion upon Usk. And again the feast was royally prepared in the great hall of the court, but the king would not give the signal to sit to meat until he should have heard or seen some strange adventure. But about noon a squire came to where the king waited and said, "Lord, I am bidden to say you may go to your meat, for there cometh a damsel with some strange adventure." Quickly the king sat on the high seat, and the cooks brought in the smoking collops of meat and dishes of savoury stews. And as they began to eat, there came a maiden of a plain, sharp visage, who made her way to the steps of the dais, and there kneeling cried, "Succour and help, I crave of you, O king." "For what?" said the king, "and for what reason?" "Sir," said the maiden, "my lady's sister is of great beauty and renown, and is besieged in her castle by a tyrant knight who will not let her go forth from her castle. And because it is said that here in your court are the most noble knights in all the world, I come to you praying for aid." "What is your sister's name?" asked the king, "and where doth she dwell? And tell me, who is he that doth besiege her?" "Sir King," said the lady, "I may not tell you my sister's name, but she is of great beauty and of wide lands, and the tyrant knight who has besieged her is the Knight of Reedlands." "I know him not," replied the king. "Sir," cried Sir Gawaine from his seat, "I know him well. He is one of the most perilous knights of the world, for he hath the strength of 7 men, and from him I once escaped barely with my life." "Fair lady," said the king, "I would help you willingly, but as ye will not tell me your lady's name, none of my knights shall go with you, with my consent." The damsel looked about the hall with many a quick, angry glance, and the knights that sat there liked not her sour looks. Then from the crowd of scullions and kitchen lads that hung about the serving tables at the side of the hall, came Beaumains, his dress smirched, but his handsome face lit up, and his eyes burning with eagerness. "Sir King," he cried, holding up his hand, "a boon I crave." As he came to the step of the dais, the damsel shrank from him as if he had been something foul. "Say on," replied the king to the young man. "God thank you, my good king," went on Beaumains. "I have been these 12 months in your kitchen, and have had my full living, as ye did graciously order, and now I ask for the 2 further gifts ye promised." "Ye have but to ask," replied the king. "Sir, they are these," said Beaumains. "First, that you will grant me this adventure of the damsel." "I grant it you," said King Arthur. "Then, sir, this is the other, that ye shall bid Sir Lancelot du Lake to follow me, and to make me a knight when I shall desire him." "All this shall be done if Sir Lancelot think it well," said the king. The lady was exceedingly wroth, and her eyes flashed with scorn as she turned to the king. "Shame on thee!" she cried. "Will you give me a kitchen scullion to aid me?" With that she hastened from the hall, mounted her horse, and rode away. Even as she went forth, a dwarf in the dress of a page entered the hall, leading a great horse richly caparisoned, and on the saddle was piled a splendid suit of armor. And the dwarf went up to Beaumains and began to arm him, while men asked each other whence came all this fine gear. When he was dressed in armor, all the knights marveled to see how goodly a man he looked. Then Beaumains took leave of King Arthur and of Sir Gawaine, and asked Sir Lancelot to follow him. Many people went to the door of the hall to see Beaumains mount his horse and ride after the damsel, and the way he sat his steed, with its trappings of gold and purple, excited their admiration. But all wondered to see that Beaumains had neither shield nor spear, and some laughed and said, "The ignorant churl! Doth he think the mere sight of him on horseback will affright his enemies, that he carries neither shield nor lance?" Sir Kay sneered with them, and suddenly getting up from his seat, he cried, "By my faith, I will go after my kitchen boy and see whether he will still know me for his better." "Ye had better bide at home," said Sir Lancelot, and Sir Gawaine agreed. But Sir Kay laughed them aside, and, having swiftly put on his armor, he took his spear and shield, and rode after Beaumains. He caught up with the youth just as the latter reached the side of the damsel, and Sir Kay cried out, with a scornful laugh, "What, Beaumains, do ye not know me?" "Aye," replied Beaumains, "I know ye for the most ungentle knight in all King Arthur's court, and therefore keep you off from me." "Ah, churl!" cried Sir Kay. "Thou needest a lesson from me. A beggar, though he be on horseback, is still a beggar." With that he put his lance in rest and dashed towards Beaumains, expecting an easy victory. But the young man, putting the lance aside of his sword just as it was about to strike him, rushed upon Sir Kay, and with a deft thrust struck him through the joint of his armor, so that Sir Kay fell backwards off his horse to the ground. Swiftly leaping down, Beaumains took possession of his opponent's spear and shield, and commanded his dwarf to mount upon Sir Kay's horse. Then, after remounting, Beaumains rejoined the damsel, who had seen all that had taken place, but said nothing. At that moment they saw Sir Lancelot coming towards him. He had seen Sir Kay's discomfiture, and wondered at the mastery which Beaumains had shown. "Fair sir," cried Beaumains, turning and drawing rein as Sir Lancelot approached, "I would joust with ye, if ye will." "Have at you then," replied Sir Lancelot with a laugh, and with spears in rest they set their horses at a great gallop. They came together so fiercely that they were both thrust backwards from their saddles and fell to the earth, half stunned and greatly bruised. Sir Lancelot recovered first, and ran to help Beaumains to his feet, and then, with their shields before them, they continued the combat with swords. For an hour they strove fiercely, thrusting, striking, and parrying, like two great boars in a forest clearing. Sir Lancelot was astonished to feel how great was the young man's strength, how swift were his thrusts, and how powerful were his blows. He recognized that Beaumains was a dangerous fighter, and that he himself would have much to do to overcome him. "Beaumains," he cried at last, "fight not so hard, lad. Our quarrel, if we have aught, is surely not so great that we cannot leave off." "That is true," said Beaumains, laughing, as he dropped the point of his weapon. "But, Sir Lancelot, it doth me good to feel your wondrous skill and strength of your arm. Yet, my lord, I have not shown the uttermost of mine." "By my faith, I believe ye," cried Sir Lancelot, "for I shall have much ado to keep myself from shameful defeat if you should really push me to the utmost. Therefore, I say that you need not fear any earthly knight." "I thank you for your good words," replied Beaumains. "And do you think I may at any time hope to become a proven knight?" "Fight as you have fought with me, and I have no doubt of it." "Then I pray you, my lord," said Beaumains, "give me the order of knighthood." "Ere I do that, you must tell me your name, and of what kin you were born." "If you will promise to tell no one, I will reveal it." Sir Lancelot gave his promise, and Beaumains, going closer, whispered some words into Sir Lancelot's ear. "Ha, sir," said Sir Lancelot, taking the young man's hand in his, "I am glad I was not deceived. I knew you must come of great kin, and that you had not come to King Arthur for meat or drink. Kneel now, and I will make you a knight." So Beaumains knelt before Sir Lancelot, who lightly touched him on the shoulder with his sword, naming him knight. Thereupon they parted with many kind words, and Beaumains made haste to overtake the damsel who had long since disappeared. As for Sir Kay, he was lifted upon Sir Lancelot's shield and taken back to the court, and there slowly he recovered of his wound. Men laughed him to scorn for the beating he had received from his own kitchen boy. "Lo," said some, "the proud knight went forth to cuff his own scullion, and the scullion beat him sore and took his weapons for spoil." When Beaumains reached the side of the damsel, she pulled up her horse and turned upon him with flashing eyes and angry looks. "What doest thou here?" she cried. "Away from me! Thou smellest of the kitchen, knave! Pah! Thy clothes are foul with grease and tallow. Dost thou think to ride with me?" "Lady," said Beaumains, and he spoke full gently, "my clothes may be smirched, but my arm, I trust, is as strong to defend you as any that is wrapped in silk." "Out upon thee, saucy churl!" she cried. "Thinkest thou I should allow for that knight whom you thrust from his horse but now? Nay, not a whit do I, for thou didst strike him foully and like a coward. I know thee well, for Sir Kay named you. Beaumains you are, dainty of hands and of eating, like a spoilt page. Get thee gone, thou turner of spits and washer of greasy dishes." But for all that she raved, Beaumains would not reply in angry words, though his heart burned within him. "Damsel," he said courteously, "ye may say what ye will to me, but I will not go from you, whatever you say. I have given my promise to King Arthur that I will achieve this adventure for you, and that will I do, or die in the trial of it." The girl laughed mockingly. "You will find my adventure! You will come to our aid!" she cried in scorn. "Fie on thee, thou upstart kitchen page! But if you will not go from me, then come, fool, and I shall see thee quickly shamed. Thou art proud with the too good living thou hadst in King Arthur's kitchen, but one I know whose face thou wilt not dare look into, my knight of the kitchen." So saying, she pushed on her horse, and thus in silence they went on together. In a little while they came to a dark wood, and suddenly, as they rode, a man with white, scared face started from behind a bush and ran to the side of Beaumont. "Go not that way, Sir Knight," he said, "for there be 6 knaves who have taken my lord and bound him, and now they will surely take you and your lady unless you go back. I barely escaped with my life, and hid when I heard you, thinking you were of their thievish company." "Take me to them," cried Beaumont, and the poor squire, holding the knight's stirrup leather, ran with him. And surely, in a little while, 3 knaves rushed before them in the green drive, and bade Beaumont stand. But grimly he dashed at them before ever they could recover. 2 he cut down with his good sword as they stood, and the third, trying to escape, was run between the shoulders. Then, turning, Beaumont saw in the glade near the drive where the 3 other knaves stood beside a knight bound to a tree. They dashed toward Beaumont with spiked clubs uplifted. But the squire rushed at one, tripping him up and dispatching him, and the other 2 suddenly decided to turn and flee. Their resolution came too late, however, for Beaumont cut them down as they ran. The knight was quickly released by his squire, and came up to his rescuer, and thanked him heartily for his speedy help. "Come with me," he said, "you and your lady, to my castle, which is but a little way hence, and I will fittingly requite thee for the saving of my life." "Nay," said Beaumont, "I will have no reward. All I do henceforth is but my duty, and I will take naught in payment. Moreover, I must follow this lady." The knight went to the lady, and begged that she would accept his hospitality, for the twilight was deepening, and they were yet far from a town. The damsel consented, but on reaching the castle of the knight, she would not permit Beaumont to sit at the same table with her. "Take the knave hence," she cried haughtily. "He is but a scullion from King Arthur's kitchen, and is not fit to sit with a lady of rank. He is more suited, Sir Knight, to dine with your turnspits." "Lady, I do not understand your words," said the knight, "for this gentleman hath proved himself a man of knightly courage and courtesy this day." "As for that," said the lady, "I count it not. He took the rascals unawares, and they had no heart. They were but sorrier knaves than he is." "Well," said the knight, "since you mislike him so, he shall sit with me, and you shall sit alone." So it was done, and while the lady sat eating her meal in chilly silence at one table, Beaumont and the knight, his host, laughed and talked merrily over their dinner at another. Next morning, early, Beaumont and the lady were up and away while yet the dew shone on the leaves. Soon they passed through a great forest and approached a wide river. In a little while they rode down to where a roughly paved way ran into the water, and, looking to the other bank, Beaumont was aware of 2 knights on horseback, stationed as if to hinder his passing the ford. "Now, Sir Kitchen Knight," laughed the lady mockingly, "what sayest thou? Art thou a match for these 2 knights, or wilt thou not turn back?" "I would not turn back if they were 6," replied Beaumont quietly. With that he rushed with spear at rest into the ford, and one of the waiting knights came swiftly against him. They met in the midst with so great a shock that their spears were splintered. They then closed fiercely with their swords, and hurtled about in the foaming, dashing water, beating at each other. Suddenly Beaumont struck the other so hard a stroke on his helm that he was stunned and fell from his horse into the stream, which whirled him away into the deeps and there drowned him. Then Beaumont swiftly rode towards the other knight, who, with his lance, dashed against him. But Beaumont parried the spear stroke, and, with one great heave of his sword, clove the other's helm in twain, so that the knight fell like a stone. "Alas!" cried the lady as she came across the ford, "that ever kitchen knave should have the mishap to slay 2 such noble knights. Doubtless thou thinkest thou hast done mightily, Sir Knight of the Turnspit, but I saw well how it all happened. The first knight's horse stumbled on the stones of the ford, and the other thou didst stab from behind. 'Twas a shameful deed." "Damsel," said Beaumont, quiet in words, though hot of mind at her words, "ye may say what ye will. I only know that I fight fairly as God gives me strength. I reck not what ye say, so I win your lady sister from her oppressor." "Thou knave of impudence!" cried the lady. "Thou speak of winning my lady sister, high of rank and rich in wide lands as she is. But thou shalt soon see knights that shall abate thy pride." "Whatever knights they be, I care not, so that I win good words from you at last," said Beaumont. "Those thou shalt never have, thou churl," replied the lady scornfully. "For all that thou hast done has been by chance and misadventure, and surely not by the prowess of thy hands. But if thou wilt follow me, why then come, and I shall more quickly be rid of thee, for of a surety thou wilt soon be slain." Beaumont answered not, and so they went on their way. Thus they fared until evensong, and then they came to a wasteland, where their way led through a narrow, darkling valley. And at the head thereof they entered upon a wide land, black and drear to the very skies, and beside the way was a black hawthorn, and thereon hung a black banner and a black shield, and by it Stuck upright was a long black spear, and beside it was a great black horse covered with silk, and a black stone fast by it. And upon the stone sat a knight in black armor, at the sight of whom the damsel cried, "Now, my kitchen knight, 'tis not too late, fly back through the valley, or this knight will surely slay thee." "Nay, I will not," said Beaumains, "for I fear him not." The Black Knight came to the damsel and asked if she had brought this knight from King Arthur's court to be her champion. "Fie!" she said angrily. "He is no knight. He is but a knave that was fed for alms in the king's kitchen, and would follow me in spite of all I say. And I would that you rid me of him. Today he slew 2 noble knights at the passage of the water, and all by evil chance." "A strong knave, in truth," answered the knight, "and a saucy one. This then will I do: he shall leave me his horse and armor, for since he is but a knave, my knightly hands may not harm him." "You speak lightly of my horse and armor," said Beaumains, "but I will have you know that you get naught from me, and moreover I will pass these lands with this lady in spite of you." "Thou knave!" cried the knight angrily, "yield me this lady and thyself without ado." "Let me see what thou canst do to take us," replied Beaumains, and laughed gaily. At this the knight in a rage leapt upon his horse, and they thundered together. The Black Knight's spear broke, but Beaumains' lance pierced him through the side and broke off short. Nevertheless, though badly wounded, the Black Knight drew his sword and fought manfully, striking Beaumains many mighty blows and bruising him sorely. But suddenly his lifted sword fell from his hand, and turning in his saddle he dropped to the ground in a swoon, and shortly died. And Beaumains, seeing that the black armor was better than his own, armed himself with it in the aid of his dwarf squire, and rode after the damsel. But ever as before she railed at him, telling him he had conquered the Black Knight by a cowardly blow. But Beaumains would answer her nothing in anger. Anon they came to the edge of a vast and dark forest, and from its shadows there came a knight in green armor, who cried to the damsel, "Lady, is that my brother the Black Knight, whom ye bring riding behind ye?" "Nay, sir knight, it is not your brother," she replied. "It is but a kitchen knave, who by treachery hath slain your noble brother, the Knight of the Black Lands." "Thou traitor!" cried the Green Knight. "Now thou shalt surely die, for my brother, Sir Percard, was the most noble knight and valiant. And to think that he fell by the dirty hand of a knave is great shame." "I am no knave," said Beaumains, "but of lineage as high as thine, maybe, and I slew your brother in knightly fashion." But the Green Knight stayed no answer, and they hurtled together and clashed midway as if it were thunder. And Beaumains' stroke was so mighty that both the Green Knight and his horse fell to the ground. Swiftly the Green Knight rose to his feet, and then, Beaumains having alighted, they rushed together with their swords, and stood a long time hacking, thrusting, and parrying, and each hurt the other sorely. "Oh, my lord Green Knight," cried the damsel, "why do you stand so long fighting with that kitchen knave? A shame it is to see a proved knight matched by a dirty scullion. Slay him for me, and be done." Shamed by her words, the Green Knight gave a fierce stroke, and clove Beaumains' shield in twain. Then Beaumains, smarting from this blow, and in anger at the words of the lady, suddenly gave the Green Knight so great a stroke that he fell upon his knees, and was thrust grovelling upon the earth. Swiftly Beaumains cut the fastenings of his helm, and, tearing it off, lifted his sword to strike off the other's head. But the Green Knight prayed of his mercy, and pleaded hard for his life. "Thou shalt plead in vain," said Beaumains, "unless this lady shall beg thy life of me." "Shame on thee, thou kitchen knave!" cried the lady, biting her lip with anger. "Thinkest thou I crave aught of thee, and be so beholden to thee?" "Then he shall die," cried Beaumains. "O lady, suffer me not to die," cried the prostrate knight, "when a fair word from you will save my life. And you, sir knight, give me my life, and I will yield myself and 30 knights to be your men, and do your commands while they live." "Now that is a grievous shame," cried the lady. "What, Sir Green Knight, art thou such a coward as to crave thy life of a scullion knave, and promise him 30 knights' service?" "You and your 30 knights shall avail you naught," said Beaumains grimly, "and since this lady will not beg thy life of me, why, now I shall slay thee." With that he raised the sword, but the lady cried out, "Put down, thou rascally knave, and slay him not, or thou shalt repent it." "Lady," said Beaumains, and bowed full gently, "your command is to me a pleasure, and at your desire I give him his life." Then the Green Knight did homage to Beaumains, and gave up his sword. Afterwards he took him to his castle near by, where they passed the night. Next morning the Green Knight, whose name was Sir Pertilope, accompanied them some distance on their way, and at parting he told Beaumains that he and his 30 knights would do service when and where he might desire. Thereupon Beaumains told him that he must go and yield himself and his knights to King Arthur, and this Sir Pertolope promised faithfully to do. And again, when they had gone some way and had reached a little town, a knight challenged Beaumains, who, having fought with the stranger and overpowered him, threatened to slay him unless the lady begged for his life. This she did, after she had said many bitter and evil things, and Beaumains commanded the knight to go, with 60 knights which were at his service, and yield himself up to King Arthur. Then Beaumains and the lady went on again, and the lady was full of rage in that she had been compelled a second time to plead with him for the life of a knight. "Thou shalt get thy full wages today, Sir Kitchen Knight," said she, "for in a little while there will meet us the most valiant knight in the world after King Arthur. Methinks thou wouldst do the better part to flee, for the evil luck which thou hast had with the 3 other knights you have overcome will not avail thee upon this one." "Madame," said Beaumains, "ye know that ye are uncourteous so to reproach me. I have done you great service these 3 days, but ever ye call me coward and kitchen knave. Yet those who have come against me, whom you said would beat me, are now either slain or have yielded homage to me." "The greater shame," said the lady, "that so low born a churl as thou art should have knights yield to thee, who should have slain thee." Beaumains answered nothing more, but his heart was very heavy at the thought that, do what he might, he could not win this lady to speak fairly of him. Towards noon, as they rode, they saw the white towers of a fair city, and before its gates was a field, newly mown, with many tents therein, of divers rich colours. "Lo, there is the town of the man that shall cut thy comb, thou proud varlet," said the lady. "A brave and proved knight is he, by name Sir Persaunt of Mynet, and he hath the following of 500 knights and men at arms." "A goodly lord indeed," replied Beaumains, "and one I fain would see." The lady laughed mockingly. "Thou shalt see him too soon to please thee, I doubt not," she replied, "for he is the lordliest knight that ever whipped a knave." "That may well be," said Beaumains, "and the more desire I have to see him." "Thou fool!" cried the lady angrily. "Thou hadst better turn and flee while there is time." "Not a step will I," replied he with a laugh. "For look you, if he be so lordly a knight as you say, he will not set his 500 knights on me at once. But if he will send but one against me at a time, I will do my best till my strength goes from me. No man, be he knave or knight, can do more." At his quiet, brave words, the lady's heart smote her. She repented of her evil tongue, when she thought how valiant and true this unknown man had been on her behalf. "Sir," she said in a gentler voice, "ye make me marvel. Thou hast spoken boldly, and by my faith thou hast done boldly, and that makes me wonder of what kin thou art. But as ye are so brave, and have done, you and your horse, great travail these 3 days, I misdoubt that ye will get hurt if ye go farther. Therefore I bid you turn, or ever it be too late." "Nay, I will not," said Beaumains. "It would be a greater shame than that, when we are but a few miles from your lady sister's oppressor, I should turn back." "But, sir, I counsel ye to do so," said the lady, "for the strength of Sir Persaunt, even if ye conquer him, is but little compared with the great strength of the Red Knight who doth oppress my sister, and I am sure you have little hope of overcoming him." "Nevertheless, lady, I will essay to conquer him," said Beaumains, "for it is but my duty and my desire to rescue your lady sister, as I have resolved." "I marvel at what manner of man ye be," said the lady. "It may be that ye come of noble blood, for no woman could have spoken or treated you more evilly than I have done. Yet ever you have courteously suffered all I said." "Lady, it is but a man's duty to suffer a woman's wayward words," said Beaumains, "and they have not been without service to me. For the more ye angered me, the more strength of wrath I put into my blows, and so was enabled to overcome your enemies. And as to what I am and whence I came, I could have had meat in other places than in King Arthur's kitchen, but all that I have done was to try my friends, and whether I be knave or gentleman, I have done you a gentleman's service." "That is true, Beaumains," said the lady, all soft and penitent now, "and I beg of you forgiveness for all my evil words." "I forgive you with all my heart," said Beaumains, "and I tell you, lady, that now that you speak kindly to me, it gladdens me greatly, and I feel that there is no knight living whom I could not strike down for the sake of yourself and your lady sister." By this time Sir Persaunt had seen them, and had sent a squire to ask Beaumains whether he came in peace or war. "If he will not let us pass," replied Beaumains, "it shall be war." At that they saw Sir Persaunt array himself in his armor and mount his horse, and now he came rushing across the field at utmost speed, his lance in rest. Beaumains also made his horse leap forward swiftly, and the 2 knights met with so great a force that both their lances splintered into many pieces, and their horses fell dead upon the field. But the 2 knights instantly disentangled themselves, and fought on foot with shield and sword. So furiously did they hurl themselves at each other that often they fell to the ground. For 2 hours the duel raged, till their hauberks were tattered and their shields were hacked, while both were sorely bruised and wounded. At length Beaumont thrust Sir Persaunt in the side, and the latter's attack became less eager. Finally Beaumont hit the other so great a stroke that he fell headlong, and instantly Beaumont leapt aside of him and unlashed his helm, as if about to slay him. Then Sir Persaunt yielded him, and pleaded for his life, and the lady, who had stood watching the combat, ran forward, placed her hand on Sir Beaumont's sword arm, and cried, "Of your mercy, Sir Beaumont, yield him his life for my sake." "I will do so willingly," cried he, helping the knight to rise, "for he hath nobly fought, and so deserves not to die." "Gramercy," said Sir Persaunt, "and now I know thou art the strong knight who slew my brothers, the Black Knight of the Thorn and the Green Knight of the Wood. And now I will be your man, and 500 knights of mine shall do your service as and when you will." And that night they supped bounteously in Sir Persaunt's castle, and the lady besought Beaumont to sit by her at the same table, and all three made merry company. In the morning, after they had heard mass and broken their fast, Beaumont and the lady set out again, and Sir Persaunt went with them to the drawbridge. "Fair lady," said he, "where dost thou lead this valiant knight?" "Sir," said the lady, "he is going to raise the siege which has been set by the tyrant knight of the Reed Lands." "Ah, he goes then to Castle Dangerous, and on the most perilous adventure that any man could take. For they say the Red Knight hath the strength of 7 men, and he doth oppress one of the fairest and sweetest ladies in the world. I think you are her sister, Dame Linet." "That is my name," replied the lady, "and my sister is Dame Lioness." "This Red Knight is the most dangerous knight in the world," said Sir Persaunt to Beaumont, "and hath besieged that fair lady these 2 years. Many times he might have forced her for terror to have married him, but he keeps the siege in hopes that Sir Lancelot or even King Arthur would come to rescue the lady, for he hateth all true knights, but those two with most bitterness." So they parted from Sir Persaunt and rode onwards, and the lady now spoke full friendly to Beaumont. In a little while, when they had passed through a fair forest, they came upon a plain, and in the distance was a high castle with many tents about it, and men passing to and fro between them. And as they rode under some withered trees by the edge of the forest, they saw, hanging by their necks from the bare boughs, many goodly knights in armour, with their shields and swords hung before them. At this shameful sight, Beaumont checked his horse and asked, "What means this?" "Fair sir," said Linet, "abate not your cheer at this dreadful sight, for ye have need now of all your courage, or else we are shamed and destroyed. These dead knights are those who have come against the Red Knight, trying to rescue my sister from his power. But the tyrant knight hath overcome them, and slain them thus shamefully by hanging." "Now heaven aid me," said Beaumont, "for this is a most shameful and unknightly custom, and well doth that evil knight deserve death." "Nevertheless he is a knight of great prowess and force, though of evil custom," replied the lady, "and no one hath ever borne him down in battle." With that they came to a sycamore tree, which stood alone in the plain, and on it was hung a great horn of elephant bone, with gold work curiously wrought. "Fair sir, ye must blow that horn if ye wish to do battle with the Red Knight. But sir," went on the lady quickly, and caught at Beaumont's arm that had already lifted the horn, "be ye not overbold. It is now the hour of prime, and it is said that the Red Knight's force increaseth to the strength of 7 men until it is noon. Wait therefore until noon shall be past, and his strength shall diminish." "Nay, nay," said Beaumont, "speak not thus to me. I will assail him however mighty he be, and either I will beat him or die with honor in the field." Therewith he lifted the horn, and blew so great a blast that instantly knights came in a great press from the tents, and people looked out from the walls and windows of the castle. Then Beaumont saw a tall man come running from a tent, arming himself as he came. 2 barons set his spurs upon his heels, and an earl buckled his helmet upon his head. He was all in red armour, from the plume which waved above his crest to the cloth which was upon his horse, and his shield was all of red, but with a black heart in the centre thereof. Then he waited for Beaumont in a little hollow before the castle, so that all that were therein might see the combat. "Now, fair sir," said Linet, "it behoves you to have great courage and heart, for yonder is your deadliest enemy, and at yonder window is my lady sister, Dame Lioness." Beaumont looked to where Linet was pointing, and saw at a window the loveliest lady he had ever seen. And as he looked she smiled and bowed to him, and he felt his heart burn with love for her. "Truly," he said, "she is the fairest lady I have ever looked upon, and she shall be my lady."
"Cease thy looking at that lady,"
called the Red Knight in a harsh and angry voice.
"She is my lady, and soon she shall see thy foolish body swinging from the tree for the ravens to pluck, as others hang there afore thee."
'Tis for that shameful sight, and for the love of this lady that hates you and your evil custom, that I am resolved to slay you, if God so wills," was the stern reply of Beaumains. "A boastful rogue thou art!" cried the Red Knight, and laughed scornfully. "What is thy name, and whence come ye, Sir Black Knight? For surely from your talk you must be one of those prating and soft fools of the Round Table." "I will not tell thee my name," said Beaumains, "and as yet I am not of the worshipful company of King Arthur's Round Table. But when I have slain thee and rid the world of so shameful a knight, then I shall crave the king to receive me into that high fellowship of noble and courteous knights." "Make thee ready," shouted the Red Knight in a furious voice. "I will talk no more with thee." With that they withdrew a little from each other, and then, spurring their horses, and with lances in rest, they hurled themselves towards each other. With so great a crash did they come together that both their spears were broken into 100 pieces, and their breastplates, girths, and cruppers burst, and the two knights fell to the ground half stunned with the shock. But in a little while they avoided their struggling horses, and leaping towards each other with their swords, they cut and hacked each other so fiercely that great pieces of their shields and armor flew off. Thus they fought till it was past noon, and would not stop, till at last they both lacked wind, and thus they stood swaying, staggering, panting, yet feinting and striking with what strength they had. The Red Knight was a cunning fighter, and Beaumains learned much from him, though it was at the cost of many a gaping wound. When it was evensong, they rested by mutual accord, and seated on 2 molehills near the fighting place, they had their helms taken off by their pages, and their worst wounds bound up. Then Beaumains lifted up his eyes to the lady at the window, and saw how her looks were tender with pity for him. So heartened was he at the sight that he started up swiftly, and bade the Red Knight make him ready to do battle once more to the uttermost. Then they rushed fiercely at each other, and the fight raged more hotly than ever. At length, by cunning, the Red Knight suddenly struck Beaumains' sword from his hand, and before he could recover it, the Red Knight had, with a great buffet, thrown him to the ground, and had fallen upon him to keep him down. Then cried the Lady Lynette piteously, "Oh, Sir Beaumains, where is your great heart? My lady sister beholds you, and she sobs and weeps, for surely she feels the evil Red Knight hath her almost in his power." At that, so great a rage possessed Beaumains that with one great effort he thrust the Red Knight from him, and, leaping up, he seized his sword again, and so fiercely did he beat upon his enemy that the Red Knight sank to his knees, and then was thrust grovelling to the ground. Beaumains leapt astride him, and cut the fastenings of his helm. Then the Red Knight shrieked for mercy. "Thou recreant and coward," said Beaumains, "did not any of those knights that thou hast hung cry to thee for mercy? What pity and what mercy didst thou give them? And thou deservest none from me, nor from any man." With that he slew him at a stroke, and the people in the castle cried out with joy. Their leader being dead, his following of earls, barons, and knights came and did homage to Beaumains, and he commanded them that instantly they should betake themselves to the court of King Arthur, and yield them into his hands. Then for 10 days the Lady Lynette made Beaumains rest himself in the Red Knight's tent, while she tended his many sore wounds. But ever Beaumains desired to go into the castle to see the lady he loved, but his hurts forbade him. On the 11th day he would no longer be denied, but having armed himself, all except his helm, which his page carried, he rode up to the castle gate. But as he came thither he saw many armed men, who pulled up the drawbridge before him, so that he should not enter. Therewith he saw a knight at a window, who called to him, "Fair sir, I am Sir Gringamore, brother to the Lady Lioness," said the knight. "I will that ye enter not yet. We know that you have proved yourself a bold and brave fighter, but we know not who you are. Therefore, unless you tell me your name and kindred, I may not suffer my sister to see you." "I know naught of thee, Sir Knight," cried Beaumains sternly. "My business is with the lady, from whom I think I deserve a little kindness, for I have bought her deliverance and her love with some of the best blood in my body. Must I go away then, thinking she cares more for name and noble lineage than for brave deeds and devotion? Tell me, Sir Gringamore, is this the will of the Lady Lioness?" "Ye have but to tell us thy name and of thy lineage, brave man," said Sir Gringamore. "Nay, that I will not," said Beaumains, for his heart was hot with shame and anger. "If I were but a churl, I should reckon myself a nobler man than the recreant knight from whom I have rescued you and your sister. But since he was a knight, it seems ye would reckon him as of greater honor than the brave churl that slew him for his evil deeds." "Nay, nay, it is not so," came a sweet voice crying in tears, and Sir Beaumains saw the tender face of the Lady Lioness at the window where Sir Gringamor had been.
My brave knight, think not ill of me, for this is none of my will, for I am mocked and my pleasure denied in my own castle by this my over-careful brother. I love thee, Sir Knight, whatsoever thou art, for I feel that thou art gentle and brave, and as good a man as any lady might love. And I beg you not to go far from me, for I will have my will ere long, and I tell you now that I trust you, and I shall be true to you, and unto my death I shall love you and no other. And whenever I may come to you I will, in spite of this my brother.
Saying these words, the lady sobbed as if her heart would break, and hiding her face in her hands, she was led away by her women. With that, Beaumains' heart smote him, and he was resolved to reveal his name and lineage for the sake of the dear lady who loved him. But even as he thought this, he was aware of a party of knights coming towards him from the plain, and soon he recognized that they were of the company of King Arthur's Round Table. And the foremost knight, who bore his helm in his hand, rode forward to him, crying, "O Gareth, Gareth, my brother, how hast thou deceived us all?" Then did Sir Beaumains clasp the other's hand right warmly, for this was his own brother, Sir Gareth, sent from King Arthur to bring him home. When Sir Gringamor knew of the coming of these knights, he quickly bade the drawbridge be lowered, and in a little while the knights were being welcomed in the hall. "Sir Gringamor," said Sir Gareth, "I find that I come back at a lucky chance for the happiness of my brother. Already the fame of his brave deeds has reached King Arthur, for the knights he hath overcome have put themselves at the mercy of the king." "Sir Knight of the Round Table," said Gringamor, "tell me who is this brave knight that will not say his name?" "He is Sir Gareth, my brother, the youngest son of the King of Orkney," replied Sir Gareth, "and fit for the highest lady in the land. He hath played this trick upon us all to test us. We did not know him, for he hath grown up to manhood while we have been long away from home. But ever he hath had an adventurous and witty mind." "Sir, I thank you," said Sir Gringamor, and taking Sir Gareth by the hand, he led him into the bower, where sat the Lady Lioness, who sprang to meet Sir Gareth. To her Sir Gringamor told all that he had heard, and then left Sir Gareth to tell her more of himself. And in a little while, at the court of King Arthur, they were married with great feastings and joustings, and with all things to make merry. And Lynette was wedded at the same time to Sir Gareth. For though the Lady Lynette was sharp of tongue, she was of great and good heart, and well beloved of all who knew her well. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. King Arthur's Knights. The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 5. How Sir Tristram Kept His Word. In the days when King Arthur had established his kingdom, he was called Emperor of Britain and its 3 islands. Nevertheless, there were kings who were rulers in their own lands, but they held their sovereignty of Arthur and had done homage to him and sworn fealty. In Wales there were 2 kings, in the north were 11 kings, and these he had conquered in a great battle by Sherwood Forest. In Cornwall were 2 kings, and in Ireland 3 kings, but all gave service to the great King Arthur. That part of Cornwall which was called the lands of Tintagel formed the kingdom of a prince named Mark, and he owed certain yearly tribute or truage to King Anguish of South Ireland. It befell one day that King Anguish sent a messenger, who came to King Mark as he sat in hall, and said, "Sir King, my master bids me say that the truage which you owe unto him is unpaid for 7 years past, and if it be not paid he will demand of you double the sum." Now King Mark was a man of a mean and covetous mind, and he loved not to give money. Therefore, to put off the payment for a little while, he made answer thus: "Tell your master that we will pay him no truage, and if your lord says he will have it, let him send a trusty knight of his land that will fight for his right, and we will find another to do battle with him." When King Anguish heard the message, he was wondrous wroth, and called into him the brother of his queen, Sir Marhaus, a good knight of prowess nobly proved, and, besides, a knight of the Round Table. the king craved of him to go and do battle for the truage due from Mark of Cornwall. "Sir," said Sir Marhaus, "I will gladly go and do battle for you on this saucy king or his knight. I ween ye shall have your truage to the last groat, for I fear not the best knight of the Round Table, unless it be Sir Launcelot, and I doubt not King Mark hath no knight of such worth and prowess as I." So in all haste Sir Marhaus set forth in a ship, and in a little while cast anchor fast by the shore, where, on two high cliffs, the castle of Tintagel frowned upon the sea. When King Mark understood that so noble a knight as Sir Marhaus had come to do battle for the truage, he was full of sorrow, and wept as he looked upon the bags of gold in his treasure chest. He knew of no knight of his court that durst face Sir Marhaus, and he feared much that he would have to part with his gold. Daily Sir Marhaus sent a message up to the castle gate, demanding payment of the truage, or that a knight should come forth to do battle against him. Then King Mark let make a proclamation through all the lands, that if a knight would fight to save the truage of Cornwall, he should fare the better as long as he lived. But the days and weeks went by, and no knight came forward. Then Sir Marhaus sent at the last a message which said that if within a day and a night a champion for King Mark came not forward, he should depart. All that day King Mark was sore and ill of mind, and haggard of face, and could never stay still, but was for ever faring with his barons to where he could look down upon the ship of Sir Marhaus, and see the knight waiting in his armour. Late in the afternoon, as the king stood thus, gnawing his nails for rage, and so hot and wrathful that none of his barons dare speak to him, there came two horsemen riding swiftly into the courtyard of the castle, and at the sound of their horses' feet King Mark turned eagerly. A young squire was the foremost rider, and he was a youth full handsome and tall, with brown curly hair and blue eyes. He was dressed in a surcoat of red satin and a mantle of crimson, trimmed with gold, and on his head was a cap of rich purple, and his feet and legs were clad in fine leather, with gold bosses on his shoes. Alighting easily, he doffed his hat and came towards the king. "Sir," said he, "if ye shall give me the order of knighthood, I shall do battle to the uttermost with Sir Marhaus of Ireland." King Mark looked the young man up and down, and saw that though he was young of age, yet he was passing well made of body, with broad shoulders and of big limbs. The heart of King Mark became light. "Fair son," he said, and his barons marvelled at his soft words. "What are ye, and whence come ye?" "Sir," said the youth, "I come from King Talloch, Prince of Lyones, and I am a gentleman's son." "And your name and birthplace, what are they?" "My name is Tristram, sir, and I was born in Lyones." "Young sir," said the king, "I like your manner, and I think ye should be a good man of your hands. Therefore will I make you knight, if ye will fight with Sir Marhaus." "That is why I have come," said Tristram. Eagerly the king bade a baron give him his sword, and commanded Tristram to kneel. And then and there he tapped his shoulder with the flat of the sword, and bade him rise, Sir Tristram of Lyones. The king commanded his scrivener to come to him, and on the low wall overlooking the sea the man of inkhorn and goosequill laid his parchment, and wrote a letter to Sir Marhaus at the king's dictation, saying that a knight would battle with him in the morning. A messenger was sent therewith without delay, and the king went into supper, snapping his fingers and joking with his barons in great glee. But in the midst of supper a parchment was brought to the king, and his face fell, and he commanded the new made knight to come from his seat and stand before him. "Hark ye," he said, his face dark, "this prideful Sir Marhaus, waiting so long, hath made his terms the harder. I fear, good fellow, your knighthood hath been earned of me too easily, even if ye are not in league with this pesky Irish knight," he went on, his narrow eyes gleaming with suspicion. "He saith now that he will not fight with any knight unless he be of blood royal on his mother's side or father's. Say, are ye some starveling knight's brat, or what are ye?" Sir Tristram's face went hard, and his eyes flashed. "No starveling's brat am I, king," he said, "unless ye are that thyself." "What mean you? Have a care of your saucy tongue." "I fear thee not," laughed Sir Tristram, "but this I would have you know. I am thy nephew, son of thy sister Elizabeth, who died in the forest, and of King Talloch of Lyones." At these words the king rose from his seat and embraced Sir Tristram, crying, "Now in the name of heaven thou art right heartily welcome unto me, dear nephew." That evening he made great cheer of Sir Tristram, and had his bed made next to his own in his own royal chamber. On the morrow the king had Sir Tristram horsed and armed in the best manner. Then he sent a trumpeter down to the seashore, and let Sir Marhaus know that a better born man than he was himself would fight with him, and that his name was Sir Tristram of Lyones, son of the King of Lyones and his queen Elizabeth, King Mark's sister. Sir Marhaus was right blithe that he should have to do with such a gentleman. Then it was ordained that the two knights should battle on a little island near the ship of Sir Marhaus. And so young Tristram and his squire were rowed thereunto, and when he departed, King Mark and his barons and all the common people were rejoiced to see the young knight's noble and high bearing, and wished him God speed. When Sir Tristram landed he saw Sir Marhaus waiting armed in the shadow of his ship. Sir Tristram's squire brought his master's horse to land, and clad his master in his armour as was right, and then the young knight mounted upon his horse and rode towards Sir Marhaus. While he was as yet 6 spear lengths from him, the Knight of the Round Table cried unto him, "Young knight, Sir Tristram, what doest thou here? I grieve me of thy courage, for ye are untried, while I have been well essayed in jousts and tournaments with some of the best men of their hands, as are now living. I counsel thee to go back." "Fair and well proved knight," said Sir Tristram, "I am for thy sake made knight, and I have promised to fight thee, and I will do so, as much for mine uncle's sake as for what worship I may win from doing battle with ye, who are one of the best renowned knights of the world." "Then I would have ye know, fair sir," said Sir Marhaus, "that no worship shalt thou lose if thou canst only stand against 3 strokes of mine. For, by reason of my noble deeds, seen and proved, King Arthur made me Knight of the Round Table." Sir Tristram answered him naught, and then they dressed their spears and spurred their horses, and ran so fiercely each against the other that both were smitten to the ground, both horses and men. But Sir Marhaus had struck a great wound in the side of Sir Tristram, yet so eager was the young knight that he knew not of it. They leaped up and avoided their horses, and drew out their swords, and with shield on arm they lashed at each other like fierce wild boars. Yet for all Sir Marhaus' strong and bitter strokes he could not beat down the young knight's guard, and in despite he began to aim at his visor and his neck. At this Sir Tristram was wroth, and struck him more furiously. Thus for 2 hours the battle waged, and both men were sore wounded. But Sir Tristram was the fresher and better winded and bigger of limb and reach, and suddenly he heaved his sword up high, and closing upon Sir Marhaus he smote him with so mighty a buffet upon his helm that the blade shore through the steel even into the brain pan. So fierce had been the stroke that the sword stuck fast in the bone and the helmet, and Sir Tristram pulled thrice at his sword before it would loosen. Sir Marhaus sank to his knees with a deathly groan. Then he threw away his sword and shield, and rising, staggered away toward his ship. Sir Tristram swooned and fell, and his squire came running to him, just as the men of Sir Marhaus' ship came and drew their master on board. Then they swiftly set their sail and flew over the sea. Great was the mourning of the barons and the people of Cornwall when it was known how deep and wide was the wound which Tristram had received from the lance of Sir Marhaus. Many famous leeches came and searched the wound and strove to close it, but none availed. When 2 months had passed, came an old woman, a witch wise in leechcraft beyond all others, who was called the Mother of the Mists, and who lived in the great shuddering moor, where only trolls dwelled, and no man ever dared to go. She also came and searched his wound at the king's desire. When she had made her search, with many mumblings and strange words, she turned and looked keenly at the king. Her eyes gleamed like beads, her skin was wrinkled and dark, and she laughed a little soft laugh. "Lord King," she said, "this fine man's wound is poisoned, and naught can heal it this side the great water. But if he goeth whither the spear came from which poisoned it, he shall get whole of that wound." "'Tis well," said the king, "he shall be sent to Ireland." "Aye, aye, aye," said the old woman, and laughed in Sir Tristram's face. "Thou shalt be healed, fair chief, but the hand that shall heal thee shall give thee a deeper wound, a wound that shall never be healed this side of the grave." Forthwith King Mark let a fair ship be purveyed and well stored with necessary victuals, and Sir Tristram was carried thereto and laid on his couch on the deck, and Governale, his faithful squire, went with him. In the sunshine and the brisk wind Sir Tristram felt joyful, and the merry waves slapped the sides of the ship full prettily as it cleaved through the blue seas toward the west. In the evening they saw the white cliffs and the brown rocks of Ireland, and Sir Tristram took his harp and played thereon, for he had learned to harp most featly in France, where he had lived 7 years, to learn all manner of courtly and noble pastimes. Soon the shipmen cast anchor in a wide sheltered cove beneath a castle which stood on a high rock beside a fair town. Sir Tristram asked the master of the ship the name of that town. "Cro na Shee, if it please you, my lord," said the master. "It pleases me well," said Tristram. "It should mean that there dwell therein brave and noble knights, and damsels like unto fairies." Out of the merriness of his heart he thrummed his harp with so blithe and strange a tune that in a little while the very folk upon the shore came listening, and some began to dance, while others looked sad. For though the tune was very merry, there was sadness also peeping from it. It happened that King Anguish and his court were in that castle by the sea, and a handmaiden of the queen came to where they sat, and told them of the knight that sat in his ship and harped so strange a lay that it made one glad and sorry at the same time. Then King Anguish sent a knight and begged the harper to take cheer with him, and Sir Tristram was brought in a litter, and all the damsels were sad at his sickness, and the knights sorrowed that a knight so noble looking should be so wounded. King Anguish asked him who he was and how he came by his wound, and Sir Tristram, having learned that this was the King of Ireland, whose champion he had worsted in the battle, and thinking that his own name would be known, replied: "I am of the country of Lyones, and my name is Sir Tramor, and my wound was got in battle as I fought for a lady's right." "I pity thee, Sir Knight," said the king, who was a right noble king and lovable, "and by Heaven's aid ye shall have all the help in this country that ye may need." The king told him of the battle which Sir Marhaus had had on his behalf with a knight named Sir Tristram, and how Sir Marhaus had come home wounded unto death, and was dead this 2 months. On which Sir Tristram feigned to be sorry, but said not much thereon. Then did the king order his daughter to come before him. She was called La Belle Isoude, for that she was the most lovely damsel in all Ireland and the Out Isles, and withal gentle and kind. And her father bade her tend and minister to this stranger knight, who had come to Ireland to heal him of his wound. In a few weeks, so soft was she of her hands and so learned in leechcraft, she had cleaned Tristram's wound of all poison, and he was hale and strong again. As some reward he taught her to harp, and gave her many good and costly presents. These she took, but valued them not so much as his kind words and smiles. More and more she loved to hear his voice, and when he was gone out hawking or looking at jousts she was sad and thoughtful, sitting with her fair hands in her lap and her eyes looking far away, and when she learned his step or his voice in the hall, then would her sad eyes light up, and a merry tune would hum upon her lips, and she would gaily talk with her handmaidens, who, whispering and glancing and nodding to each other as they sat about her at their spinning frames, knew of her love for Sir Tristram before she was aware of it herself. Sir Tristram cared not overmuch to be with ladies, but was more joyful to be in hall, talking of hunting, jousting, and hawking. All men regarded him highly for his great knowledge of these things, but as yet, for fear of hurting his wound which was but freshly healed, La Belle Isoude forbade him gently to take violent exercise. Sir Tristram was impatient to be in the saddle again, with lance in rest and his great charger leaping beneath him. Now to the court of King Anguish there had lately come a knight named Sir Palomides, famed for his knightly deeds, though still a pagan, and he was well favoured both of King Anguish and his queen. Sir Palomides came and made great court to La Belle Isoude, and proffered her many gifts, for he loved her passing well. Indeed, for her sake he declared he would be christened and become a Christian knight. But La Belle Isoude had no care for him, and avoided him as well as she might. On a certain day King Anguish made a great cry that a joust and tournament would be held, wherein only unmarried knights should join, and the prize would be a fair lady called the Lady of the Lowndes, near cousin to the king. The heralds further said that he who should win her should marry her 3 days after, and have all her lands with her. This cry was made in all Ireland and Wales, and in Logres and Alban, which are now called England and Scotland. It befell the same day that La Belle Isoude came to Sir Tristram, and she seemed distressed of mind, and as if she had wept secretly. "Sir Tramor," she said, "this tournament shall exalt Sir Palomides beyond all other knights, unless a better do come forward and overcome him." "Fair lady," said Sir Tristram, "Sir Palomides may well win the prize against any knight, except it be Sir Launcelot. But if ye think I am fit to joust, I will e'en essay it. Yet he is a proved knight, and I but a young one, and but lately ill. And my first battle that I fought, it mishapped me to be sore wounded. Yet I will essay it, for I love not this Sir Palomides." "Ah, but I know thou wilt do well in the battle, and thou shalt have all my prayers for thy safety and success," said La Belle Isoude. On the first day of the jousts Sir Palomides came with a black shield, and he was a knight big of his body, and on a great horse. He overthrew many knights and put them to the worst, among them being many of the knights of the Round Table, as Sir Gawaine and his brother Sir Gaheris, Sir Agravaine, Sir Kay, Sir Sagramore le Desirous, Sir Owen, who had been the little page boy who had saved King Arthur's life in his hall at Caerleon, and 3 other knights. All these he struck down, and the others were adread of him. The people had great marvel, and acclaimed him with much worship as the victor of the first day. The next day he came and smote down King Morgant, the pagan king of Scotland, as also the Duke of Cambenet. Then, as he rode up and down the lists proudly flourishing his lance, dressing his shield, and waiting for the other knights to offer themselves to him, he was aware of a knight all in white armour, with visor closed, riding quickly through the gate as if he came from the seashore. The stranger knight came with swiftness, lifting his lance in token of challenge, whereat Sir Palomides rode to the other end of the lists, dressed his lance, and together they put their horses in motion. Like 2 bulls the knights thundered against each other in the centre of the lists. The white knight's lance hit the shield of Sir Palomides full in the centre, and with the shock the pagan knight was lifted from his saddle, carried beyond his horse, and fell with a great thud to the ground, while his horse careered onward riderless. Sir Gawaine and his fellows marvelled who this stranger knight might be. Then Sir Palomides, rising from the ground, caught his horse, and, full of shame, would have slunk from the field. But the white knight rode after him and bade him turn, for, said the stranger, he would better prove him with the sword. Then, alighting, they lashed at each other with their swords. Now Sir Palomides was a powerful man, and his strokes were passing heavy. But Sir Tristram, for the stranger knight was he, felt so full of strength and joy after his long leisure that he played with Sir Palomides, and men wondered at the might of his blows, and his swiftness was a marvel to see. In a while, with a great buffet on the head of the pagan knight, Sir Tristram felled him to the earth. "Now yield thee," said the white knight sternly, "and do my command, or I will slay thee of a surety." Sir Palomides was sore adread, and promised. "Swear me this," said the stranger, "that upon pain of thy life thou leave my lady La Belle Isoude, and come not unto her ever again, and for a year and a day thou shalt bear no armour. Promise me this, or here shalt thou die." "I swear it," said Sir Palomides, "but I am for ever shamed." In his rage Sir Palomides cut off his armour and threw it from him, and fled away on his horse. Then the white knight also went away, and none knew who he was. The king sent after him to tell him he was the winner of the lady whom he should wed, but the messengers could not find him. Men marvelled much at this, that the victor knight should not come to claim the rich lady for his wife, with the wide lands that went with her. When Sir Tristram returned to the private postern where La Belle Isoude had led him forth secretly, he found her standing breathless, and she was pale and red by turns, and could not speak at first. "Thou hast not failed?" she said, and clasped her hands. "Nay," said Sir Tristram, laughing, "he will never trouble you again, and by Our Lady I wished there had been 6 of him, for I never felt more full of fight and strength than I do this day." "But have ye not claimed the prize?" said La Belle Isoude, and hid her face that was so deathly white. "Nay, nor will I," said Sir Tristram, "for I crave not to be married. I would be free and go forth into strange lands to seek adventures." He went from her, with the tune of a hunting song upon his lips, and saw not how La Belle Isoude trembled against the wall and was near to swoon. For La Belle Isoude herself was the Lady of the Laundes, who should be given to the victor, though this was known to none but herself and the king and queen. The king and queen and all the court marvelled who should be the stranger knight, and why he had departed, and some suspected Sir Tristram, but none knew of this except La Belle Isoude and Governale his squire, and none dared charge him therewith. La Belle Isoude kept her counsel and strove to seem light-hearted. It fell upon a day that Sir Tristram was disporting himself with other knights at a game of ball upon the green before the castle, and had left his sword hung upon the post beside his seat in hall. The queen, with La Belle Isoude, passed through the hall to go to see the men at their sport, and on her way she espied Sir Tristram's sword, and the strange device of a serpent which was upon the handle. She said it was a marvellous piece of work, and never had she seen the like of it. Then, by ill hap, she drew the sword from the scabbard, and they both admired it a long time, looking at its keenness and brightness, and the words of mystery engraved on it. Suddenly the queen gave a little cry as of terror, and she pointed to where, within a foot and a half of the point, there was a piece broken out of the edge. Then, very hastily, the queen ran with the sword into her bower, and from her treasure chest she drew a casket, and from the casket she drew a tiny piece of doeskin, and from that she took a fragment of steel. While her daughter marvelled what it all might mean, the queen took the piece of steel and placed it in the broken part of Sir Tristram's sword, and it fitted so that the break could hardly be seen. "Alas," said the queen, "this is the piece of sword that the leech took from the brain of my brother, Sir Marhaus, and this Sir Tramor is the traitorous knight that slew him." The heart of La Belle Isoude stood still for fear of the ill that would befall Sir Tristram, for she knew her mother's rage. The queen caught up the sword fiercely in her hand and rushed from the room. Midway through the hall there met her Sir Tristram himself with his squire Governale, and the queen sped to him and would have run him through, but for Governale, who snatched the sword from her, though she wounded him in her wrath. Finding her rage thus put to naught, she ran to King Anguish, and threw herself on her knees before him, crying out: "O my lord and husband, here have ye in your house that traitor knight that slew my brother and your champion, that noble knight Sir Marhaus. It is Sir Tramor, as he falsely calleth himself, but the piece of steel that was taken from my brother's brain fits a notch in his sword." "Alas!" cried King Anguish, then am I right heavy, for he is as full noble a knight as ever I knew, and I charge ye have naught to do with him, but let me deal in this matter. The king went to Sir Tristram and found him fully armed, as if ready to fight for his life, for he knew that now the truth had been discovered. "Nay, Sir Tramor," said the king gravely, "it will not avail thee to fight me, but this will I do for the love and honour I bear thee. Inasmuch as ye are within my court, it would be no worship for me to have thee taken and slain, and therefore will I let thee freely depart if thou wilt tell me this: who is thy father, and what is thy name? And didst thou truly and rightly slay Sir Marhaus?" "Tristram is my name," replied the young knight, "and I am son of King Talloch of Lyones. For the truage of Cornwall I fought for the sake of my uncle, King Mark, and the battle with Sir Marhaus was the first I had, for I was made knight for that alone. Sir Marhaus went from me alive into his ship, though he left his sword and shield behind him." "I may not say that ye have done aught but what a good knight should do," replied the king, "but I may not maintain you in this country unless I would displease my wife and her kin." "Sir," said Sir Tristram, "I thank you for your goodness and for the kind cheer which I have had here of yourself and your queen and La Belle Isoude. I will depart straightway when I have bidden your daughter farewell, for I owe my life to her gentle hands, and I promise this, that I will be your daughter's servant and knight in right or wrong, to shield her and fight for her, and do all that a knight may do in her behalf, as long as I live." Then took he his leave of La Belle Isoude, and he told her all how he had come to that land. He thanked her heartily for all her gentleness to him and for her healing of his wound. At first she stood silent, changing red and white of face, and with downcast eyes, her fingers straining about each other. When he swore that he would be her knight, to fight for her whenever she should send for him, and bade her good bye, she took the hand which he held forth, but would not look at him. Tristram wondered why her fair hand was so cold. "Good bye, and God be with ye always," La Belle Isoude replied in a faint voice, and then turned and went from him. Tristram thought she was angered with him for the slaying of her uncle. So in a little while he rode forth with Governale down to the seashore, and looked back not once. There he entered by a ship, and with good wind he arrived at Tintagel in Cornwall, and King Mark and all his barons were glad that Tristram was whole again. Then Sir Tristram went to his father, King Talloch, and there was made great cheer for him, and wide lands were given him. Nevertheless he could not rest long in one place, but went into Logres and Alban and Wales, seeking adventures, and his fame for prowess was almost as great as the fame of Sir Lancelot. Wherever he went he took his harp, and in hall and bower his favourite songs were those that praised the beauty of La Belle Isoude, her gentle ways and her soft white hands. After a year and a day he returned to the court of King Mark and lived there, and all the knights and ladies admired him, and the praise of his courtesy was in the mouths of all, noble and simple, high and low. Then King Mark, his uncle, began to hate him for the love that all bore him, and since he had never married and had no son to whom his kingdom should go after his death, he saw that Sir Tristram would have it, for he was his next kin, and then with Lyones and Tintagel the fame and power of Tristram would increase abundantly. So the king began to cast about in his mind for a way whereby he might do some hurt to Sir Tristram, or even destroy him. He called the young knight to him one day and said: "Dear nephew, I have been thinking a long while of taking unto myself a wife, and I hear much of the beauty and goodness of the king's daughter of Ireland, whom men call La Belle Isoude. Now I would that you go to the king and bear my message to him." Sir Tristram was troubled in mind at these words. Since he had left La Belle Isoude he had had no ease of spirit, for now he knew that he loved her. Though she had been angered with him for his slaying her uncle, and he knew that the queen and other kinsfolk of Sir Marhaus would surely slay him if they could, yet had he hoped in a while to have gone to King Anguish and found some way to win Isoude for his wife. "Ye are feared to go then?" sneered King Mark, noting the silence of Sir Tristram. "Then I will even send some other knight that is bolder." At that Sir Tristram flushed hotly and said, "I fear not to go there or anywhere, and I will bear thy message, sir." "It is well," said the king. "I will send thee with a fine ship and a rich company of knights, and I will get my scrivener to write my message." Now King Mark said all this by reason of his craft and treachery. He had heard how Sir Tristram had been full of the praises of La Belle Isoude, while yet, as he had learned, Sir Tristram had not promised himself in love to her. By his crafty speech King Mark had hoped to make Sir Tristram promise to go to Ireland to obtain her, not for himself, but for King Mark. So therefore, if the king married La Belle Isoude, this would cause some grief and hurt to Sir Tristram. But King Mark cared not overmuch whether he wedded La Belle Isoude or not. He believed that Sir Tristram would of a surety be slain by the kin of Sir Marhaus in Ireland, and if so, King Mark's plot would succeed to the full. Sir Tristram, sad and troubled, went apart and rode into a forest, for now he knew that he had done himself an ill turn. The lady he loved, and whom he wanted to wife for himself, he had now promised to woo for another. As he rode moodily through the forest drive, a knight came swiftly riding on a great horse, its flanks flecked with the foam of its speed. "Fair knight," said the stranger, "will ye of your courtesy tell me where I may quickly come at a knight called Sir Tristram of Lyones?" "I am he," said Tristram. "What would ye?" "I thank Heaven that hath led me to you, sir knight," said the other. "Here is a message from my master, King Anguish of Ireland, who is in dire peril of honour and life, and craves aid of you for the love that hath been atween you." Sir Tristram, much marvelling, took the parchment and read: "These to you, Sir Tristram of Lyones, most noble knight, from his lover and friend King Anguish of Ireland, in sore trouble and straits at Camelot. Know ye, Sir Tristram, that I have been summoned to King Arthur's court on pain of forfeiture of his lordship's royal grace, to answer a charge whereof I knew naught till I came here, which is that by treason and felony I caused to be slain at my court in Ireland a cousin of Sir Bleoberis de Ganis and Sir Blamor de Ganis, and of this evil deed these knights do most falsely accuse me. And there is none other remedy than for me to answer them in knightly fashion, my armed body against theirs. But inasmuch as I am old, and my wasted arm could naught avail me, and in that they are of such renown and prowess that none of my knights may hope to overcome them, I pray ye, Sir Tristram, of your ancient love for me, to come to my aid and fight for me as my champion in this most cruel charge. But if ye will not, and if ye choose to remember rather than I thrust you from my court, and would not protect you against those that meant you ill, then forgive my request, and I leave me to my fate and my dishonour." The heart of Sir Tristram lifted within him for love of the good old king, and turning he said, "For what day is the trial by combat which your master speaketh of?" "For midday on the day before next Sabbath," said the knight. "Go ye at once to your master," said Sir Tristram, "and say to him that I will not fail him, but will make all speed." "Sir, I thank you from my heart," said the knight, and bowed. Then wheeling his horse he dashed swiftly away. At Camelot, on the day and hour appointed, the lists were set, and knights and nobles and the common people waited to see the trial by battle which should prove the innocence or guilt of King Anguish. King Arthur was not at Camelot, nor was Sir Lancelot, for both were at Joyous Gard, the castle of Sir Lancelot, which King Arthur had given to him by the sea in the northern marches. In their places King Cador of Cornwall and King Uriens of Reged were judges at the trial. Ere noon was marked by the gnomon of the dial set up before the judges, Sir Tristram and his squire Governale rode up the lists, and were met by King Anguish and his knights. When Sir Tristram saw the King of Ireland, he got swiftly from his horse and ran towards him, and would have held his stirrup, but the king leapt lightly from his horse, and with bright looks each embraced and kissed the other. "My good lord," cried Tristram, gramercy of your goodness which ye showed me in your marches, and of your nobleness in calling me unto your aid, for it is great honour to me that ye ask this, and I will do all for you to the utmost of my strength." "Ah, worshipful knight," said the king, "ye are courteous and noble beyond all others to come to my aid when I am in such dire need." "Who is he that is appointed to fight with you or your champion?" asked Sir Tristram. "He is of Sir Lancelot's blood," replied the king, "and I wot that he will be hard to overcome, for all those of King Ban's kin are passing good fighters beyond all others. It is Sir Blamor de Ganis, a great warrior." "Sir," said Sir Tristram, "for the great goodness that ye showed to me in Ireland, and for your daughter's sake, La Belle Isoude, I will take the battle in hand for you. But ye must first swear that ye never caused or consented to the death of the knight of which you are charged, and if I avail in your battle I will crave a boon of you which you shall grant me." "I swear to heaven," replied the king, "that I did neither cause nor consent to the death of the knight. And as to the boon that ye shall ask, I grant it you already." Then King Anguish departed to the judges, and cried unto them the name of his champion. And all the knights of the Round Table that were there, and the common people, were all agog to see Sir Tristram. The fame of his fight with Sir Marhaus, and his renown as a harpist and a lover of hunting, were well known unto all. But never yet had he come to the court of King Arthur. Sir Blamor and Sir Tristram went to each end of the lists and dressed their harness and their shields. Sir Bleoberis, that was brother to Sir Blamor, went to him and said, "Brother, now remember of what kin ye be, and what manner of man is our lord Sir Lancelot, and see that ye suffer not shame, for never would Sir Lancelot bear it, and he would sooner suffer death." "Have no doubt of me," said Sir Blamor. "I shall never shame Sir Lancelot nor any of our high blood. Nevertheless this Sir Tristram is a passing good fighter, and if by ill hap he strike me down, then he shall slay me and so end my shame." "God speed you well," said Sir Bleoberis, "but he may not be so great a warrior as fame saith, for fame grows false as she goes further." When the knights were ready, the herald of the court of Arthur stood with his trumpet and recited the cause of the quarrel and the names of the knights about to do battle. Then, lifting his tabard, he bade both knights make ready. And when his tabard fell to the ground, the knights lowered their lances in the rests, set spurs to their horses, and thundered down the lists. With a clang and a crash they met midway, and then men marvelled as they saw how suddenly Sir Blamor's horse reared in mid career, turned right round, and upsetting its rider over its back, fell to the ground. Sir Blamor, however, was unhurt, and quickly rising to his feet, he drew out his sword, crying to Sir Tristram, as the knight turned his horse and came towards him, "Alight thee, Sir Tristram, for though this mare's son of mine hath failed me, I trust my good sword shall not fail me." With that Sir Tristram alighted and dressed him to battle, and there they lashed at each other with mighty strokes on both sides, cutting and hacking, feinting and guarding, so that as time went on and still they fought fiercely, the kings and knights marvelled that they were so great winded and strong. Soon men saw that Sir Blamor was headstrong and mad with rage, while Sir Tristram beat not so many false blows, but each was sure, though slower. Yet Sir Blamor would not rest, but like a wild man would ever dash against his enemy. Where they fought the trampled sand was stained with red from their wounds. Suddenly men saw Sir Blamor make a heavy stroke, which Sir Tristram avoided, and ere the other could recover, Sir Tristram's sword descended on his helm with so great a stroke that Sir Blamor fell upon his side. Sir Tristram leaped upon him and placed the point of his sword against the bars of Sir Blamor's visor, bidding him yield. When Sir Blamor got his breath, he panted forth, "Nay, nay, Sir Tristram, I will not say the word, but I require thee, Sir Tristram de Lyones, as thou art a noble knight and the mightiest that ever I found, that thou wilt slay me out of hand, for now I would not live to be made lord of these lands of Britain. Liefer I would die than live a life of shame, and therefore slay me, slay me." Sir Tristram started back, remembering of what noble blood was this brave knight. Knowing that he must either make Sir Blamor say the loath words, "I yield," or else slay him, he went to where the judges sat, and kneeled before them and told them what Sir Blamor had said. "Fair lords," Sir Tristram ended, "it were shame and pity that this noble knight should be slain, for ye well hear that he will not say the words of shame, and if King Anguish, whose true knight and champion I am, will suffer me, I will neither shame nor slay so stout hearted a knight." "By heaven," said King Anguish, "I will be ruled for your sake, Sir Tristram, and ye are the most knight of prowess that ever I saw in my long life. Therefore I pray these kings and judges that they take the matter into their own hands." The judges called Sir Bleoberis to them and required his counsel. "My lords," he said, "though that my brother be beaten of body by this valiant knight, he hath not beaten his heart, and so I thank God he hath not been shamed in this fight. And rather than he be shamed," said Sir Bleoberis, white and stern, "I require that you command Sir Tristram to slay him out of hand." "That shall not be," said the judges, "for neither King Anguish nor Sir Tristram desire to shame your valiant brother." "We do not," said both the king and Sir Tristram. Therewith, by the advice of the judges, Sir Tristram and Sir Bleoberis took up Sir Blamor, and the two brothers made peace with King Anguish and kissed each other and swore friendship with him for ever. Then Sir Blamor and Sir Tristram kissed, and the two brothers, their hands clasping those of Sir Tristram, swore that there should for ever be peace and love between them. And this did Sir Tristram swear also. Inasmuch as, of his nobleness and generosity, Sir Tristram would not take Sir Blamor's life because he refused to yield him, Sir Lancelot and all his kinsmen loved Sir Tristram, and were ever his friends and spoke well and knightly of him. Then King Anguish and Sir Tristram took their leave and sailed into Ireland with great joy, and when they had arrived there, the king let make a great cry throughout his dominions, of the manner in which Sir Tristram had fought for him, and how for that deed he accounted him the noblest knight among his friends, and that all should treat him with friendship and no deceit. When also the queen and the kin of Sir Marhaus heard how Sir Tristram had borne himself in the trial by combat, they agreed that now they should not seek to slay him, since his great help in this matter had wiped out his ill doing in the slaying of Sir Marhaus. So the queen and the knights of the court and the common people made much of Sir Tristram wheresoever he went. But the joy that La Belle Isoude had in her heart no tongue may tell. When Sir Tristram was led to her, and they met after so long an absence from each other, men saw the lovely face light up with so sweet and high a look that they marvelled at her beauty. Yet they saw how straitly Sir Tristram held himself, and made not much of his meeting with her, and did not seek her company. Then on a day King Anguish asked Sir Tristram what was the boon he craved. "But whatever it be," said the king, "it is yours without fail." Sir Tristram's face went hard and white, and after a little while he said, "It is this, my lord. I bear a request from my uncle, King Mark, and it is that you give him your daughter, La Belle Isoude, for his wife. And ye let me take her unto him, for so I have promised him." "Alas," said the king, and looked full heavily into the eyes of Sir Tristram, "I had liefer that all the land that I have that ye should wed her yourself." Sir Tristram turned away and made this reply: "I have given my promise, and I were ashamed for ever in the world if I did aught else. I require you to hold to your promise, and to let your daughter depart with me to be wedded to my uncle, King Mark." "As I have promised, so will I do," said the king, "but I let you know 'tis with a heavy heart." Nor would the king say more, knowing that he might make bad worse. But the surprise and grief of La Belle Isoude, when she knew that Sir Tristram was to take her to be wife not unto himself, but to a stranger, what tongue may tell and what words may say? Nightly, on the days when she was being prepared to depart, she wept full sorely in the arms of her mother or of Bragwine, her faithful gentlewoman, but in hall or abroad she was ever calm and cold, though pale. The queen, her mother feared much of this marriage, and so sent a swift message to a great witch who dwelled in a dark wet valley in the midst of the Purple Hills, and for much gold a potent philtre was prepared. Then on the day when, with much weeping and many sad farewells, La Belle Isoude with her gentlewomen and many noble ladies and knights were to go into the ship, the queen called Bragwine aside, and giving her a little golden flasket, said to her, "Take this with thee, Bragwine, for I misdoubt this marriage overmuch, and I charge thee do this. On the day that King Mark shall wed my daughter, do thou mix this drink in their wine in equal parts, and then I undertake that each shall love the other alone all the days of their lives." Anon Sir Tristram and La Belle Isoude took ship and got to sea. During the voyage Sir Tristram kept himself much with the other knights, and rarely sat with Isoude, for in his heart was much grief, and he hated the fair wind that drove the ship more quickly to the time when he must give up La Belle Isoude to his uncle. He knew now that he loved none other woman in the world but her, and never would so long as he should live. Bragwine, the maid, seeing the pensive looks of her mistress, and knowing the wretchedness of her heart, determined to give her mistress what she most desired. By the aid of Governale, the squire of Sir Tristram, they poured the philtre into the wine of Isoude and Sir Tristram as they were about to sit at dinner. They thought that the philtre being so potent it would cause Sir Tristram to do as King Anguish wished that he would do, and take La Belle Isoude into his own home at Lyones and wed her himself. Sir Tristram and La Belle Isoude sat at dinner and drank the wine. In a little while Sir Tristram looked at the wine that was in his silver cup and smelled at it. "Sure this is the best wine that ever I drank," said he, and smiled at her. "It is truly a most sweet and noble drink," said Isoude, and her heart was glad to see him smile, who hitherto had kept his face so stern. Sir Tristram called his squire. "Governale," said he, "what wine is this thou hast given us this day? Let us have another flask of the same." Governale was ever ill at a deception, and began to stammer. "My lord," he said, "I fear me there is none other." "Ah," said his master, "and where got you that?" "The gentlewoman of my lady Isoude," said he, "brought it and bade me mix it in your lordship's wine." "What?" cried Sir Tristram, rising angrily. "What means this? What trickery is this?" "O my lord, forgive me," cried Governale, "but we saw the sorrow of both your hearts, and we gave you the philtre that was meant for my lady and King Mark, and, my lord, you will break my lady's heart and your own if ye suffer this." But Sir Tristram would hear no further, and fiercely sent his squire from his presence. "Ah, my lord," said La Belle Isoude, "have those two poor souls done more evil than we are doing, by hiding our hearts from each other? I would have you know that no ease shall you have all the days of your life, for I know that you love me, and as to that, there is no living man in all this world that I love as I love you. If ye think it unmaidenly in me to say that, then my own wretched heart forgives me." The gentle sorrow in her voice caused Sir Tristram's heart to swell with rage because he had promised to take her to wed King Mark. "Lady," he said, and his face was full pitiful and pale, "Heaven knows that ye say right, and that never more shall I have ease after this, but no more should I have ease, but rather more shame and remorse, if I should do what my heart bids me do. I gave my promise to mine uncle, madman that I was, and I must perform it, and suffer. But I could slay myself to think that you will suffer also." She saw the rage and sorrow in his eyes, and her heart was full of pity. "Do thyself no harm, O noble knight and friend," said Isoude, "for thou art right and I wrong. But I would have you promise to be my knight and champion in things both ill and good, while you shall have life." "Lady," he replied, "I will be all the days of my life your knight, in weal and in woe, to come to your aid and battle for your dear name, when you shall send for me." Sir Tristram gave her a ring, and she gave him another, and quickly they parted, lest they should repent them of their duty. That evening they got to shore and landed at the foot of Tintagel, and Sir Tristram led up La Belle Isoude and gave her into the hands of King Mark, whose looks, for all that he tried to appear satisfied, were sour as he dwelt on the noble figure of Sir Tristram. Men noticed how pale and stern the young knight seemed, and that he said few words. In a little while, after the wedding of his uncle to La Belle Isoude, Sir Tristram said farewell to all the court, for, said he would go fight the pagans who were ravening in the north, and so departed, with Gouvernail, his squire. Afterwards, seeing the pale queen seated in hall beside King Mark, and remembering the heaviness of Sir Tristram, some guessed how full of woe was their parting, but for love and sorrow of Sir Tristram they said naught of what they thought. End of chapter 5. Recording by William Tomco.
Chapter 6 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. King Arthur's Knights. The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 6. The Deeds of Sir Geraint. King Arthur was spending Whitsuntide at Caerleon upon Usk, and one day he hunted the stag in the forest that lay thereby. As he had given permission for his queen to go and see the hunting, she set out with one handmaiden and rode in the misty dawning down to the river and across the ford. They climbed up the other bank, following the track of the men and horses which had formed the king's hunting party, until they stood on the edge of the dark forest, where the young leaves were fresh and sweetly green. The sun burst forth and sucked up the mists along the meadow flats, beside the river below them, and the water flashed and the birds sang. "Here we will stay," said the queen, who felt happy with the sunlight upon her, and the smell of the forest blowing out from the trees. "And though we shall not see the killing, we shall hear the horns when they sound, and we shall hear the dogs when they are let loose and begin to cry so eagerly." Suddenly they heard a rushing sound and the thud of hoofs behind them, and turning they saw a young man upon a hunter foal of mighty size. The rider was a fair-haired, handsome youth of princely mien, yet withal kindly of look and smile. A riding robe and surcoat of satin were upon him. Low-cut shoes of soft leather were on his feet, and in his girdle was a golden-hilted sword. A fillet of gold bound his curly hair, and a collar of gold with a blue enamel swastika pendant hung about his neck. He checked his horse as he neared the queen, and it came towards her, with step stately, swift and proud, and the rider bowed full low to Guinevere. "Heaven prosper thee, Sir Geraint," she said, "and its welcome be unto thee." "Heaven accord you long life and happiness, O queen," replied Geraint. "Why didst thou not go with my lord to hunt?" asked the queen. "Because I knew not when he went," said Geraint. "But men told me in hall that you had gone out alone, and I came to crave permission to accompany and guard you." "Gramercy," said the queen, "thy protection is very agreeable to me." As they stood talking, they heard the clatter of steel armour, and looking between the trees, they beheld a proud knight upon a war horse of great size, wearing a heavy chain mail jesseraunt, with coif and visored helm, and his horse was also clothed in a harness of chain mail. Following him was a lady upon a beautiful white horse, which went with stately and proud steps along the forest way. The lady was clothed in a great robe of gold brocade, and her headcloth of fine cambric was turned so that her face was hidden. Behind them rode a little dark man, hairy and fierce of face, dressed as a page, and he sat on a great horse, strong and spirited, yet the dwarf held it well in hand. Hung to his saddle-bow was the knight's shield, but the device was hidden by a cloth, and two lances were fixed to the girdle of the dwarf. In his right fist the page carried a whip, long and heavy and knotted. "Sir Geraint," said Guinevere, "knowest thou the name of that tall knight?" "I know him not, lady," said Geraint, and his helm conceals his face, and his shield is also hidden. But I will go back and ask the page, that you may learn his name." And Sir Geraint rode up to the dwarfish page. "Who is yonder knight?" said Sir Geraint. "I will not tell thee," replied the dwarf, and scowled. "Then I will ask him myself," said Sir Geraint. "That thou wilt not, by my head," said the dwarf angrily, "for thou art not of honour enough to speak to my lord." Geraint turned his horse's head to go towards the knight, whereupon the dwarf spurred forward and overtook him and lashed towards him with the long and knotted whip. The lash struck the mouth of Sir Geraint, and blood flowed and dropped upon the silken scarf that he wore. Instantly Sir Geraint turned, with sword half drawn, and the dwarf cowered and pulled back. But Sir Geraint thought it would be no vengeance to carve the dwarf's head from his shoulders, and to be attacked unarmed by the mail-clad knight. He thrust his sword back with a clang into its scabbard, and he rode towards the queen. "Thou hast acted wisely and nobly, Sir Geraint," said the queen, "and I sorrow for the insult the craven knave hath placed upon thee." "Lady, I fear he was but copying his master," said Geraint, whose eyes flashed with anger. "But if your ladyship will permit me, I will follow this knight, and at last he will come to some town where I may get arms either as a loan or from a friend, and then I will avenge the insult which this stranger knight hath given you, my queen and lady." "Go," said Gwenevere, "but I beg of thee, do not encounter with the knight until thou hast good arms, for he is a man almost as big as Sir Lancelot du Lake, and I shall be anxious concerning thee until thou dost return or send tidings." "If I be alive," said Sir Geraint, "you shall hear tidings of me by tomorrow at evensong." Thus he departed. All that day Sir Geraint followed the knight and the lady and the page, keeping them in sight, though at a distance. Through the forest they went first, and thereafter the road ran along a ridge of high ground, with the great downs and combes falling and heaving below their feet, the sun flashing back from the lakes and streams, the bees humming at the flowers in the grass, and the larks rising with thrilling song in the warm sweet air of the spring. Sir Geraint loved it all, but he kept his eyes ever on the knight, who flashed as he moved far before him. At length he saw the towers of a high castle, and beneath it the red roofs of a little town nesting at the foot of the grey walls. They rode into the town, and as the haughty knight passed through it, the people in the booths and cabins and those beside the way saluted him. He did not acknowledge any of their greetings, but looked before him proudly, as he had done when he rode through the solitary paths of the wilderness. Sir Geraint looked about him as he rode behind, to see if there was any armourer or knightly person whom he knew, but there was none. When he saw the knight and the lady and the dwarf enter the castle, and was sure that they would sojourn there, he rode about the little town and found it full of knights and squires, with armourers and others cleaning arms, sharpening swords and repairing harness. But no one did he know of whom to beg a suit of armour and a lance. Then he took his way to a little stream beneath the wall of the town, and on the other side he saw a manor house, old and ruinous, standing amidst tall weeds, and thinking he might get lodging there for that night, he forded the river and went towards the manor. He saw that the hall door yawned open, and that a marble bridge led up to it over a wide ditch full of stagnant water and thick with green weeds and rushes. On the bridge sat an old and reverend man in clothes that once had been rich, but now were thin and tattered, and Geraint thought it was not possible that so poor a place could help him in what he desired. He looked steadfastly at the old man. "Young sir," said the latter, "why art thou so thoughtful?" "I was thinking, fair sir," said Geraint, "whether thou couldst give me lodging here for this night." "Of a surety," said the old man, rising. "It is poor we are, but such as can be given shall be of our best." He led Sir Geraint into the hall, which was bleak and desolate, and the hearthstone in the centre was thick with last year's leaves, as if it had been long since fire had flickered upon it. On the wall there hung rusty weapons and helms, and through the cracks there crept the ivy from the outer wall. The horse was tethered in the hall by the old man. Then he led Sir Geraint to a door upon the dais, and ushered him into the bower, and there he saw an old decrepit woman, sweet of look though thin and peaked. She rose from the cushion on which she sat, greeting him kindly, and he saw that the satin garments upon her were also old and tattered. Yet Sir Geraint thought she must have been a lovely woman in her happy youth. Beside her was a maiden, upon whom was a vest and robe, poor and thin, and the veil of her headcloth was old though clean. Yet truly, thought Geraint, he had never seen a lovelier maiden, nor one with more sweetness and grace in her smile, or gentleness in her voice, and the heart of him stirred with pity to see her so pale and wan, as if she fared but poorly. "Welcome, fair sir," said the old dame. "This is my daughter Enid, who will gladly prepare food for you." When food had been prepared, they sat down, and Geraint was placed between the white-haired man and his wife, and the maiden served them. Afterwards, as they drank weak mead from cups of earthenware, they spoke together, and Geraint asked whose was the manor in which they sat. "Mine," said the old man, "for I built it, and the castle up there and the town were also mine." "Alas," said Geraint, "how is it you and yours have lost them?" "For my sins and my greed," said the old man sadly, "and bitterly have I repented me of my wrong. I am Earl Inewl, but I have lost the lands that made my earldom. For I have a nephew, whom his father on his deathbed gave into my keeping, with all his lands, and I added his possessions to my own. And when the boy was a man, he demanded them of me, and I would not give them up. So he made war upon me, and took everything from me except this ruined hall and one poor farm." "Since you are sorry for the greed that hath ruined you," replied Geraint, "I will do what I may to regain your possessions, if God gives me life. But first I would ask, why went that knight and the lady and the dwarf just now into the town, and why is there so much furbishing of arms there?" "The preparations are for the jousting that is to be held to morrow's morn in the level meadow beside the ford," responded the old earl, "and the prize is to be a falcon of pure gold. The knight thou sawest has won the falcon for 2 years running, and if he wins it this time he will have it for his own, and will win the title of the Knight of the Golden Falcon. And to gain it from him all those knights in the town will assay, and with each will go the lady that he loveth best, and if a man takes not his lady with him, he may not enter the lists." "Sir," said Sir Geraint, "I would willingly have to do with that knight, for he hath, by the hands of his dwarf page, most evilly insulted the queen of my dear lord, King Arthur. But I have no armour." "As for that," said the old man, "I have arms here that will fit thee. But if thou hast no maiden with thee, thou canst not do battle." "If, sir," replied Sir Geraint, "you and this maiden, your daughter, will permit me to challenge for her, I will engage, if I escape alive from the tournament, to be the maiden's knight while I shall live. What say you, daughter?" said the old earl. "Indeed, sir," replied the maiden, gently flushing, "I am in your hands, and if this fair knight will have it so, he may challenge for me." This said Enid to hide her true thoughts, for indeed she felt that she had never before seen as noble a youth as Geraint, or one for whom her thoughts were so kind. "Then so shall it be," said Earl Inewl. On the morrow, ere it was dawn, they arose and arrayed themselves, and at the break of day they were in the meadow. Before the seat of the young earl, who was Inel's nephew, there was set up a post, and on it was the figure of a gyr falcon of pure gold, and marvellously wrought, with wings outspread and talons astretch, as if it were about to strike its prey. Then the knight whom Geraint had followed entered the field with his lady, and when he had made proclamation, he bade her go and fetch the falcon from its place. "For," said he, "thou art the fairest of women, and if any deny it, by force I will defend the fame of thy beauty and thy gentleness and nobleness." "Touch not the falcon!" cried Geraint, for here is a maiden who is fairer and more noble and more gentle, and who has a better claim to it than any." The stranger knight looked keenly at Geraint, and in a haughty voice cried, "I know not who thou art, but if thou art worthy to bear arms against me, come forward." Geraint mounted his horse, and when he rode to the end of the meadow, laughter rippled and rang from the people watching him. For he bore an old and rusty suit of armour that was of an ancient pattern, and the joints of which gaped here and there, and none knew who he was, for his shield was bare. But when, thundering together, the two knights had each broken several lances upon the shield of the other, the people eyed Sir Geraint with some regard. When it seemed that the proud knight was the better jouster, the earl and his people shouted, and Inewl and Enid had sad looks. "Pity it is," said Enid, "that our young knight hath but that old gaping armour, for when they clash together I feel the cruel point of the proud knight's spear as if it were in my heart." "Fear not, my dear," said the old dame, her mother. "I feel that him you have learned to love so soon is worthy a good maiden's love, and I think that his good knighthood will overcome the other's pride." Then the old knight went to Geraint. "O young chief," he said, "since all other lances break in thy strong young hand, take you this. It was the lance I had the day when I received knighthood. It was made by the wizard smith who lives in the hill of Ithel, and it hath never failed me." Then Sir Geraint took the lance and thanked the old earl, and looked back to where stood Enid, and his heart leapt to see how proud and calm she stood, though her lips trembled as she smiled at him. With that the strength seemed to course like a mountain stream through all his body, and from the uttermost end of the meadow he pricked his horse and rushed towards the proud knight. His blow was so mighty and the good lance so strong that the shield of the proud knight was cleft in twain, and he was thrust far beyond his horse and fell crashing to the ground. Then Geraint leapt from his horse and drew his sword, and the other rising to his feet, they dashed together with the fury of wild bulls, and so battled long and sore until the sweat and blood obscured their sight. Once when the proud knight had struck Sir Geraint a mighty blow, the young knight saw as he fought how the maid Enid stood with clasped hands and a pale face of terror, as if she feared for his life. With the sight of the maiden's dread and the memory of the insult done by the proud knight to Queen Gwenevere, Sir Geraint waxed both fiercer and stronger, and gathering all his might in one blow, he beat with his sword upon the crown of the knight's helm, and so fierce was it that the headpiece broke and the sword blade cut to the bone. Straightway the knight fell down upon his knees and craved mercy. "Why should I give mercy to one so full of pride and arrogance?" said Sir Geraint. "Thou, through thy servant, hast shamefully insulted the queen of my lord, King Arthur." "Fair knight," cried the other, "I confess it, and I give up my overbearing henceforth, and I crave for mercy. And if ye give me my life, I will be your man and do your behest." "I will give thee mercy on one condition," said Geraint, "which is that thou and thy lady and thy dwarf page go instantly and yield yourselves into the hands of the queen, and claim atonement for your insult. And whatsoever my lady the queen determines, that shall ye suffer. Tell me, who art thou?" "I am Sir Edern of the Needlands," replied the other. "And who art thou, sir knight?" he asked, "for I have never met so valiant and good a knight of his hands as thou art." "I am Geraint of Cornwall," said the young knight. "It giveth comfort to me to know that I am overcome by so noble a knight," said the other. Then he got upon his horse, all wounded as he was, and with his lady and the page beside him, took his way sadly to Arthur's court. Then the young earl rose and came to Sir Geraint, and asked him to stay with him at his castle, for he loved all knights of great prowess, and would have them talk to him. "Nay, I will not," said Sir Geraint coldly. "I will go where I was last night." "Have your will, sir knight," replied the young earl courteously, "but I will ask Earl Inewl to permit me to furnish his manor as it should be furnished for your honour and ease." Sir Geraint went back to the manor, conversing with Earl Yniol and his wife, and with the maiden Enid. When they reached the house, they found it full of the servants of the earl, who were sweeping the hall, laying straw therein, with tables and benches as it was suitable, and soon a great fire leapt and crackled on the stone in the centre. Then, when Sir Geraint's wound had been washed and salved and bound, and he had placed upon himself his walking attire, the chamberlain of the young earl came to him and asked him to go into the hall to eat. Sir Geraint asked where was Earl Yniol and his wife and daughter. "They are in the bower, putting on robes which my lord the earl hath sent, more befitting their station and your honour," said the earl's chamberlain. Sir Geraint liked it not that the maiden should be dressed in robes given by the man who had stripped her father of all his wealth, and he said coldly, "I would that the damsel do not array herself, except in the vest and veil she hath worn till now, and those she should wear," he said, "until she comes to the court of Arthur, where the queen shall clothe her in garments fitting for her." It was so done, and the maiden sat in her poor robes, while the other knights and ladies in the young earl's company glittered and shone in satin and jewels. But she cared not for this, because Sir Geraint had bidden her. When meat was done and mead was served, they all began to talk, and the young earl invited Sir Geraint to visit him next day. "It may not be," said Sir Geraint, "for I will not rest while Earl Yniol and his dame and daughter go in poverty and rags and trouble. And it is for this I will see my lord, so that something may be done to give them maintenance befitting their station." Then, because the young earl admired Sir Geraint for his knightly strength, his nobility of manner, and his prowess, there was sorrow in his heart for the old Earl Yniol. "Ah, Sir Geraint," he said, "I am sorry if your heart is sore because of my kinsman's poor condition, and if you will give me your friendship, I will abide by your counsel and do what you think I should do of right." "I thank thee, fair sir," said Geraint, "and I will ask ye to restore unto the Earl Yniol all the possessions that were rightly his, and what he should have received up to this day." "That I will gladly do for your sake," said the young earl. Thus it was agreed, and such of the men in the hall who held lands which rightfully belonged to Earl Yniol came and knelt before him and did homage to him, and next morning lands and homesteads and all other his possessions were returned to Earl Yniol, to the last seed pearl. Thereafter Sir Geraint prepared to return to the court of King Arthur, and the Earl Yniol came to him with the maiden Enid, whose gentle face went pale and red by turns. Putting her hand in the hand of Sir Geraint, the old man said, "Fair sir, your pursuit of that knight, Sir Edern, and your revenge for his insult, I shall bless until the last day of my life, for you have done more goodness and justice than I can ever repay you. But if this my daughter, for whom you fought yesterday, is pleasing unto you, then take her for your wife, with the blessing of myself and my countess." Sir Geraint clasped the hand of the young maiden and said, "My lord, I thank thee, and if my lord King Arthur shall give this maiden unto me for wife, then I will love her and cherish her all the days of my life, if she in her heart would choose me for her husband." "My lord," said the maiden, raising her frank eyes and flushing face to him, "I have never known a knight to whom I gave so great goodwill as I find in my heart for thee, and if thy lord Arthur shall give me unto thee, I will plight thee my love and loving service till I die." Thereupon they proceeded on their way to the court of King Arthur, and what had seemed a long journey to Geraint when he had followed Sir Edern, now seemed too short, for he and the maid Enid passed it in much pleasant converse. Towards evening they arrived at Caerleon upon Usk, and Queen Gwenevere received Sir Geraint with great welcome, calling him her glorious knight and champion, and telling him that Sir Edern had yielded himself into her hands to do such atonement as seemed fitting, when he should have recovered from his wounds. At the beauty of the maid Enid all the court marvelled, and the queen hastened to clothe her in robes of satin, rich and rare, with gold upon her hair and about her throat. And when she was so dressed, all were glad that one of so sweet a dignity and rare a beauty had come among them. King Arthur gave her to Sir Geraint with many rich gifts, and Enid and Geraint were married in the abbey church, and the court gave itself up to feasting and sport, and acclaimed her one of the three most lovely ladies in all the Isle of Britain. When a year had passed in great happiness, ambassadors came from King Erbin of Cornwall with a request to King Arthur that he should let Sir Geraint go home to his father. For, said the messengers, King Erbin waxes old and feeble, and the more he ageth, the more insolent and daring are the barons and lords on his marches, trying to wrest parts of his lands to add to their own. Therefore, said they, the king begs you to let his son Sir Geraint return home, so that, knowing the fame and strength of his arm and his prowess, the turbulent lords would desist, and if they would not, Sir Geraint would hurl them from his boundaries. King Arthur, though very reluctant to let so great an ornament of his court depart, let him go, and Sir Geraint and Enid went with a great party of best knights of the Round Table, and rode to the Severn shore, and there took ship to the shores of Cornwall. When they reached there, all the people came from their villages, welcoming Sir Geraint and his lovely bride, for the fame of his prowess and the way in which he had won his wife had spread over all the land. And King Erbin welcomed his son and was glad of his coming. And the next day all the chief subjects, the lords and barons holding land or offices, and the chief tenants of common degree, came into the hall, and kneeling before Sir Geraint, did honour to him and swore fealty. Then, with a great company of his chief warriors, Sir Geraint visited all the bounds of his territory. Experienced guides went with him, and old men learned in the marks of the boundaries, and priests, and they renewed the mere marks that were broken down, and replaced those which had been wrongfully moved. Thereafter men lived peacefully in the land and on all the borders, for under the shadow of the strong young chief no border lords dared to invade the land, and no fierce baron used oppression. Then, as had been his wont at the court of Arthur, Sir Geraint went to all tournaments that were held within easy reach of his kingdom. Thus he became acquainted with every mighty knight of his hands throughout the lands of Cornwall, Wales and Logres. And so great in strength and prowess did he become that men hailed him as one of the three great heroes of the Isle of Britain, the other two being Sir Lancelot du Lake and Sir Tristram of Lyons. And though there were other great and valiant warriors, such as Sir Lamorak, Sir Bors, Sir Gawaine and his brother Sir Gareth and Sir Palomides, yet all of these had been overcome by one or other of the three heroes. For as yet Sir Perceval was in the forest with his widowed mother, and knew no arms but a stone or a stick, and Sir Galahad was not yet born. And these two were knights stainless of pride or any evil desire, and by that force alone did strike down every arm, however mighty, that relied on knightly prowess alone. When his fame had spread all over the kingdom south of Trent, so that no knight that knew him or saw the device of the golden falcon on his shield would have to do with him, Sir Geraint began to seek ease and pleasure, for there was no one who would joust with him. He began to stay at home and never went beyond his wife's bower chamber, but sat and delighted in playing chess, or hearing the bards of the court sing songs of glamour and wizardry, or tell him tales of ancient warriors and lovers long since dead. The whole court marvelled at his slothfulness as time passed, and he changed not. He gave up the friendship of his nobles, and went not hunting or hawking, and found no pleasure but in the company of his wife, whom he dearly loved. Men began to scoff and jeer at his name over their cups in the hall, or as they rode with hawk on fist to the hunting, or as they tilted in the lists. And the lawless lords upon the marches of the land began to stir and to dare, and when none came to punish them, their plunderings and oppressions grew. Soon these things came to the ears of the old King Erbin, and great heaviness was upon him. And he called the Lady Enid to him one day, and with stern sorrow in his eyes he spoke thus: "Fair woman, is it thou that hast turned my son's spirit into water? Is it thy love that hath made his name a byword among those who should love him because he is not as he once was? A man no one could meet in arms and overcome. Is it thou that have sunk him in slothfulness, so that the wolfish lords and tyrant barons upon his marchlands began to creep out of their castle holds, and tear and maim his people, and wrest for them and him broad lands and fertile fields?' 'Nay, lord, nay,' said Enid, and he knew from the tears in her brave eyes that she spoke the truth. 'It is not I. By my confession unto heaven, I know not what hath come to my dear lord. But there is nothing more hateful to me than his unknightly sloth, and I know not what I may do. For it is not harder, lord, to know what men say of my dear husband than to have to tell him and see the shame in the eyes of him I love.' And Enid went away weeping sorely. The next morning, when Enid awoke from sleep, she sat up and looked at Geraint sleeping. The sun was shining through the windows and lay upon her husband, and as she gazed upon his marvellous beauty, and the great muscles of his arms and breast, and tears filled her eyes as she leaned over him, 'Alas,' she said half aloud, 'am I the cause that this strength, this noble and manly beauty, have all lost the fame they once enjoyed? Am I the cause that he hath sunk into sloth, and men scoff at his name and his strength?' And the words were heard by Geraint, and he felt the scalding tears fall upon his breast, and he lay appearing to be asleep, yet he was awake. A great rage burned in him, so that for some moments he knew not what to do or say. Then he opened his eyes as if he had heard and felt nothing, and in his eyes was a hard gleam. He rose and swiftly dressed and called his squire. 'Go,' he said to the man, 'prepare my destrier, and get old armour and a shield with no device thereon, old and rusty, and say naught to no one. And do thou,' he said to his wife, 'rise and apparel thyself, and cause thy horse to be prepared, and do thou wear the oldest riding robe thou hast, and thou wilt come with me.' So Enid arose and clothed herself in the meanest garments. Then Geraint went to his father and said, 'Sir, I am going upon a quest into the land of Logres, and I know not when I may return. Do thou therefore keep our kingdom until I return.' 'I will do so, my son,' said Erbin, 'but thou art not strong enough to go through the land of Logres alone. Wilt thou not have a company with thee?' 'But one person shall go with me,' said Geraint, 'and that is a woman. Farewell.' Then he put on the old and rusty suit of armour, and took the shield with no device, and a sword and a lance. And then mounting his horse, he took his way out of the town, and Enid went before him on her palfrey, marvelling what all this might mean. Geraint called unto her and said sternly, 'Go thou and ride a long way before me, and whatever ye see or hear concerning me, say naught, and turn not back. And unless I speak to thee, speak not thou to me.' All day they rode thus, and deeper they sank into a desolate land, where huge rocks jutted from the starved soil, and there was no sound or sight of living thing, except it was the wolf looking from his lair beneath a stone, or the breaking of a branch as the brown bear on a distant hill slope tore at a tree to get a honeycomb, and blinked down at them, marvelling maybe to see a knight and a lady in his desolate domain. When late in the afternoon their long shadows marched before them down a broad green road which they had struck upon, Enid's heart suddenly lifted to see the white walls and roofs of what looked like a rich town. For she knew not what was in her lord's mind, and feared lest his strange anger should push him to go on through the night, and so become a prey to robbers or wild animals. But she marvelled that there was no sight or sound of people, no carters or travellers going to or coming from the city, and no smoke rose above the housetops. When they came nearer, she saw the wall of the gate was broken down, and that along the broad road beyond the wall the grass waved high across the street, and the little wooden booths and cabins beside the road were rotting and decayed. Anon they rode into a broad marketplace or forum, where white buildings rose above them, the windows gaping, grass growing on the roofs or in the crannies of the walls, and the doorways choked with bushes. And out of the broad hallway of the basilica she saw the grey form of a wolf walk and slink away in the shadows. With a sinking heart she knew that this was one of the fair cities which the Romans had built, and when they had left Britain this town had been deserted and left desolate, to become a place where the wolf and the bear made their lairs, where the beaver built his dam in the stream beneath the wall of the palace, and where robbers and wild men lay hid, or the small people of the hills came and made their magic and weaved their spells with the aid of the spirits haunting the desolate hearths of the Romans. As Enid checked her horse and waited for Geraint to come up, that she might ask him whether it was his pleasure to pass the night there, she saw down the wide street before her the forms of men creeping and gathering in the gloom. Then, fearing lest they should fall upon her husband before he was aware of them, she turned her horse and rode towards him and said, "Lord, dost thou not see the wild men which gather in the shadows there in the street before us, as if they would attack thee?" Geraint lifted up his angry eyes to hers. "Thou wert bid to keep silent," he said. "Whosoever thou hast seen or heard, why dost thou warn one whom thou dost despise?" Even as he spoke, from the broken houses through which they had crept to assail the single knight dashed 10 robbers, naked of feet, evil of look, clothed in skins. One leapt at the knight with a knife in his hand, to be cut down halfway in his spring by Sir Geraint's fierce sword stroke. Then, while Enid stood apart, terror in her heart, prayer on her lips, she saw him as if he were in the midst of a pack of tearing wolves. And in the silent street with its twilight was the sudden clash of steel, the howls and cries of wounded men. Then she was aware that 6 lay quiet on the road, and the remaining 4 broke suddenly away towards the shelter of the houses. But 2 of these Sir Geraint pursued and cut down before they could reach cover. He rejoined her in silence and sought for a place of lodging. And in a small villa they found a room with but one door. Here they supped from the scrip of food and the bottle of wine which Enid had brought, and there they slept that night. On the morrow they pursued their way, and followed the green road out of the ruined city until they reached the forest. And in the heat and brightness of the high noon, the green and coolness of the forest ways were sweet, and the sound of tiny streams hidden beneath the leaves was refreshing. Then they came upon a plain where was a village surrounded by a bank of earth, on which was a palisade, and there was a wailing and weeping coming from between the little mud cabins therein. And as they approached they saw in the middle green 4 knights in armour, and a crowd of poor frightened folk about them. As they passed the gate of the village, a poor man ran from the group and threw himself before Sir Geraint. "O Sir Knight," he cried full piteously, "if thou art a good knight and brave, do thou see justice done here. For these 4 lords would cut my father's throat if he say not where his money is hid." "Are they his proper lords?" asked Geraint. "Nay, Sir Knight," said the man, "our land is Geraint's, and these lords say that he sleeps all day, so they will be our masters, and they do ever oppress us with fine, tax and torture." Therewith Sir Geraint rode through the gate of the village and approached the group. He saw where the 4 knights stood cruelly torturing a poor old man whom they had tied to a post, and the sweat stood upon the peasant's white face, and the fear of death was in his eyes. "Lords, lords," he cried in a spent voice, "I have no money, for you did take all I had when you told us our Lord Geraint was become a court fool." "Thou miser," jeered one of the knights, "that was 2 months agone, and thou hast something more by now. Will this loose thy secret carrion?" At the cruel torture the man shrieked aloud, and by reason of the pain his head sank, and he slid down the post in a swoon. And a young woman rushed forth, threw her arm about the hanging body, and with flashing eyes turned and defied the knights. Next moment it would have gone ill with her, but the voice of Sir Geraint rang out. "Ho there, sir knights," he cried, "or sir wolves, I know not which ye are. Have ye naught to do but squeeze poor peasants of mean savings?" The knights turned in rage, and laughed and sneered when they saw but one solitary knight in old and rusty armour. "Ah, Sir Scarecrow," cried one, leaping on his horse, "I will spit thee for thy insolence." "Knock him down and truss him up with this starveling peasant," cried another. All now had mounted, and the first prepared to run at Sir Geraint, who backed his horse through the gateway into the open plain. Anon the first knight came, hurling himself angrily upon him. But deftly Sir Geraint struck the other's lance aside with his sword, and as the rider rushed past him, he rose in his stirrups. His blade flashed and then sank in the neck of the felon knight, who swayed in his saddle and then crashed to the ground. Then the second horseman attacked him furiously, being wroth at the death of his companion. But Sir Geraint couched his lance and caught the other on the edge of his shield, and the spear passed through his body. And by good hap also he slew the other two, one with his lance, the other with his sword on foot. Enid, full of fear while the fight was raging, felt gladness and sorrow when she saw how nobly her husband had smitten these torturers with justice. And she said that of a truth she had been wrong, and there was no sloth in his heart, no weakness in the strong arm of her lord. Then Sir Geraint took off the armour from each of the four knights, and piled them on their horses, and tied them together, and bade her drive them before her. "And do thou go forward some way," said he sternly, "and say not one word to me unless I speak first unto thee." As he mounted his horse, the man that had been tortured came forward with his people and knelt before him, and kissed the mail-clad shoe in his stirrup. And in rude few words they thanked him tearfully, asking for his name so they could speak of him in their prayers. "I am called Sir Slothful," said Sir Geraint, "and I deserve not your worship. But hark ye, if other evil lords come upon these marches and seek to oppress thee, tell them that though Sir Geraint sleeps now, he will soon awake, and they shall not stand before his vengeance." And so he rode on, leaving the poor folks marvelling but happy. Then in a little while they came upon a high road, and the lady went on first. And for all his anger, Geraint was sorry to see how much trouble Enid had in driving the four horses before her, yet how patient she was. Soon they beheld a wide valley below them, the fairest and richest in homesteads and farms that they had yet seen. A river ran through the middle of it, and the road on which they passed ran down to a bridge over the river, beyond which was a castle and a walled town. Sir Geraint took the road towards the bridge, and soon a knight came cantering towards them. "Fair sir," said Sir Geraint, "canst thou tell me who is the owner of this fair valley and that walled city?" "Of a truth," said the other, "these are the lands of King Griffith, whom men call the Little King. He holds them of King Urban, whose son, that was so famous, men say has become a worthless court dandy." "I thank thee for thy words, fair sir," said Geraint, and would pass on. "I would counsel thee not to attempt to cross the bridge," said the knight, "unless thou dost intend to fight the Little King. For armed strangers he will not suffer to pass, and I doubt me if thy arms are of much use to thee." And the knight smiled at the rusty arms and shield of Sir Geraint. "Nevertheless," said Sir Geraint, "though my arms are old, I will go this way." "If thou dost so," said the knight, "thou wilt meet with shame and defeat, for the Little King is a man of giant strength." But Sir Geraint passed down towards the bridge and crossed it, and went along the road beyond towards the town. Presently Sir Geraint heard the sound of hoofs behind him, and looking round saw a knight following him upon a great black horse, tall and stately and stepping proudly. The knight was the smallest that Sir Geraint had ever seen. When the stranger had come up to him, he said, "Tell me, fair sir, is it by presumption or by ignorance that thou comest armed along this road?" I knew not that in any of the lands of King Urban a peaceful man, though he be armed, could not go without hindrance, replied Sir Geraint. That was so, replied the knight, when King Urban's son, Sir Geraint, was a man of prowess, not a soft fool. Then his name alone kept his borders clean of robber lords and bandit knights. But now that he is less than naught, I myself must keep my land clean of thieves in rusty armour that would frighten and oppress poor folk. Nevertheless, said Sir Geraint, I will travel by this road, and ye hinder me at your peril. Have at thee then, said the little knight, and together they spurred towards each other. Sir Geraint marvelled to feel how powerful the lance strokes of the little man, while as for himself, so high was the little knight's horse, and so small was the rider, that he was hardly able to get a good blow at him. But they jousted until at the third bout the little king's lance broke short, and then they dismounted and lashed at each other with their swords. At first Sir Geraint thought it was nigh unseemly that one so strong and tall as himself should have to do with so small a knight. But if he thought that he had advantage in his longer reach and greater strength, he quickly saw his error. For the little king was a man of marvellous strength and agility, and for all Sir Geraint's knowledge and strength, the other's strokes were so boldly fierce, so quick and powerful, that it was not long ere Sir Geraint found he had need of great wariness. Soon their helmets were cracked and their shields dented and carved and their hauberks in rags, and hardly could they see between the bars of their visors for the sweat and blood in their eyes. Then at last Sir Geraint, enraged that one so small should give him so much trouble to conquer, gathered all his strength in one blow, so that the little king was beaten to his knees, and the sword flew from his hand 10 yards away. I yield me, cried King Griffith, and never have I fought with so valiant and strong a knight. Have mercy and spare me, and I will be thy man. Be it so, said Sir Geraint, but thou hast already sworn to be my man. And he lifted up his visor and showed his face, whereat the little king did of his own helm quickly, and came and kneeled humbly before him. Sir Geraint, he said, forgive me my words concerning thee, but men told me that ye had forgotten that you had once been so glorious a man, and were softening to a fool. Nay, said Sir Geraint, they were the fools that said so, and now I will depart, for I see these marches are in safe keeping in your hands, fair king. But the little king wished Geraint to come to his castle to be rested and healed of his wounds, and Geraint and Enid went and abode there a few days. But ever Sir Geraint was cold and stern to his wife, for he was still angry at her disbelief in him. Sir Geraint would not stay longer, though his wounds were but half healed, and on the third day he commanded Enid to mount her horse and go before him with the 4 other horses. While the sun climbed up the sky, they rode through the wilderness, by tangled woods, deep valleys and quaking marshes, until they reached a deep dark forest. Suddenly as they rode they heard a great wailing of distress, and bidding Enid stay, Geraint dashed through the trees towards the crying, and came upon a great bare upland, and beside the wood were a knight, dead in his armour, and 2 horses, one with a woman's saddle upon it. And looking further, Geraint saw 3 small dark shaggy trolls making swift way up the hill towards a great green mound, and in the arms of one of them was a damsel, who shrieked as she was borne away. Fiercely Sir Geraint spurred his horse up the slope, bidding the trolls to stop, but they only ran with an exceeding great swiftness. But he pursued them, and when they were within a few steps of a small door in the hillside, the one dropped the maiden, and the 3 of them turned at bay, and the damsel ran away shrieking down the hill. The trolls had dark thin faces with curly black hair and fierce black eyes, and their rage was horrible to see. They were lightly clothed in skins, and in their arms they held, one a bar of iron, another a great club, and the third a long sharp stick. Sir Geraint commended his soul to heaven, for he knew he was to battle with evil dwarfs who lived in the hollow hills, and whose strength was greater than any man's, and whose powers of wizardry were stronger than Merlin's. He dashed with his lance at the one with the iron bar, but the hill troll slipped away and brought the great bar with a heavy blow upon his lance, so that it snapped in twain. Then one leapt like a wildcat upon the arm that held the rein, but happily Sir Geraint had drawn his sword, and with one stroke slew him. Then the two others leapt towards him, but the blows of the bar and club he caught upon his shield, and slew the troll with the club. Ere Sir Geraint could draw his sword back from this blow, he felt his horse fall under him, for the dwarf with the iron bar had with one blow broken the beast's back. Quickly avoiding the horse, Sir Geraint dashed at the dwarf, who ran towards the hole in the hill. But ere he could reach it, Sir Geraint gave him a blow on the crown of his head, so fierce and hard that the skull was split to the shoulders. So then Sir Geraint turned and walked slowly down the hill, for he was dazed, and his old wounds had broken afresh. But he came to where Enid stood comforting the damsel mourning over the dead knight, and when he was there, straightway he fell down lifeless. Enid shrieked with the anguish of the thought that he was dead, and came and knelt beside him, and undid his helm, and kissed him many times. And the sound of her wailing reached an earl named Madoc, who was passing with a company along the road from a plundering expedition. And he came and took up Geraint and the dead knight, and laid them in the hollow of their shields, and with the damsels took them to his castle, a mile along the road. Now the earl was a tyrant and a robber, and he had done much evil on the borderlands of Geraint, in burning, plundering and slaying, since he had heard that Geraint was become soft and foolish. And he had recognised Sir Geraint while he lay in the swoon, and rejoiced that now he was like to die. As he rode along, he thought that if he could prevail upon the Lady Enid to wed him, he might get much land with her as the widow of the dead Sir Geraint, future king of Cornwall, and he determined to make her marry him. When, therefore, he and his host had reached his castle, he ordered the dead knight to be buried, but Sir Geraint he commanded to be laid in his shield on a litter couch in front of the high table in the hall. So that Sir Geraint should die, he commanded that no leech should be sent for. While his knights and men-at-arms sat down to dine, Earl Madoc came to Enid and begged her to make good cheer. But thinking to gain more from secrecy, he did not tell her that he knew who she was, nor did he show her that he knew who was her lord. "Take off thy travelling clothes, fair lady," he said, "and weep not for this dead knight." "I will not," she said, and hung over Geraint, chafing his hands and looking earnestly into his pallid face. "Ah, lady," the earl said, "be not so sorrowful, for he is now dead, and therefore ye need no longer mourn. But as ye are beautiful, I would wed thee, and thou shalt have this earldom and myself and much wealth and all these men to serve thee. I tell you, I will rather die with my dead lord, if indeed he be dead," cried Enid, "than live in wealth with you or anyone." "Come then," said the earl, "and at least take food with me." "Nay, I will not," said Enid, "and never more will I eat or be joyful in life." "But by heaven thou shalt," said Madoc, furious at her resistance to his will. And he drew her from beside the litter, and forced her to come to the table where his knights sat eating, and commanded her to eat. "I will not eat," she cried, straining from his hold towards where Geraint lay, "unless my dear lord shall eat also." "But he is dead already, thou mad woman," cried the earl. "Drink this goblet of wine," he commanded, "and thou wilt change thy mind." "I will not drink again until my dear lord drink also," said Enid, and strove to free herself from the grasp of the earl. "Now, by heaven," said Madoc wrathfully, "I have tried gentle means with thee. Let this teach thee that I am not to be baulked of my will." With that he gave her a violent blow on the ear, and tried to drag her away out of the hall. And Enid shrieked and wept and cried for help, but none of the knights that sat there dared oppose their lord. But suddenly men started up from their seats in terror to see the corpse of Geraint rise from the hollow of the shield. Enid's cries had roused him from his swoon, and his hand, as he raised himself, felt the hilt of the sword beside him. He leapt from the litter, and drawing his sword he ran towards the earl, who by now had almost dragged Enid to the door. Raising the sword, Geraint struck him with so fierce a blow that he cleft his head in twain. Then, for terror at seeing what they thought was a dead man rise up to slay them, the knights ran from the hall and left Geraint and Enid alone. Enid threw her arms about Geraint, her face bright with happiness. "My dear lord, I thank God thou art not dead, as this man said thou wert, and I pray thy forgiveness for doubting that thou hadst forgotten thy manhood, for of a truth none is so brave, so good as thou art." Geraint kissed his wife, smiling wanly the while. "Sorry I am, my dear wife," he said, "that I was swooning when thou hadst need of me. And as for any doubts thou hadst of me, why, let us both forget them from this time forth. And now we must away, ere this lord's men recover their fright and pursue us." Enid led him instantly to the stalls where she had seen the horses had been led, and Geraint took the spear and the horse of the knight whom the trolls had slain. And when he had mounted, he took up Enid from the ground and placed her before him. Thus they rode out of the castle, and away as rapidly as they could. And now that they were reconciled, much joyful and loving talk was between them. But night was coming on, and Geraint was weak from his wounds and loss of blood, and Enid was full of trouble for the pain her husband suffered. She prayed fervently that soon they might reach a town where she could obtain help for him. Suddenly she heard far away in the distance the tramp of horses, and Enid could have wept for sorrow, but she kept her face calm, though her lips trembled. Geraint also heard the beat of the hoofs, and turning in his saddle he looked up and saw on the skyline of the narrow road the glint of spears between them and the sky. "Dear wife," he said with a faint brave smile, "I hear someone following us. I will put thee in hiding behind this thicket, and should they slay me, do thou make thy way homeward to my father Erbin, and bid him avenge my death." "Oh, my dear Geraint," said Enid, sobbing, for all her bravery, as she thought that he would surely be slain, and that after all their trouble they were not to be allowed to enjoy the happiness of their reconciliation. "I would liefer die with thee, my dear lord. Let them kill us both, if it is to be." "Nay, dear wife," said Geraint, "I would not have thee slain. Revenge my death if they slay me." So with many lingering kisses he set her down upon the road, and saw her hide in the thickets. By now the gloom of evening had settled upon them, and the sound of trampling horses had rapidly approached, and painfully, by reason of his stiff wounds, Geraint dressed his armour as best he could, and laid spear in rest, and drew his shield before him, and so waited in the dark road. He heard a single knight riding before the others, and soon saw his figure issue from the gloom with couched lance. And Sir Geraint made him ready also, resolved to sell his life dearly at the last. But as they began to spur their horses, there came the voice of Enid from the hedgerow beside them, and she cried out piteously in the dark, "O chieftain, whoever thou art, what renown wilt thou gain by slaying a dead man?" The stranger stopped his horse and called out, "O heaven, is it my lord Sir Geraint?" "Yes, in truth," said Enid, "and who art thou?" "I am the little king," said the other, and rode swiftly towards Sir Geraint. Then he leapt from his horse and came to the stirrup of his chief. "My lord," he said, "I learnt that thou wert in trouble, and I came to see if I could aid thee." And Enid ran forward with joy at hearing this, and welcomed the little king, and told him in what a hard pass was Sir Geraint. "My lord and my lady," said Griffith, "I thank heaven sincerely for the favour that I come to you in your need. I learned of thy fight with the trolls, and of thy slaying of Earl Madoc, and that thou wert wounded. Therefore I rode on to find thee." "I thank thee heartily," said Sir Geraint, "and my dear wife also thanks thee, for of a truth I am spent, and must needs get me rest and a leech for my wounds." "Then come at once with me," said the little king. And after he had helped Enid to her place before Sir Geraint, he leapt on his own horse. "Now thou shalt go to the hall of a son-in-law of my sister, which is near here," said King Griffith, "and thou shalt have the best medical advice in the kingdom." At the hall of the baron, whose name was Tudor, and a most knightly and gentle lord, Sir Geraint and the Lady Enid were received with great welcome and hospitality. Physicians were sent for, and they attended Geraint day by day until he was quite well again. The fame of his adventures began to spread along the borders of his kingdom, and at length reached his own court, and the robber lords and brigands of the marches, hearing of his deeds, ceased their evil doing and made haste to hide from his wrath. Also his father Urban and the host at his court repented of their hard thoughts and sneers concerning him, and praised the strength of his arm, the gentleness of his courtesy, and his justice and mercy. When Sir Geraint and the Lady Enid returned home, all the people gathered to welcome them, and thenceforth he reigned prosperously, and his warlike fame and splendour lasted with renown and honour and love both to him and to the Lady Enid from that time forth. End of chapter 6. Recording by Peter Keeble, Nottingham, United Kingdom.
Chapter 7 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. King Arthur's Knights, The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 7. How Sir Percival was taught chivalry, and ended the evil wrought by Sir Balin's dolorous stroke. Narrated by Carrie Sims. It befell upon a time when King Arthur was Pendragon, or the overlord of the islands of Britain, that Earl Evroc held an earldom of large dominion in the north under King Uriens. And that earl had 7 sons, the last being but a child still at play upon his mother's chair as she sat with her maidens in the bower. Lord Evroc was a valiant and mighty warrior, even battling against the hated pagans, when their bands of blue-eyed fierce fighters landed on the coasts. And when peace was on the land, he went on errantry, jousting in tournaments and fighting champions. His 6 elder sons did likewise, and all were famed for their knightly prowess. But the mother sat at home, sad of mood, for she hated war, and would rather have had her lord and her 6 tall sons about her in the home. And in her heart she resolved that she would plead with Evroc to let her have her little son Percival to be a clerk or a learned bard, so that he should stay at home with her and run no risk of death. The sorrow she was ever dreading smote her at length, for a messenger came one day, saying that Earl Evroc her lord had been slain at Bamborough in a mighty melee between some of the best and most valiant knights of Logres and Alban, and 2 tall sons with him. As the years passed, and her little son began to run, 3 black days came within a little of each other, for on these days messengers came with the sad news of the death of her other boys. One of them had been done to death by an evil troll on the lonely wastes by the Roman wall. 2 others were slain by the shores of Humber, repelling a horde of fair-haired Saxon raiders, and the other was killed at a ford, where he had kept at bay 6 bandit knights that would have pursued and slayed his wounded lord. Then, in her grief, the widow dame resolved that she would fly with her little son, and make a home for him in some wilderness, where never sounds or sights of war or death would come, where knights would be unknown, and no one would speak to him of arms and battles. And thus did she do, and she left the hall where she had lived, and removed to the deserts and wastes of the wilderness, and took with her only her women, and a few boys and spiritless men, too old or too feeble to fight, or to think of fighting. Thus she reared the only son left to her, teaching him all manner of nobleness in thought and action and in learning, but never suffering him to see a weapon, nor to hear tale of war or knightly prowess. He grew up loving all noble things, gentle of speech and bearing, but quick to anger at evil or mean actions, merciful of weak things, and full of pity and tenderness. Yet was he also very strong of body, fleet of foot, quick of eye and hand. Daily he went to divert himself in the great dark forest that climbed the high mountains beside his home, or he roamed the wide rolling moors. and he practised much with the throwing of stones and sticks, so that with a stick he could hit a small mark at a great distance, and with a sharp stone he could cut down a sapling at one blow. One day he saw a flock of his mother's goats in the forest, and near them stood 2 hinds. The boy wondered greatly to see the 2 deer, which had no horns, while the goats had 2 each, and he thought they had long run wild, and had lost their horns in that way. He thought he would please his mother if he caught them, so that they should not escape again, and by his great activity and swiftness he ran the 2 deer down till they were spent, and then he took them and shut them up in the goat house in the forest. Going home he told his mother and her servants what he had done, and they went to see, and marvelled that he could catch such fleet creatures as the wild red deer. Once he overheard his mother say that she yearned for fresh venison, but that the hunter who was attached to her house was lying wounded by a wild boar. Always Perceval had wondered what the little dark man did whom they called the hunter, who was always so secret, so that Perceval could never see where he went or when he returned from the forest. So he went to the hut where Tod the hunter lay sick, and charged him by the love and worship he bore to the countess that he should tell him how he could obtain fresh venison. And the dwarf told him. Then Perceval took a few sticks of stout wood, with points hardened by fire, and went into the forest as Tod had told him, and seeing a deer he hurled a stick at it and slew it, and then he brought it home. The countess was greatly wroth that Tod had taught him how to slay, and she said that never more should the dwarf serve her. And Tod wept, but when he was well again the countess would not suffer him to stay, but said he should leave the hall and never come there again. She commanded Perceval never to slay any more living things, and the lad promised. But hard was it to keep his word, when he was in the forest and saw the wild things passing through the brakes. Once, as he strayed deep in the wood, he came upon a wide glade or loud, with 2 green hillocks in the middle thereof, and feeding upon the grass was a great buck, and it had a silver ring round its neck. Perceval wondered at this beast being thus adorned, and went up to it to stroke it. But the buck was fierce, and would have gored him with its horns, but Perceval seized them, and after a great struggle he threw the animal and held it down, and in his wrath he would have slain it with a sharp stick. With that a swarm of little angry trolls poured from the hollow hillocks with great cries, and seizing Perceval would have hurt him. But suddenly Tod ran among them, and commanded them to release him. And in the end Tod, who came himself of the troll folk, made the little people pass the words of peace and friendship with Perceval, and ever after that the boy went with the trolls, and sported with them in wrestling, running, and other games. And he would have learned many things of great wisdom from them concerning the secrets of the earth and air and the wind, and the spirits that haunt waste places and standing stones, and how to put to naught the power of witches and wizards. Tod ever bade them treat the young lord with reverence. For this is he who shall do great deeds, he said. He shall be a stainless knight, who shall gain from evil the greatest strength, and, if God wills, he shall beat down the evil powers in this land. But the lad knew not of what he meant, though he was very content to have the trolls for his friends. One day Perceval was in the forest far up the mountain, and he looked over the blue distance far below the moor, and saw a man riding on a wide road which he had never noticed before. And the man rode very fast, and as he went the sun seemed to flash from him as if he were clothed in glass. Perceval wondered what he was, and resolved to go across the moor to the road he had seen. When he had reached the road he found it very broad, and banked on either side, and went straight as the flight of a wild duck right across the moor, and never swerved by the hills or pools, but went over everything in its way. And as he stood marvelling what mighty men had builded it, he heard a strange rattling sound behind him, and, turning, he saw 3 men on horseback, and the sun shone from them as he had seen it shine from the first horseman. The foremost checked his horse beside Perceval, and said, "Tell me, good soul, sawest thou a knight pass this way either this day or yesterday?" "I know not what a knight is," answered Perceval. "Such a one as I," said the horseman, smiling good-naturedly, for it was Sir Owen, one of King Arthur's knights. "If ye will tell me what I ask, I will tell you," said Perceval. Young Perceval questioned Sir Owen. "I will answer gladly," said Sir Owen, smiling, yet wondering at the fearless and noble air of this youth in so wild a waste. "What is this?" asked Perceval, and pulled the skirt of the hauberk. "It is a dress made of rings of steel," answered Sir Owen, "which I put on to turn the swords of those I fight." "And what is it to fight?" "What strange youth art thou?" asked Sir Owen. "To fight is to do battle with spears or swords, so that you would slay the man that would slay you." "Ah, as I would have slain the buck that would have gored me," said Perceval, nodding his head. Many other questions the youth asked eagerly, as to the arms they bore and the accoutrements and their uses. And at length he said, "Sirs, I thank you for your courtesy. Go forth swiftly, for I saw such a one as ye go by here but 2 hours ago, and he flashed in the sun as he rode swiftly. And now I will be as one of you.' Perceval went swiftly back to his mother's house and found her among her women. 'Mother,' he said, 'I have seen a great and wonderful sight on the great road across the moor.' 'Ah, my dear son, what is it?' she asked. 'They were 3 honourable knights,' he said, 'and mother, I will be a knight also.' With a great shriek his mother swooned away, and the women turned him from the room, and said he had slain his mother. Much grieved was Perceval that he had hurt his mother, and so, taking his store of pointed sticks, he went off into the forest, and strayed there a long time, torn between his love for his mother and the strange restlessness which the sight of the 3 warriors had caused in him. As he wandered, troubled, his quick ear caught the clang of metal that he knew not what it was, and swiftly he ran towards the sound a long way, until he came into a clearing, and found 2 knights on horseback doing mighty battle. One bore a red shield, and the other a green one. He looked eagerly at this strange sight, and the blood sang in his veins, and then he saw that the green knight was of a slighter frame than the other, and was weakening before the strokes of the red knight. Full of anger at the sight, Perceval launched one of his hard-wood javelins at the red knight. With such force did it go, and so true was the aim, that it pierced the coif of the knight, and entered between the neck and the head, and the red knight swayed, and then clattered to the ground, dead. The green knight came and thanked Perceval for thus saving his life. 'Are knights then so easy to slay?' asked the lad. 'Methought that none might pierce through the hauberk of a knight, and I sorrow that I have slain him, not thinking what I did.' 'He was a full evil knight,' said the other, 'and deserved death richly for his many villainies and oppressions of weak orphans and friendless widows.' The knight took the body of the dead knight to be buried in a chapel, and told Perceval he could have the horse. But the lad would not have it, though he longed greatly to possess it, and the Green Knight took it with him. Then Perceval went home, sad, yet wild with wonder at what he had done. He found his mother well again, but very sorrowful, and for fear of giving her pain, he did not tell her of the knight he had slain. She called him to her, and said, 'Dear son of mine, it seems I may not keep thy fate from thee. The blood of thy warlike generations before thee may not be quenched, whatever fond or foolish plans I made to keep thee from knowledge of battle and weapons. Dear son, dost thou desire to ride forth into the world?' 'Yes, mother, of a truth,' said Perceval. 'I shall not be happy more until I go.' 'Go forward then,' she said, weeping, 'and God be with thee, my dear son. And as I have no man who is strong of his hands, thou must go alone. Yet will I give thee gold for thy paper garnishing and lodging. But make all the haste ye may to the court of King Arthur at Carleon upon Usk, for there are the best and the boldest and most worshipful of knights, and the king will give thee knighthood. And wherever thou seest a church, go kneel and repeat thy prayers therein. And if thou hearest an outcry, go quickly and defend the weak, the poor, and the unprotected. And be ever tender towards women, my son, and remember that thy mother loves thee and prays for thy stay in health and life. And come thou to see me within a little while.' And he thanked her, saying he would do naught that would shame her, but would remember all the nobleness of her teaching. Also that he would return to see her within a little while. Perceval went to the stable and took a bony, piebald horse, which seemed the strongest, and he pressed a pallet of straw into the semblance of a saddle, and with the pieces of leather and wood he imitated the trappings he had seen on the horses of the knights. Then, after taking leave of his mother, he rode forth, sad at first for leaving her in sorrow and tears, but afterwards glad that he was going into the world to become a knight. And for armour he had a rough jerkin, old and moth-eaten, and for arms he had a handful of sharp-pointed sticks of hard wood. He journeyed southwards 2 days and 2 nights along the great straight road, which went through the deep dark forests, over desert places, and over the high mountains. And all that time he ate nothing but wild berries, for he had not thought to bring food with him. While he was yet but a little way from the court of King Arthur, a stranger knight, tall and big, in black armour, had ridden into the hall where sat Guinevere the queen, with a few of the younger knights and her women. The page of the chamber was serving the queen with wine in a golden goblet richly wrought, which Lancelot had taken from a knight whom he had lately slain. The stranger knight had alighted before the chair of Guinevere, and all had seen that full of rage and pride was his look. And he caught sight of the goblet in the hand of Guinevere, and he snatched it from her, spilling the wine over her dress and dashing it even into her face. 'Now I am well lighted here,' he said, 'for this is the very goblet which thy robber knight Sir Lancelot reaved from my brother Sir Wilder. And if any of you knights here desire to wrest this goblet from me, or to avenge the insult I have done to your queen, let him come to the meadow beside the ford, and I will slay him, if it be that traitor Sir Lancelot himself.' All the young knights hung their heads as he mounted his horse and insolently rode out of the hall, for it seemed to them that no one would have done so daring an outrage unless, like Sir Garlon whom Balin slew, he fought with evil magic. so that the strength and prowess of the mightiest knight would be put to naught. Then Perceval entered the hall, and at the sight of him upon his rough piebald horse, with its uncouth trappings, and the old and mouldy jerkin upon the youth, the knights and other broke forth in excessive laughter, as much at the sight as to cover their discomfiture and fear of the knight who had just gone. But Perceval took no note of their laughter, but rode up the hall to where Sir Kay and the seneschal stood, wrathful at the outrage on the queen which he had dared not to avenge instantly. And Perceval looked about and saw a knight more richly dressed than the others, and, turning to Kay, he said, "Tell me, tall man, is that King Arthur yonder?" "What wouldst thou with Arthur, knave?" asked Kay angrily. "My mother told me to seek King Arthur," responded Perceval, "and he will give me the honour of knighthood." "By my faith, thou farmer's churl," said Kay, "thou art richly equipped indeed with horse and arms to have that honour." Thereupon the others shouted with laughter, and commenced to throw sticks at Perceval, or the bones left by the dogs upon the floor. Then a dwarf pressed forward between the laughing crowd and saluted Perceval, and the lad rejoiced to recognise him. It was Tod, who had been his friend among the trolls of the mountains, and with Tod was his wife. They had come to the court of Arthur, and had craved harbourage there, and the king of his kindness had granted it them. But by reason of the prophecy which the trolls knew of concerning the great renown which Perceval was to gain, they had been dumb of speech since they had last seen the young man. And now, at the sight of him, their tongues were loosed, and they ran and kissed his feet, and cried together, "The welcome of heaven be unto thee, goodly Perceval, son of Earl Evrock. Chief of warriors art thou, and stainless flower of knighthood." "Truly," said Kay wrathfully, "thou art ill-conditioned, pair, to remain a year mute at King Arthur's court, and now before the face of goodly knights to acclaim this churl with the mouldy coat, chief of warriors and flower of knighthood." In his rage he beat Tod the dwarf such a blow that the poor troll fell senseless to the ground, and the troll wife he kicked, so that she was dashed among the dogs, who bit her. "Tall man," said Perceval, and men marvelled to see the high look on his face and the cold scorn in his eyes, "I will have vengeance on thee for the insult and ill treatment thou hast done these two poor dwarves. But tell me now which of these knights is Arthur?" "Away with thee," shouted Kay enraged. "If thou wouldst see Arthur, go to the knight with the goblet who waits for thee at the ford, and take the goblet from him, and slay him. Then, when thou comest back clad in his armour, we will speak further with thee." "I will do so, angry man," said Perceval, and amid shouts of laughter and the sneers of the crowd he turned his horse's head and rode out of the hall. Going to the meadow beside the ford, he saw a knight riding up and down, proud of his strength and valour. "Tell me, fellow," said the knight, who bore on his shield the device of a black tower on a red field, "didst thou see anyone coming after me from the court yonder?" "The tall man that was there," said Perceval, "bade me to come to thee, and I am to overthrow thee and to take from thee the goblet, and as for thy horse and thy arms, I am to have them myself." "Silence, prating fool," shouted the knight. "Go back to the court and tell Arthur to come himself, or to send a champion to fight me, or I will not wait, and great will be his shame." "By my faith," said Perceval, "whether thou art willing or unwilling, it is I that will have thy horse and arms and the goblet." And he prepared to throw his javelin sticks. In a proud rage the knight ran at him with uplifted lance, and struck him a violent blow with the shaft between the neck and the shoulder. "Ha ha, lad," said Perceval, and laughed. "That was as shrewd a blow as any the trolls gave me when they taught me their staff play. But now I will play with thee in my own way." Thereupon he threw one of the pointed sticks at the knight, with such force and with such sureness of aim that it went in between the bars of his visor, and pierced the eye, and entered into the brain of the knight, whereupon he fell from his horse, lifeless. And it befell that a little while after Perceval had left the court, Sir Owen came in, and was told of the shameful wrong put upon the queen by the unknown knight, and how Sir Kay had sent a mad boy after the knight to slay him. "Now, by my troth," said Owen to Kay, "thou wert a fool to send a foolish lad after the strong knight. For either he will be overthrown, and the knight will think he is truly the champion sent on behalf of the queen, whom the knight so evilly treated, and so an eternal disgrace will light on Arthur and all of us, or if he is slain, the disgrace will be the same, and the mad young man's life will be thrown away." Thereupon Sir Owen made all haste and rode swiftly to the meadow, armed. But when he reached the place he found a youth in a mouldy old jerkin pulling a knight in rich armour up and down the grass. "By Our Lady's name," cried Sir Owen, "what do you there, tall youth?" "This iron coat," said Perceval, stopping as he spoke, "will never come off him." Owen alighted marvelling, and went to the knight and found that he was dead, and saw the manner of his death, and marvelled the more. He unloosened the knight's armour and gave it to Perceval. "Here, good soul," he said, "are horse and armour for thee. And well hast thou merited them, since thou unarmed hast slain so powerful a knight as this." He helped Perceval put on his armour, and when he was fully dressed, Owen marvelled to see how nobly he bore himself. "Now come you with me," he said, "and we will go to King Arthur, and you shall have the honour of knighthood from the good king himself." "Nay, that will I not," said Perceval, and mounted the dead knight's horse. "But take thou this goblet to the queen, and tell the king that wherever I be, I will be his man, to slay all oppressors, to succour the weak and the wronged, and to aid him in whatever knightly enterprise he may desire my aid. But I will not enter his court until I have encountered the tall man who sent me hither, to revenge upon him the wrong he did to my friends Tod, the dwarf, and his wife." And with this Perceval said farewell and rode off. Sir Owen went back to court and told Arthur and the queen all these things. Men marvelled who the strange young man could be, and many sought Tod and his wife to question them, but nowhere could they be found. Greater still was their marvelling when, as the weeks passed, knights came and yielded themselves to King Arthur, saying that Perceval had overcome them in knightly combat, and had given them their lives on condition that they went to King Arthur's court and yielded themselves up to him and his mercy. The king and all his court reproved Kay for his churlish manner, and for his having driven so splendid a youth from the court. And Perceval rode ever forward. He came one day towards the gloaming to a lonely wood in the fenlands, where the wind shivered like the breath of ghosts among the leaves, and there was not a track or trace of man or beast, and no birds piped. And soon, as the wind shrilled, and the rain began to beat down like thin grey spears, he saw a vast castle rise before him, and when he made his way towards the gate, he found the way so overgrown with weeds that hardly could he push his horse between them. And on the very threshold the grass grew thick and high, as if the door had not been opened for 100 winters. He battered on the door with the butt of his lance, and long he waited while the cold rain drove and the wind snarled. After a little while a voice came from above the gateway, and glancing up he saw a damsel looking through an opening in the battlements. "Choose thou, chieftain," said she, "whether I shall open unto thee without announcing thee, or whether I shall tell her that rules here that thou wishest to enter." "Say that I am here," said Perceval, "and if she will not house me for the night, then I will go forward." Soon the maiden came back and opened the door for him, and his horse she led into the stable, where she fed it, and Perceval she brought into the hall. When he had come into the light and looked at the girl, he thought he had never seen another of so fair an aspect. She had an old garment of satin upon her, which had once been rich, but was now frayed and tattered, and fairer was her skin than the bloom of the rose, and her hair and eyebrows were like the sloe for blackness, and on her cheeks was the redness of poppies. Her eyes were like deep pools in a dark wood, and he thought that, though she was very beautiful, there was a great arrogance in her look and cruelty in her lips. When Perceval went towards the dais of the hall, he saw a tall and stately lady in the high seat, old of years and reverend of the aspect, though sorrowful. Several handmaidens sat beside her, sad of face and tattered of dress. All welcomed him kindly. Then they sat at meat and gave the young man the best cheer that they had. When it was time to go to rest, the lady said, "It were well for you, chieftain, that you not sleep in this castle." "Wherefore?" said Perceval, "seeing that the storm beats wildly without, and there is room here for many." "For this reason," said the lady, "that I would not that so handsome and kindly a youth as you seem should suffer the doom which must light upon this my castle at dawn." "Tell me, Sir Perceval, what is this castle, and what is the doom you speak of?" "This castle is named the Castle of Weeds," replied the lady, "and the lands about it for many miles belong to my husband, the Earl Mador, and he was a bold and very valiant man, and he slew Maelond, the eldest son of Domna, the great witch of Glaive, and ever thereafter things were not well with him, for she and her 8 evil sisters laid a curse upon him, and that in spite of this that he slew Maelond in a fair fight, for all that he was a false and powerful wizard. And Domna came upon my husband, where he was worn with a strange sickness, and as he lay on his deathbed, and she said she would revenge herself upon his daughter and mine, this maiden here, when she shall be full twice 9 years of age, and she will be of that age ere dawn tomorrow morn, and at that hour will the fierce Domna and her fearful sisters come, and with tortures slay all that are herein, and take my dear daughter Angharad, and use her cruelly." The maiden who had opened to Perceval was that daughter, and she laughed harshly as her mother spoke. "Fear not for me, mother," she cried. "They will deck me in rich robes, and I shall not pine for fair raiment, as I have pined these 10 years with thee." The lady looked sadly upon her as she heard her words. "I fear not, my daughter, that they will take thy life," she said, "but I dread this, that they will destroy thy soul." And Angharad laughed and said, "What matter? So it be that I live richly while I live." "Nay, nay," said Perceval, and in his voice with a great scorn, "it is evil to speak thus, and it belies your beauty, fair maiden. Rather a life of poverty than one of shamefulness and dishonour. Thus is it with all good knights and noble dames, and thus was it with our dear lord." Then, turning to the lady, he said, "Lady, I think these evil witches will not hurt thee. For the little help that I may give to thee, I will stay this night with thee.' And after he had prayed at the altar in the ruined chapel of the castle, they led him to a bed in the hall, where he slept. And just before the break of day there came a dreadful outcry, with groans and shrieks and terrible screams and moanings, as if all the evil that could be done was being done upon the poor wretches out in the dark. Perceval leapt from his couch, and with nought upon him but his vest and doublet, he went with his sword in hand to the gate, and there he saw 2 poor serving men struggling with a hag dressed all in armour. Behind her came 8 others, and their eyes, from between the bars of their helms, shone with a horrible red fire, and from each point of their armour sparks flashed, and their swords and their grisly hands gleamed with a blue flame, so fierce and so terrible that it scorched the eyes to look upon them. But Perceval dashed upon the foremost witch, and with his sword beat her with so great a stroke that she fell to the ground, and the helm on her head was flattened to the likeness of a dish. When she fell, the light of her eyes and her sword went out, and the armour all seemed to wither away, and she was nothing but an old ugly woman in rags, and she cried out, "Thy mercy, good Perceval, son of Evroc, and the mercy of heaven!" "How knowest thou, hag," said he, "that I am Perceval?" "By the destiny spun by the powers of the underworld," she said, "and the foreknowledge that I should suffer harm from thee. And I knew not that thou wert here, or I and my sisters would have avoided thee. But it is fated," she went on, "that thou come with us to learn all that may be learned of the use of arms, for there are none in Britain to compare with us for the knowledge of warfare." Then Perceval remembered what he had heard the trolls, the people of the underworld, say, though he had not understood their meaning. "The stainless knight," they said, "shall gain from evil greater strength, and with it he may confound all evil." "If it be thus fated," he said, "I will go with thee. But first thou shalt swear that no evil shall happen to the lady of the castle, nor to her daughter, nor to any that belong to them." "It shall be so," said the witch, "if, when the time comes, thou art strong enough to overcome my power. But if thou failest, Angharad is mine to do with as I will." Then Perceval took leave of the lady of the castle of the woods and of Angharad, and the lady thanked him with tears for saving their lives. But the girl was cold and scornful, and said no words of thanks. Then Perceval went with the witches to their castle of Glaive. He stayed with them for a year and a day, learning such knowledge of arms and gaining such strength that it was a marvel to see the feats which he performed. And while he lived with them they strove to bend him to their wills, for they saw how great a knight he would become in prowess and in knightly deeds. They tempted him every hour and every day, telling him what earthly power, what riches, and what great dominions would be his, if he would but swear fealty to the chief witch Domna, and fight for her against King Arthur and his proud knights. Perceval prayed daily for strength to withstand the poison of their tongues, and evermore he told himself humble and gentle, and thought much of his widowed mother in her lonely home in the northern wastes, and of the promise he had made her. Sometimes he thought of Angharad, how beautiful she was, and how sad it was that she had so cold a heart, and was so cruel in her words. Anon the witch Domna came to him, and said that he had now learned all that she could teach him, and he must go and prove himself against greater powers than he would ever yet known. If he prevailed not in that battle, the ladies of the castle of Weeds would become the prey of the witches, and greater power of evil would they have in the world than ever before. Then she gave him a horse and a full suit of black armour. So Perceval took the horse and armed himself and rode forth. And anon he came to a hermit's cell beside a ruined chapel, and he alighted and went into the chapel, and stripped himself, and laid all his armour, his lance, and his sword before the high altar. Prayerfully he gave his arms to the service of God, and devoted them one by one to do only knightly and pure deeds, to rescue the oppressed and the weak, and to put down the proud, and to cherish the humble. And as he ended praying, the armour stirred of itself, and though it had been black before, now did the darkness fade from it, and it all became a pure white. While he marvelled, a faint light glowed over hauberk, helm, shield, sword, and lance, and there was an exceeding sweet savour wafted through the place. And ghostly, as in a silver mist, he saw above the altar the likeness of a spear, and beside it a dish or salver, and at the wondrous sight his breath stayed on his lips. Then slowly the vision faded from his sight. He arrayed himself in his armour that was now a dazzling white, and he rode forth and thought to go towards Camelot, where was the court of King Arthur. But he felt that some power drew him aside through the desolate ways of a hoar forest, where all the trees were ancient and big, and all bearded with long moss. In a little while he saw a vast castle reared upon a rock in the midst of the forest. He rode up to it, and marvelled that it was all so quiet. Then he beat upon the door with the butt of his lance, and the door opened, and he entered into the wide, dark hall. On the pallets under the wall he saw men lying as if dead, and in the high seat at the head of the hall sat a king, old and white, but richly clothed, and he seemed dead like all the rest. All were clad in garments of an ancient kind, as if they had lived and died 1,000 years agone, yet had not rotted into dust. On the floor, above the wide heap of ashes where the fire had burned, the hounds still lay as if asleep, and on the posts the hawks sat stiff upon their perches. Much did Perceval marvel at this strange sight, but most of all he marvelled to see where a shaft of light from a narrow window gleamed across the hall full upon a shield hung on the fire pillar beside the high seat in which the king sat like one dead. Perceval caused his horse to pick its way through the hall, and he approached the shield. And he saw that it was of shining white, but whiter than the whiteness of his own, and in the centre thereof was a heart. As he sat looking thereat, he marvelled to see that the heart seemed to stir as if it were alive, and began to throb and move as if it beat. Then the whiteness of the shield began to dazzle, like to a light that mortal eyes could not bear. He lifted his hand and took the shield by its strap from the peg on which it hung, and as he did so, a great sigh arose from within the hall, as if at one time many sleepers awoke. And looking round, he saw how all the men that had seemed dead were now on their knees, with bent heads and folded hands as if in prayer. The king in the high seat stirred and sat upright, and looked at Perceval with a most sweet smile. "The blessings of God is upon thee, young white knight," said he. "And now is my watch and ward all ended, and with these my faithful companions may I go." "Tell me, sir," said Perceval, "what means this?" "I am Marius," said the king, "and I was the Roman soldier who took pity of the gentle Saviour dying in his agony upon the road, and I helped to take him from the cross. For my pity did God, whom till then I had not known, deal with me in marvellous wise. And this shield was mine, and a holy hermit in the desert of Syria did bless it, and prophesy concerning it and me. I came to this land of Britain when it was full of evil men, warring fiercely together, and all in heathen darkness. I preached the word of Christ, I and my fellows that came with me, until the heathens rose up and would slay me. And by that time I was wearied and very old, and wished to die. Yet I sorrowed, wondering whether God would do naught to rescue these people from this slavery to the old evil law. Then a man of God came to me at night, a man of marvel, and he caused this castle to be builded in this ancient wood, and he put my shield upon the post, and bade me and my friends sleep. "For," said he, "thou hast earned thy sleep, and others shall carry on thy work and reveal the mercy of God and his Christ to these poor heathens, and they shall turn to God wholly, and no evil shall be able to break in upon thy repose. But when, in the distant future, men's hearts are turned to evil again, one that is of the 3 white knights shall come and take the shield to ward him in the great battle against evil, and then thou and all that are with thee have restfulness of death thou hast merited. Go then, thou good knight," went on King Marius, "fight the good fight against the thing of evil whom the good man spoke of, and may my shield encompass thee and ever guide thee." Perceval took the shield and left his own. Turning, he rode back between lines of silent forms bent in prayer. He went forth into the forest some little way, and heard from the castle the singing of a joyful hymn. And, looking back, he saw that the castle had vanished. But still above him and about him was the sound of singing, of a sweetness indescribable, as if they sang who had gained all that they desired. Then Perceval rode forward till it was night, but never could he get sight of the castle, or knight's hold, or hermit's cell, where he could be houselled for the night. So he abode in the forest that night, and when he had prayed, he slept beside his good horse until it was day. Just before dawn he awoke to the sound of a great rushing wind all about him. Yet marvel it was to see that the trees in that hoar wood did not wave their branches, but all were still. Then he was aware of a sweet savour which surrounded him, and anon a gentle voice spoke out of the darkness. "Fair white knight," said the voice, "it is ordained of thee that thou goest to the lands of the king Pellam in the north, where an evil power seeks to return men from the new law which Christ brought, and to make them cleave to the old law with its cruelty and evil tortures. And there at the castle of the circlet thou shalt fight a battle for the Saviour of the world, and whether thou shalt win through all, none know as yet. But in thy purity, thy humility, is thy strength. Fare thee well." Much moved at these words, Perceval knelt and prayed, and then, as the dawn filtered through the trees, he mounted his horse and began his long journey to the north. On the 7th day he crossed a plain, and saw far in the north where the smoke as of fires rose into the clouds, and here and there he saw the fierce red gleam of flames. And he passed through a ford, and then he entered a land all black and desolate, with the bodies of the dead beside the way, unburied, and the houses all broken or burned. In other places the grass and weeds grew over the hearths of desolated homes, and wild beasts made their lairs where homely folk seemed lately to have lived their simple happy lives. No man or child could be seen anywhere to ask what all this might mean. But one day, as he walked his horse beside a brook, over the long grass, he came upon a poor half-starved peasant, who had not the strength to run. And the man knelt before him, and bared his breast, and said, "Strike, Sir Knight, and end my misery." But Perceval raised him in his arms, and kissed him, and gave him bread and wine from his scrip. And when the poor man was revived, Perceval asked him what his words meant. "Ah, Sir White Knight," said the man, whose tears fell as he spoke, "surely thou art an angel of heaven, not of the pit, such as have ravened and slaughtered throughout this fair land since good King Pellam was struck by the dolorous stroke that Balin made. For of that stroke came all our misery. The sacred relics of the crucifixion fled our land. Our king sickened of a malady that naught could heal. Our crops rotted, and our cattle died. Yet did some among us strive to live and do as brave men should in all adversity. But into the land came an evil and a pagan knight, the Knight of the Dragon, and he willed that all should scorn and despise the good Christ, and should turn to the old gods of the standing stones and the oaken groves. And those that would not he slew, and their folk he trampled under foot, and their herds and fields he destroyed and desolated. And I, fair lord, have lost my dear wife and my wee bairns, and I wonder why I fled and kept my life, remembering all I have lost." "Take heart," said Perceval, "and remember that it is God his mercy that chastiseth, and that while thou hast life thou hast hope. It is a man's duty, a man's nobility, to bear sorrows bravely, and still to work, to do all and to achieve. I think God will not long let this evil knight oppress and slay. In his good time he will cut him down." "Fair sir," said the peasant, "I thank thee for thy cheer, and I will take heart and trust in God's good time." And Perceval rode forward through the blackened land, and found the forest burning and the fields wasted. Anon he came to the edge of a plain, and saw a great castle in the distance. And there came to him a damsel, weeping. And when he craved of her to tell him why she mourned, she stayed, and looked at him as if astounded. Then she cried with a great cry of joy, "Oh, tell me, fair sir, who art thou? Thou hast the white armour which it was foretold the spotless knight should wear, and on thy shield is the heart of him that bled to save the world." "I know not what you say," replied Perceval, "but my name is Perceval, son of Evroc, and I seek the wicked knight that doeth all this evil." "Then thou art the white knight," said the damsel, "and now I pray that God aid thee, for my lady and all this poor land have need of thee. Come thou to my mistress, the lady of the chaplet." Therewith she led him to the castle, and the lady thereof came out to him. She was of a sad countenance, but of a great beauty, though poorly clothed. "Fair sir," she said, "my maiden hath told me who thou art, and I sorrow that one so noble as thou seemeth shall essay to overcome the fiend knight of the dragon. Yet if thou shouldst prevail, all men in this tortured land will bless thee, and I not the least. For daily doth the evil knight slay my poor knights, and cometh and casteth their blackened and burned bodies before my hall. And many of my poor folk hath he slain or enslaved, and others have he caused to follow his evil worship, and many of my rich and fair lands hath he wrested from me. Therefore, fair lady," said Perceval, "I would seek him without delay, for to essay the force of my body upon him, by the grace of God." "And shouldest thou conquer," said the lady, "with the fiend's death the hallowed relics which King Pellam guarded shall return to bliss this land. Now, therefore, go ye towards the burnt land beyond the brook, for that is where the lair of the fiend that doth oppress us." Perceval went forward across the plain to a brook, and having forded the water he came to a wide hollow where the ground was all barked and burned, and the trees were charred and black. Here and there lay pieces of armour, red and rusted, as if they had been in a fierce fire, and in one place was the body of a knight freshly slain, and he was charred and black. Then, as Perceval looked about him, he saw the dark hole of a cave in a bank beside the hollow, and suddenly therefrom issued a burst of horrible fire and smoke, and with a cry as of a fiend a black knight suddenly appeared before him on a great horse, whose eyes flashed as with fire, and whose nostrils jetted hot vapours. "Ha, thou Christian!" cried the knight in a horrible voice. "What dost thou here? Wouldst thou have thy pretty white armour charred and blackened, and thyself killed by my dragon's power?" Then Perceval saw how the boss of the Black Knight's shield was the head of a dragon, its forked tongue writhing, its teeth gnashing, and its eyes so red and fiendish that no mortal, unless by God's aid, could look on it and live. From its mouth came a blinding flash as of lightning, and beat at Perceval. But he held up his shield of the throbbing heart, and with angry shrieks the Black Knight perceived that the lightning could not touch the shield. Then from his side the evil knight tore his sword, and it flamed red as if it was heated in a fierce furnace, and thrusting forward he came and beat Perceval. But the White Knight warded off the blows with his shield, which the flaming sword had no power to harm. Then did the Black Knight marvel greatly, for never had a knight, however skilled, withstood him, for either the lightning of the dragon shield had burnt him, or the stroke of his flaming sword had slain him swiftly. And by this he knew that the knight was Perceval. "Thou knowest not who it is thou fightest," said the Black Knight with a scornful laugh. "Thou must put forth more than the skill thou didst learn of the witches of Glaive if thou wouldest overcome me. For know ye that I am a fosterling of Domna the Witch, and she has taught me more than ever she taught you. Now prepare to die." Then Perceval knew that this indeed was the fight which Domna had foretold, and that if he failed in this, ruin and sorrow would be the lot of many. And Perceval began to thrust and strike full valorously and skilfully, but naught seemed to avail him. Thus for a long time they went about, thrusting and striking. Always the strength of the Black Knight seemed as unwearied as that of a demon, while Perceval felt his arm weaken, as much from the great strokes he gave, as from the burning fires that darted at him from the dragon shield. Then Perceval cried in prayer for aid, and asked that if Christ would have this land saved for his glory, strength should be given him to slay this fiendish oppressor. Forthwith strength seemed to nerve his arm mightily, and lifting his sword he struck at the shield of the knight, and so vehement was the blow that he cut down the shield even to the head of the dragon. Feeling the wound, the dragon gave forth a great flame, and Perceval wondered to see that now his own sword burned as if on fire. Then, while the Black Knight marvelled at this stroke, Perceval struck at him more fiercely, and beat in the other's helm, so that the fiend knight bent and swayed in his saddle. But recovering, he became so wroth that, with his fiery sword, he heaved a mighty blow at Perceval, and cut through his hauberk even to his shoulder, which was burned to the bone. Ere the other could withdraw himself, Perceval thrust his sword to the hilt into the loathsome throat of the dragon. Thereupon the dragon gave so terrible a cry that the earth seemed to shake with the horror of it. And in its wrath and pain the dragon's head turned upon the Black Knight, its master, and vomited forth fire so fiercely that it scorched and burned him utterly, so that he fell from his horse dead. Perceval, dizzy and weak from the battle, alighted from his horse, and went towards the knight, that he may slay the dragon. But suddenly he swooned and fell, and his consciousness went from him. When Perceval came to his senses again, he found upon a pallet, and the rough walls of the room were about him, while above him was the window, as it seemed, of an abbey or a convent. And he was so weak he could not lift his hand. Some one came to him, and he recognized Tod the Troll. "Ah, good Tod," he said faintly, "where am I?" "Now God be praised," said Tod, and smiled joyfully, "for the nuns feared you might not win through the poison of your wound which the dragon knight did give you. 'Twas I who had followed you, lord, since that you did leave the hold of the witches, and when you swooned I brought you here, to the convent of the white nuns. And now that I know ye live, I go to your lady mother to tell her the good news, for she is weary to know tidings of you." "Good, go, Tod," said Perceval, "and say I will come for her blessing when I may mount my horse again." When Tod had left him, there came a nun to him, and he knew her for Angharad, who had been so proud and scornful when he left her at the Castle of Weeds, and he asked her how she had fared, and why she was a nun. "To repent me of my evil mind," she said, "for when you left us I did not in my heart thank ye that you had saved my mother and me from death and worse, and the witches came to me and tempted me with riches and power, even as they were tempting you while you were with them. I heard how you withstood them, and I scorned you and hated you, and said you would yield some day. And then you left the witches, having learned all of your strong powers, yet having withstood them, and I marvelled much. I heard men say you were one of 3 stainless knights of the world that should achieve the Holy Grail, because of your great humility and purity, and that great honour and glory would be yours, because you put not your trust in your own strength. Then I repented, and would not listen to the evil women, but they followed me, whispering and tempting, and then for terror I sought a holy hermit, and he brought me here, and now I am at peace, and my proud heart is humble." "By my faith, sister," said Perceval, "I am rejoiced to hear thee. For I thought when I saw thee that thou hadst a proud and a hard heart. But as thou wert a beauteous and lovely maiden, I thought much of thee. And had it not been foreordained otherwise, I would have loved thee above all women, and wedded thee." The sister's pale face flushed. "Nay, but thou hast a greater glory in store for thee," she said. "For thou shalt find the Holy Grail and restore it to this kingdom, and with it weak men shall forsake their learnings to the old law of hate, and cleave only to Christ and his new law of love." "It is as God may will it," said Perceval. In a little while he strengthened and rose from his pallet, and fared forth towards the north, where his widowed mother sat in her lonely hall, waiting for him whose fame was sweet in every man's mouth. As he passed through the land, he saw how it had already begun to smile again. Men went to their work unafraid, the corn was brightening on the hills, the cattle lowed, women sang at their work, and children played, and all blessed him as he rode. Thus was ended at last the sorrow in the land of King Pellam, which was brought in by the dolorous stroke which Sir Balin had given a generation before. End of chapter 7.